Pocket Hunting Dimension. Chapter 251, Elf Cosmic Realm. Virtual reality was different from the pocket hunting dimension. In the pocket hunting dimension, the time of the outside world is stopped, but in virtual reality, the time of the outside world continues. When Luze got out of the virtual Martial City, many hours had gone past. He opened the door of the pod and stood up. He stretched and took a deep breath, then slowly revealed a smile. Getting 550,000 academic credits at one shot was not bad. There was still the rewards for getting first place and the overall ranking. He would also receive a certain amount of academic credits each month. Overall, he made money from this. Luze went downstairs and returned into his room. He lay in bed with his hands behind his head, looked at the bamboo shoots dancing in the quiet night outside his window, and his eyes glistened. His strength was still slightly weak. He was still lacking in offensive divine art. Right now, he's good at defending and speed, but his attacks were lacking. He could only rely on his god art each time, which consumed a lot of energy and didn't have very good effects. If Luze had an offensive divine art, his power would definitely increase as well. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough academic credits at this moment. The bamboo shoots outside his window rustled, and Luze lay in bed with his thoughts for a while more before he sat up. His next goal was to learn Wings of Wind and Lightning. If he managed to learn this divine art, even if he didn't have an offensive divine art, he could make up for the flaws by being fast. Of course, most importantly, if he's fast, he could run for his life quicker. As someone who was great at playing games, running fast enough would give him true happiness. Although his Wings of the Wind divine art and Wings of Lightning divine art were not complete, they had reached a standard where he could cultivate the Wings of Wind and Lightning divine art already. Luze opened the document for the Wings of Wind and Lightning. Over 12 million words. Luze suddenly felt his head hurt. Right now, he didn't have the Black Tiger Boss Purple Orbs anymore and could only use the Aperture Opening State Ferocious Beast Divine Arts Purple Orb that he swallowed to cultivate. This would probably lengthen the time he takes to learn this divine art. However, he didn't have any other choice. Luze didn't think further. His mental power swept across in his brain, and a purple orb disappeared into his mental dimension, turning into a clear stream as it flowed into Luze's mind. He began to immerse himself into that obscure text. The next morning, Luze returned to his senses. He rubbed his temples, and a hint of lethargy flashed in his eyes. Indeed, without the boss purple orbs, it was much harder to learn the divine art. This was already when he had learned the Wings of the Wind divine art and Wings of Lightning divine art and could still use them as a reference at the beginning. Otherwise, it would be more difficult. The two rising suns outside the window shone their warm light onto Luze's body. The comfortable temperature made him squint his eyes comfortably. Luze rested for a short while before getting up to wash up. After washing up, Luze received a message on his phone. He opened it to take a look, and it was Lin Ling asking him to go to class together. The courses at Federal University were very relaxed, and it didn't matter if the students didn't want to attend either. As long as they were able to pass the test at the end of the school year, everything would be fine. If they didn't, it would be bad. Luze changed into the black set of school uniform and went downstairs. He saw Lin Ling standing at the entrance, waiting for him the second he opened the door. She was also wearing the black school uniform, and it looked particularly good on her. Luze smiled at her. "Good morning, you actually chose black as well." Lin Ling glanced askance at Luze. "It's similar to the military uniform, looks steadfast." Luze nodded. "It's not the same for me, black doesn't get dirty easily." Lin Ling. "Smart washing machines already exist, yet, this chap still cares about filth. Let's go." Lin Ling felt that she didn't have much to say to this fool, so she turned around and left. At this moment, Luze said, "Oh right, what classes are we having today?" Lin Ling's lips twitched, and she looked at Luze speechlessly. Didn't you see the timetable? Luze grinned and said happily, I cultivated too hard yesterday and forgot. As an advancing martial arts student, he felt that he didn't really have to look at it, right? Anyway, with Lin Ling around, she can just look at it. Illogical.jpg, Luze's limited edition. When Lin Ling saw Luze's gleeful face, the green veins on her forehead protruded. What are you so proud of? Then, she rubbed her forehead speechlessly and said, we'll be having elf cosmic region and races and universal common language. For the first year, martial arts classes were only held in the morning, and they would cultivate themselves in the afternoon. Luze nodded. Oh. The classrooms were over 10 kilometers away from the dorms, and this bit of distance was considered very short to martial artists like them. Two of them casually flew toward the classrooms, and after 10 minutes, they saw the teaching building. This was where the first-year martial arts classes were held. Not only the elite class but the ordinary class was here too. There were many students running toward the teaching building on the ground at this moment, and their speeds weren't slow. After all, even freshmen were already at the spirit martial state at least, so they weren't very slow. Of course, among the freshmen, only Luze and Lin Ling could fly. As they flew in the sky, it naturally attracted quite a number of people's attention, and many couldn't help but start to whisper. Luze's martial arts refining results were out yesterday, and the forum was exploding with comments. As a freshman who just enrolled, he managed to be placed around the 600 ranking. He was truly talented. Now that Luze appeared, he naturally attracted a lot of attention from the freshmen. Other than martial technique or martial arts classes, the elite and ordinary first-year freshmen would have their classes together like language or cosmic knowledge courses, so there were more people on the way to the classroom. Luze was helpless. If only he had an apparatus that allowed him to get the knowledge to flow into his brain directly, understand it fully and be able to use it, then he wouldn't have to attend these classes. Unfortunately, technology wasn't so advanced yet. It was said that some high-tech civilizations could do this. Some civilizations purely developed spirit force technology, and their race was also very strong. The innate gift of every race was different. Luze and Lin Ling found the classroom stated on the timetable and entered. The initially somewhat noisy classroom suddenly went silent when these two people walked in, and everyone turned to look at them. Luze scanned across the classroom. It was spacious and could fit over 100 people. At this moment, the seats were already almost one-third filled. There was the elite class, as well as the ordinary class. Under the gaze of everyone, Luze and Lin Ling walked to the last row of the class and sat on the empty seats. There were whispers around the classroom after these two people sat down, and there were even some glances toward them from time to time. In this regard, Luze couldn't do much. After all, they were too famous now, and coming into the classroom was as striking as fireflies in the dark. More and more students entered the classroom and it was 3/4 filled very quickly. Luze then realized that Yemu and the rest weren't there yet. He wondered if they were too absorbed in cultivating and forgot about this. But everybody's cultivation was different, and Luze didn't interrupt them either. Very soon, the teacher entered the classroom and classes began. The class was held by projecting a holographic map of the elf cosmic realm while the teacher gave explanations. The elf cosmic region and races class mainly talked about the map of the elf cosmic realm and the internal race. The most important was obviously the elf race. The elf cosmic realm territory was nearly 200 million light-years away. The elf race was located in the center of the elf cosmic realm, and the entire cosmic realm has hundreds of races sheltered by the elf race. The human race was one of them. As a new cosmic civilization race within 2,000 years, the human race was located on the edge of the elf's cosmic realm, near the magic realm. The blade demon race was cleverly located on the edge of the magic realm. It was also a new cosmic civilization race and was only slightly more developed compared to the human race by a few thousand years. So this was how these two tiny seedlings started up. In the elf cosmic realm, in addition to the races that had been sheltered by the elves, there were also some races that were not sheltered by them because they were too ugly or it was their nature to destroy or cause chaos. Just like the spike ball people, they belonged to the ugly category. Hence, they were more unfortunate. Although their resources weren't very useful to the elf race, they were quite useful for the other races. So, they either migrate or perish. In the elf cosmic realm, there were chaotic or barren areas too. These areas were hard to live in, so naturally, no races were interested in them. Probably only the worm race would be interested. It had to be said that the universe was so big that just the elf cosmic realm was unimaginably huge. Of course, this was only huge to the human race. As for civilizations that had developed in the universe for hundreds of millions of years or more, how do they view the universe? Luze revealed that he wasn't very sure. Until the class ended and the teacher left the classroom, there were still many students who were still immersed in the holographic projection and hadn't returned to their senses. This lesson was too shocking and allowed these privileged students to know how small they really were. Only by having a clear understanding of themselves would they learn how to make decisions for their future. Luze shook his head and heaved a sigh of relief. It's finally over, I'm so hungry. These things were as simple as additions within 10 compared to divine arts. Luze merely used a purple orb, and he managed to understand everything he needed to learn. He should just skip class next time. Lin Ling, who was looking seriously at the teaching materials, twitched her mouth and took a deep breath. She really wanted to draw out her spear and pierce a few holes into this fool. Feeling the explosive energy from Lin Ling, Luze froze and smiled. The Universal Common Language class will be starting soon, right? Which classroom is it? Shall we go? This is the classroom. Hearing Lin Ling's frustrated voice, Luze nodded silently. Oh. This Lin Ling seemed like she was about to explode, so it would be better to not provoke her further. The duration of the break was only a short half an hour, and the class began. Luze once again experienced the feeling of learning a foreign language in the Earth era. What was different this time was that he had a purple orb. As long as you had one, it would guarantee that you would become a straight A student. It was worth it. The Universal Common Language class wasn't complicated and very soon, many students could engage in simple conversations. It was different from the Elf Cosmic Region and Races class. This entire lesson had a joyful atmosphere. Chapter 252 My Family is the Stars. The morning class ended, and Luze and Lin Ling left the classroom under the watchful eye of others. As there were no classes in the afternoon, the students returned to the dormitory to cultivate themselves, and both of them flew in the direction of the dormitory as well. Along the way, the two discussed the knowledge of martial arts and soon arrived at the dormitory for first years. Just at this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have found something, and she pointed downwards. She exclaimed, "Ze, look at that kid." Luze looked in the direction where Lin Ling was pointing at and realized that there was a little silver-haired girl, who appeared to be just about a meter tall, on the side of the road, in the dormitory area. The little girl was dressed in a pale pink dress with knee-high white stockings on her short legs, pink leather shoes on her feet, and was carrying a red bag. She was taking small steps forward. They didn't know where she was headed to either. Luze. There are still little kids who carry backpacks at this day and age? Wait, this is not the point. After all, on some planets, being retro was quite popular. The question is, isn't this the dormitory area for first-year students in the elite class? Why would there be a little girl here? He doesn't recall having any little girl in their class. Luze looked at the little girl, who didn't seem to notice that they were in the sky and was walking slowly, and felt like things weren't so simple. However, this was the Federal University, after all, and Jin Yao Sage was here, so if this little girl was dangerous, she wouldn't be able to enter. Could this little girl be a teacher's daughter or a classmate's younger sister? With that thought, Luze turned to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, use your god art to take a look what's with this little girl. It was simply too unusual to have a little girl appearing here. Just to be safe, Luze still wanted Lin Ling to see if it was a strange person or not. With her god art, it should be able to find out if that little girl was a strange person. Lin Ling shared the same sentiments as Luze. She nodded, her eyes twinkled brightly, and she looked at the little girl carefully. Luze turned to look at Lin Ling. How is it? Is there any problem? Lin Ling didn't answer and merely raised her brows, then, a complicated rune flashed across her eyes and shone brighter. After some time, she smiled. Didn't find any problem, seems like an ordinary little girl, perhaps she's a teacher's daughter. Luze's mouth twitched. Which teacher is so unreliable that she lost her own kid? With that said, a certain female alcoholic gulping her alcohol down surfaced in his head. Then, he recalled that the female alcoholic was still single, so it couldn't be her. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen that alcoholic around these days? She seemed to say she wanted to give him a chance, and he had no clue what she meant. Lin Ling laughed. Let's go down and take a look, maybe she is someone's younger sister. Just then, the silver-haired little girl suddenly tripped on her left foot, her hands stretched forward, and her little body fell to the ground. Luze. Lin Ling. Luze and Lin Ling looked at the silver-haired little girl who fell to the ground for a long time, and the atmosphere became very awkward for a moment. As this was the way for freshmen to go to the teaching building, and Lin Ling and Luze were flying over, they were a lot faster than the other students, and there weren't any freshmen on the road now. The silver-haired little girl was the only one lying on the ground quietly. The corners of Luze's mouth spasmed. Don't tell me she's hurt? Luze and Lin Ling looked at one another and landed next to the little girl. Luze used his mental power and scanned the little girl's body but didn't find anything unusual while Lin Ling asked worriedly, "Little girl, are you all right?" At this moment, the silver-haired little girl who was on the ground replied, "Ah. I fell down, I need a cute big sister to carry me up." The little girl's voice wasn't wavering, it was as clear as starlight and very pleasing to the ears. But what she said made Luze and Lin Ling suspect whether they heard her incorrectly. What did this little girl say? Luze's mouth twitched. He looked at the silver-haired little girl sprawled on the ground and was somewhat stunned. He was worried that this little girl was hurt, but as it turned out, she was just waiting for someone to carry her up. Lin Ling was dumbfounded too. She didn't expect that this silver-haired little girl would say something like this. Everyone was silent, and the little girl probably felt that nobody was going to carry her, so she cried out once again with her clear voice. "Ah! I've fallen, I need a cute big sister to carry me." Luze. He smiled toward the little girl on the ground. "How about a handsome big brother help you up?" 2. 11. There was silence once again, and the silver-haired little girl's voice resounded once more. "If no big sister is going to carry me, then just let me be, I will get up by myself later." Luze. He clutched his chest subtly. "What's with this heartache?" Lin Ling's mouth twitched, and she suppressed her laughter. Then, she walked over to the silver-haired little girl and carried her up gently, allowing her to sit properly. At this moment, Luze and Lin Ling saw this little girl's face. She had an adorable face with baby fats, huge eyes, and blue pupils. She was a lovely little girl. However, her face was as calm as the surface of the holy water lake, there was no movement at all. After carrying the silver-haired little girl up, Lin Ling patted the dust on her pink dress away and also wiped the dust off her little face. The only good thing is that the little girl didn't hurt herself. Luze looked at the expressionless little girl and tried to save his dignity. He revealed a gentle smile. "Little girl, what is your name?" The silver-haired little girl raised her head and looked at Luze with her blue eyes without speaking. The atmosphere was very awkward. Luze looked at the little girl's expressionless face and felt that he couldn't hold the smile on his face any longer. Just then, the little girl opened her mouth and said, "Ying Ying, 1. Luze. Weren't all the people who acted cute completely wiped out during the Earth era? This little fella was really ignorant, acting cute with ill intentions wasn't something a good kid should do." Luze took a deep breath and decided to give this little girl a chance to start over. Hence, he smiled warmly and asked again. "Little girl, what is your name?" This time, the silver-haired little girl replied very quickly. Just then, the little girl opened her mouth and said, "Ying Ying." Luze. Can he hit this little brat's buttocks? Just then, Lin Ling couldn't stand looking at this anymore. She rolled her eyes in disdain at Luze. "Do you know you're like a criminal who would abduct a child right now?" The corners of Luze's mouth twitched, and his heart ached. His own image turned out to be like this. This cannot happen. At this moment, Lin Ling smiled at the little girl. "Little girl, what is your name?" The silver-haired little girl, who originally looked at Luze expressionlessly, looked at Lin Ling with her blue eyes glistening, but her voice was still calm. "Big sister, I am called Ying Ying." Luze. Lin Ling. Both of them looked at each other in embarrassment. They both thought that this little girl was trying to be cute. So her name was actually Ying Ying? This type of name still exists? What were her parents thinking? Cough, little girl, where is your family? Big brother will send you home. Luze realized that he actually misunderstood this cute little girl just now, so he smiled once again toward Ying Ying. When Ying Ying heard that, she turned to look at Luze and the starlight in her eyes disappeared, it was expressionless once again. Luze saw the changes in Ying Ying's expression, and his heart ached. Why does she react so differently toward Lin Ling and him? He can't accept this. My family is the stars. Ying Ying's clear voice resounded once again, but what she said surprised Luze and Lin Ling. Stars? What did that mean? So where were they supposed to send her to? The entire universe is filled with stars. Could it be that this child ran away from home? So she said these things? Just when the two people were in a daze, the silver-haired little girl looked straight at Luze, tilted her head, and a hint of suspicion flashed across her blue eyes. "You are very special." As she spoke, she even leaned forward to smell Luze, then, a tinge of enchantment appeared in her eyes. "You smell so nice, not bothersome." Luze was slightly surprised when he heard Ying Ying's words, then, he looked suspiciously at Ying Ying who was smelling him like a little puppy. "What smells nice?" He suddenly realized that this little girl might not be a decent little girl. Lin Ling had never said that he smelt nice before, so why would this little girl say so? When Ying Ying heard what Luze said, a hint of confusion flashed in her blue eyes, and her voice finally had a slight fluctuation. "Your aura smells nice, very intimate." When Luze heard that, he was taken aback. "Aura smells nice? Very intimate?" Then, he turned to look at Lin Ling who seemed uncertain as well. "Is there anything special about my aura?" Lin Ling tried to sense his aura seriously and even used God art and divine art to take a look, and finally shook her head. The two people looked at each other and realized that this silver-haired little girl didn't seem to be what they thought. She wasn't a decent little girl. At the same time, Luze had a few guesses in his heart. Could it be because he had been using red orbs to cultivate? Although he didn't know what red orbs were. However, it could help Alice awaken the source of fire, so it was evident that the energy level should not be low, just that the amount was lesser. Perhaps, he had been using red orbs to cultivate, so this little girl had this feeling? But why Lin Ling or Nangongjing, or even everyone he met before, including the Blade Demon race, didn't have this feeling? He looked at the silver-haired little girl who smelled him and was disinterested in him once again as she turned her head toward Lin Ling. Who exactly is this little fella? Translator's note. 1. This is an internet slang for the sobbing sound used when girls act cute. Chapter 253 Being mistaken as a child trafficker by the little Lolita. Luze looked at the silver-haired Lolita Ying, then shifted his gaze toward Lin Ling, who was looking back at him. Although the little Lolita appeared to be unique, Luze and Lin Ling were unable to sense any aura or evil intent from her. Furthermore, Luze looked at Ying, who was looking at Lin Ling with glittering eyes, and smirked. This little Lolita is an abnormal Lolita. How can a normal Lolita possibly like older girls? Just then, Lin Ling smiled at Ying and asked, "Little sister, what are you doing here?" Ying raised her head and replied indifferently, "Ying." Lin Ling was slightly startled, then she heard Ying speak up again. "Older sister, you can call me Ying." Lin Ling revealed a gentle smile when she heard Ying's words and extended her hand out to caress her little head. She then replied, "Then, little Ying, what are you doing here? Are you lost?" Ying shook her head and stood up straight, placed her hands at her waist, and revealed a slight change in expression on her emotionless face. Afterward, she spoke with a slightly higher voice, "I came to find Ting, so we can go to school together. I just woke up." Ting. Luze and Lin Ling looked at the somewhat pleased Ying, then looked at each other with skepticism in their eyes. In the end, Lin Ling smiled and asked, "Ying, who is Ting?" Ting is my friend, she brought me out to play on the swing." While speaking of the little girl called Ting, the silver-haired little Lolita had a more lively expression on her face, as well as a light in her sparkling blue eyes. Even her tone of speech had become slightly faster. The more they listened, the more Luze and Lin Ling were confused. Why did this little girl come to their university to find her little friend to attend class together? Aren't they at Federal University? By the looks of the little girl, she should be in kindergarten, right? Wait a minute. Luze and Lin Ling blinked and realized a problem. Didn't that mean that this little girl was not a teacher's daughter or sister? The reason she was here was to find her little friend to go to school together? Shock could be seen in their eyes as they realized this problem. How did this little girl come to planet Venus? Luze revealed a gentle smile and looked at Ying. "Little Ying, how did you come here?" Ying tilted her head and looked at Luze as a look of suspicion appeared in her clear blue eyes, as though he had asked some stupid question. "Because I wanted to." "You wanted to?" Luze's heart jumped and he had to calm himself down before being able to speak. "Did someone bring you here? Where are your parents?" Ying paused upon hearing the question, as though she fell deep in her thoughts. In the end, she opened her eyes widely as if having discovered something and turned to look at Luze cautiously. At the same time, she retreated 2 steps back. "Are you what Ting calls a child trafficker? Is that the legendary question that you ask little children to check if their parents are around?" Luze. Lin Ling. Child trafficker? Luze glanced at the cautious look in Ying's clear blue eyes and felt a pain in his chest. Luze, the handsome, gifted, and romantic extraordinaire is actually being seen as a child trafficker by a little Lolita? He suddenly had the thought to die. He immediately replied, "I am a student here." He felt that the child Lolita was somewhat unique and did not want to appear as a threat to her. If she was truly someone important, then wouldn't he be in huge trouble? Ying looked at him suspiciously. "Really?" Luze nodded his head. "Of course." Ying also nodded her head in response. "All right." Luze. Lin Ling. She believed me just like that? The two looked at each other again and realized that their previous assumption might have been a misperception. Who knew if the girl in front of them was just an ordinary little Lolita? Who knew if there was another little Lolita called Ting, and Ying was just about to find her and go to school together? But where is the kindergarten around here? Luze expressed that he had no idea. Right at this time, Ying Ying suddenly asked, "Did you two see Ting Ting?" Luze and Lin Ling were slightly startled by the question. Lin Ling squatted in front of Ying Ying and smiled. "How does Ting Ting look like? Older sister can help you ask around." Although they did not know who Ting Ting was, there were plenty of ways to look for someone. Since they were already talking to her, why not help her out? Of course, the main reason was that Ying Ying was too adorable, and she made Lin Ling have the impulse of taking care and protecting Ying Ying. Ying Ying tilted her head sideways as though in thought and then replied, "She looks like this." While replying, her small hand trembled slightly, and the area around them, encompassing 10 meters, turned pitch black as though the sun had disappeared. Following that, starlights after starlights appeared and connected with each other, drawing the outline of a scene. It depicted a small garden with a small swing that had chains that were slightly rusted. The silver-haired Ying Ying was dressed in the same pink frock with white stockings that crossed her knees and a pair of leather shoes. She sat on the swing with the same emotionless expression. But behind her stood a twin pig-tailed little Lolita with a brilliant smile on her round face. She pushed the swing and allowed it to sway as the chains produced creaking sounds. The entire scene was filled with the twin pig-tailed little Lolita's laugh. Luze and Lin Ling watched the image formed out of starlights in a daze, their eyes were filled with immense shock. This little Lolita is indeed not a normal little Lolita. What technique is this? With a wave of her hand, she erased all the light around them and even produced starlights to produce an image? She's definitely a big shot. Although the two initially felt that the little Lolita was not ordinary previously, they did not expect it to be so exaggerated. Furthermore, the little Lolita's every move and word were exactly like a little child. She was even looking for her friend to go to school. Why does a little girl her age wield such terrifying power? Luze and Lin Ling looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Could it be a completely awakened cosmic-grade god art? And she had cultivated in it for a long time? Or she was not a human, to begin with? The two suddenly recalled Ying Ying's words. "My family is the stars." The two glanced at each other with disbelief in their eyes. They had just thought that the little Lolita was being mischievous. But it no longer seemed like so. The legendary star spirit race said to be born from starlight. Upon birth, they would be in the cosmic realm state and become cosmic lords at adulthood. Shock and disbelief flashed in the duo's eyes. Is this little Lolita truly the legendary star spirit race? Upon thinking about it, sweat started to trickle down their foreheads. This is a powerful individual that was at the cosmic realm state upon being born. Cosmic realm beings are able to destroy the Milky Way galaxy with ease. But the probability of it should not be low. After all, this little Lolita looks human. Luze and Lin Ling had never seen the legendary star spirit race, but they should not look like humans, right? And the population of the star spirit race was too small with less than 10,000 in the entire cosmos. The cosmos is so huge, how can they possibly encounter a star spirit being? The probability of her being a prodigy with an awakened god art should be higher, right? After all, Alice was one such example. Who knew if her words were just the rambling of a little child? Just as the two of them were in a state of panic, the voice as clear as starlight came out again. "Older sister, did you see Ting Ting?" Ying Ying raised her adorable egg-shaped face that still had baby fats and looked at the astonished Luze and Lin Ling with a look of anticipation. It was evident that she really wanted to look for her partner. Luze and Lin Ling took a deep breath and calmed their hearts. Although she was strong, Ying Ying's appearance and actions prevented them from seeing her as a big shot. She looked just like a not-so-lively little Lolita only. The two then turned to look at the black-haired Lolita in the image. The two ponytail Lolita looked rather adorable, but could not compare to Ying Ying. In the end, the two shook their heads. Lin Ling looked at the excited Ying Ying in slight embarrassment and replied apologetically, "Sorry little Ying Ying, older sister hasn't seen this little girl before." Luze shook his head as well and was about to speak up when he discovered a few inconsistencies in the image. On the road outside the garden was a parked car that had 4 wheels that ran on the road. Were such vehicles still being used in the Federation? He was in doubt but still managed to ask, "Little Ying, where is this garden of yours? To find a person, it'll be better to grasp the location first, right?" When Ying heard his question, she blinked multiple times and pondered. She seemed to recall something after a moment and clapped her hands. "Earth. I remember Ting mentioning it before, we live on Earth where there are swings." Luze and Lin Ling were startled by her response. Luze looked at Lin Ling and asked, "How does the current Earth look like now?" He had especially sought for news of Earth due to his past. But it seems like the current Earth doesn't have such an ancient car as well, right? Lin Ling was clearly stunned as well. She had visited Earth many times when she was younger. Although she could not remember it well, she still had some recollection of it. The current Earth should not have such a type of car. Back in the early interstellar era when gravitational equipment was produced and flying cars were manufactured, such vehicles were already phased out. At that time, humans were still unable to conduct space travels yet. Luze scratched his chin and asked, "Maybe Earth still has some retro places." Lin Ling nodded her head when she heard his explanation. That could be true. After all, as the first planet to house humanity, Earth might still have kept some cultural heritage. Who knew if there were certain places that had maintained the interstellar era? Just as Luze and Lin Ling were on the same page, Ying suddenly spoke up in disappointment. "When I went to find Ting, the swing was no longer there." Luze. Lin Ling. The two looked at the Ying, who had turned from emotionless to emotionally disappointed. They opened their mouths, yet they did not know what to say. Is she trying to say that she slept and woke up? How can she sleep for 2,000 years at one go? Is that something humanly possible? Luze and Lin Ling realized that the probability of her being a star spirit being had gotten higher. Lin Ling broke the solemn atmosphere by smiling and speaking up. "Little Ying, why don't I find people to help you look for her? In the meantime, why don't you stay at Federal University for a day? Her grandfather used to be one of the sages. It would be easy for him to investigate a person." Ying immediately opened her eyes wide and looked at Lin Ling and asked, "Can we find Ting?" Lin Ling laughed. "I can't promise you that, but I think it'll be faster than what you're doing now." When Ying heard the uncertainty, she lowered her head in disappointment again. By the side, Luze felt a pain in his liver. "She is an almighty big shot, Lin Ling, you really want to keep her?" But seeing how pitiful Ying looked, Luze was unable to refute Lin Ling. The adorable little Lolita had the looks to attract people to help her. Although she seemed very powerful, her character was truly of a young little girl. Chapter 254 Luze, that Luze again? Also. Luze looked at Ying with glistening eyes. If she was really from the legendary star spirit race, then Ying wouldn't simply destroy the planet and take lives. The star spirit race was born out of starlight and was very kind toward the planet and life. Also, they were very strong and gifted to the point that even if they slept every day, as long as they grew normally, they could become a cosmic lord. They were immortals and were kind toward the planet and life, so there was no need to compete for anything. There weren't any stories regarding the star spirit race destroying any race or planets before. On the contrary, there were many stories of them creating planets and galaxies. In other words, if you leave this little girl with the human race, as long as they established good relations, perhaps it would be good for the people. In addition, she seemed to feel close to him due to the red orbs, perhaps he could take advantage of this. After all, this little girl was still looking for her little friend to attend kindergarten together. It seemed that she hasn't matured yet. It should be very easy to fool. Communicate with her, right? Lin Ling should share the same sentiments too, right? Luze lowered his head and saw that Lin Ling was looking at Ying Ying dotingly. His mouth twitched uncontrollably. He might have been overthinking. It might just be the maternal instincts. After that, Lin Ling sent a message to Elder Lin and vaguely told him about her guess. She hoped that Elder Lin could quickly find Ting Ting and find out about Ying Ying. After all, although it was highly likely that Ying Ying was from the star spirit race, there were other possibilities as well, so they naturally had to take this seriously. If Ying Ying was really from the star spirit race, then there was a need to establish a good relationship. Then, there might be one more route for the human race. One more R. At this moment, at the Telun system, white-haired Elder Lin was sitting in the office of the education department. He was in a good mood and was all smiles. Lin Ling finally inherited his strength. It wasn't easy for that little brat to accept his inheritance. This way, even if he really died, his strength would be passed down and he hadn't failed the human race. Luze has done a wonderful job with this. Also, that child's strength increased very quickly, he was also gifted and had a good nature. Just as Elder Lin was thinking deeply, his phone suddenly rang. A doting smile immediately appeared when he saw that it was a message from Lin Ling, and he opened to read it. When Elder Lin saw the message, he stood up instantly. His face reddened slightly, and those hands that had never shaken even when faced with an undefeatable opponent were shaking at this moment. Star Spirit. A suspected star spirit being appeared at the Federal University. His eyes flickered, and his breathing became rapid. Compared to Lin Ling and Luze, he had experienced the vastness of the universe. Although he had never seen a real star spirit before, he heard more about them than Lin Ling and Luze. This was a great opportunity for the human race. If it was really a star spirit. He stared in the air. It has been a long time since he contacted his old partners. He was almost a useless person now and had to put the responsibility on their shoulders, so he didn't want to disturb them either. Right now, it seemed like he needed to contact him again. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. He wondered if this was an opportunity for his injury. If a star spirit helped, his injury might be healed? With that thought, Elder Lin contacted a number he hasn't contacted for a very long time. Dawn System. Planet Jinyeo. Deep in the forest, there was a huge, fast-flowing waterfall. Below the waterfall was a wide river that meandered toward the distance. A log cabin was built by the river near the waterfall. At this moment, there was a skinny old man fishing by the river in front of the cabin. The fishing buoy on the river suddenly moved twice and the originally sleepy old man's eyes lit up as he held his breath and waited. Just at this moment, an ear-piercing ringing resounded. A small golden stream of light flashed across under the river and fled into the distance. The skinny old man saw the prey that he was waiting for 3 years fleeing. He stomped his feet madly, and his entire footprint was deeply imprinted into the hard soil. He cursed as he pulled out his phone, and after seeing the incoming call, his expression changed and contained a perplexed gaze. Then, he revealed a mouthful of white teeth and answered the call. "Yo, old man Lin, you didn't contact me for hundreds of years, and now you're finally willing to contact this old brother of yours, hey? Don't speak, listen to me." After the skinny old man heard what Elder Lin said, the smile on his face disappeared slowly, and his expression turned serious. Both of them hung up even before they had time to make small talk. Elder Lin needed to find out about Ying Ying and Ting Ting while the skinny old man needed to personally arrange the plans after that. An unknown figure who could enter the Federal University without him knowing could very possibly be the legendary Star Spirit. The skinny old man rubbed his temples and mumbled to himself. "Luze, it's that Luze. Again." He had been hearing news about that fella recently. His eyes twinkled, and if it wasn't for this crisis, he had to find a chance to meet. Now, he had to take care of this matter first. If it was a star spirit, that'd be amazing. After Lin Ling sent the message, she heaved a sigh of relief. This matter was too huge, she and Luze couldn't handle it themselves, so they decided to find reinforcements. Luze relaxed slightly after seeing that Lin Ling had sent the message. Then, Lin Ling smiled at Ying Ying and said gently, "Little Ying Ying, as there are many people here, we will need about a day to find your friend, why don't you go back and rest first? Come back here again tomorrow, we will wait here for you." When Ying Ying heard that, a look of anticipation flashed across her expressionless face, and she nodded, "N." As she spoke, she turned to the big tree by the road and carefully placed her bag in front of her. Then, she hugged her bag and sat down, leaning against the tree. She looked at Luze and Lin Ling expressionless and said, "I'll rest now, see you guys tomorrow." Luze. Lin Ling. How can you rest here? Although this little girl was a powerful big boss, letting a little girl rest outside like that, even Luze was a little embarrassed, not to mention Lin Ling. Doesn't she have a home? Luze took a deep breath and smiled. Little Ying Ying, do you usually rest like that? Ying Ying looked at Luze and looked doubtful. The entire starry sky is my resting place, is there something wrong? Luze. Lin Ling. Both of them looked at Ying Ying's expressionless face and went silent. Finally, Lin Ling said, "Ying Ying, why don't you sleep at my place, then?" When Luze heard that, he raised his brows and glanced at Lin Ling. "Since we'll have to wait, both of you can come over to my place." Lin Ling turned around, glanced at Luze, and pursed her lips without saying anything. Ying Ying didn't expect that these two people would invite her home. She looked at both of them without any expression, and after keeping quiet for some time, she seemed somewhat uncertain and said, "Can I really go?" Luze and Lin Ling looked at each other. How is this little girl such a strong elite? Had they not seen the amazing moves of this little girl just now, they would never believe that this shy and expressionless little girl would actually be so strong. Luze nodded and smiled, "Yes." Just at this moment, there was a sound that could be heard, and golden and pink lights fell from the sky, turning into two girls. Luze and Lin Ling looked at the two people descending and was somewhat taken aback. It was Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha. Seems like the second Lin Ling's message was sent, the other side immediately took action. But isn't it a little too fast? They actually sent two people over in just a matter of minutes? Also, why these two? Luze looked at Lin Ling doubtfully and Lin Ling smiled. Ying Ying seemed to be more comfortable with girls, and I mentioned it to Elder Linear. Luze's mouth twitched. No wonder these two people came. Luze looked at Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha, who were glaring at each other and had an inhospitable atmosphere. Speaking of which, he seemed to have rejected Kaiyuhesha's enrollment invitation. He wondered if this devastatingly beautiful woman would bear grudges. If she did. Luze thought of this person's charming god art and had a headache. If she used this god art to deal with him, the effect wouldn't be any worse than Nangongjing's iron fist. Luze started panicking. At this moment, Kaiyuhesha revealed a lovely smile towards Nangongjing, and her tone was seductive as she said, "I really don't understand how a violent iron fist mother dragon like you could take proper care of a child? Why did the higher UPS send you? Don't get in my way." When Nangongjing heard that, she was upset and glared at Kaiyuhesha. "What do you mean by that? I'm definitely way better at caring for a child than a vixen like you." Luze and Lin Ling. How could they even fight at such a critical time? Their relationship is a little too horrible, hey? But thankfully, these two people knew that the situation at hand was more important, and that was just a polite exchange of contempt for one another at the beginning. They didn't speak further and turn away from each other. Ying Ying merely glanced at both of them at the beginning, then retracted her gaze and carefully carried her red school bag as she walked to Lin Ling's side. It seemed that Lin Ling was more well liked by her than the nice-smelling Luze. This really hurt Luze's feelings. He was in despair since he couldn't compete with gender. Chapter 255. I suddenly have a bad guess about this. After they stopped quarreling, Kaiuyuhesha turned to look at Ying. This little girl? I don't feel any aura at all. Is this little girl really a super strong being? Kaiuyuhesha's eyes flickered, and she was in disbelief. However, even if so, she was still a little wary. Then, she looked at Luze who was next to Ying. After seeing Luze, Kaiuyuhesha's mouth curved upwards and revealed a charming smile, which made Luze nervous. This chap actually rejected her invitation. He ran to that violent Iron Fist Mother Dragon. But because Ying was here, she couldn't find trouble with Luze. Nangongjing also looked at Ying who kept peeking at her and the vixen from time to time. This silver-haired little girl is really a star spirit race. After receiving the news, both of them rushed over immediately. Jinyeo Sage went over using his mental power, but he realized that Ying appeared to be an ordinary little girl. It's just that there was an aura in the air that made him shudder. This also made him understand that whether or not the little girl was a star spirit race, she was not a simple being. Even if he came over, he couldn't change anything, so he didn't want to raise a big ruckus and tried his best to communicate with her in a friendly manner. Fortunately, Ying still acted like a real little girl up to this point. As to why she was this way, they obviously didn't know either. Hence, they decided to get the top two figures, Nangongjing and Kaiuyuhesha, over. On one hand to reduce Luze's and Linling's stress, and on the other hand, to represent the human race. At this moment, Linling touched Ying's head and smiled. Little Ying, these two big sisters are here to help. As she spoke, she introduced Nangongjing and Kaiuyuhesha to Ying. Nangongjing and Kaiuyuhesha were flabbergasted when they saw Linling touched Ying's head. Oh my god! This was a big boss who was stronger than a sage. How could she touch her head like that? They suddenly felt that the future of the Dawn system would be filled with misfortune. If this little girl gets upset and destroys the entire system, the human race would suffer a huge loss. They had never fallen in love before. It was such a pity to die just like that. However, they didn't expect that after Ying heard Linling's introduction, she glanced at those two people and finally spoke in her clear voice. Hello, Big Sister Jing and Big Sister Sha. Nangongjing. Kaiuyuhesha. Both of them were stunned by her adorable voice and looked at Ying in disbelief. Is this little girl really a super strong being? But this little girl looked really cute when she greeted them, her voice was really pleasant. This isn't very good. Their eyes were initially filled with wariness, but now, they were gradually turning gentler. Then, Nangongjing revealed the warmest smile she could muster. Hello, little Ying. It was clear that this was the first time this alcoholic had tried to coax a child. Luze's liver was hurting just by watching. This was completely different from her confident and righteous manner just now. He wondered where she got her confidence to say that she was very good with kids. Kaiuyuhesha was much better. She bent down and smiled with squinting eyes as she waved at Ying. Hello, little Ying. Her expression was natural, her tone was friendly, and it was totally different from her usual charming self. Luze, Nangongjing, and Linling were taken aback and looked at Kaiuyuhesha strangely. They didn't dare to believe their eyes and ears. At this moment, Luze smiled. Teacher Nangong, Teacher Kaiuyu, why don't we go back to my dorm first? He looked around, and there were students starting to come back. If they didn't leave now, they might attract an audience later. Nangongjing and Kaiuyuhesha were here, after all. With these two people here, even if nothing happened, it would be a big matter if the students saw them. Also, they didn't know how little Ying would react to the crowd, so they were trying to make sure nothing unforeseen happened. At least everything was stable for now. Nangongjing and Kaiuyuhesha glanced at the dormitory entrance and could vaguely see a number of flying cars and human figures, so they nodded in agreement. Nangongjing smiled toward Luze. Little brat, we'll have to trouble you again this time. She didn't know what was so special about this boy that something unique always happens to him. From the insectoid tide during the graduation trial to the spirit metal mine during the admission test, he even encountered such a strong being the moment he enrolled. Don't know whether this is considered good luck or not. But this chap performed pretty well. Nangongjing admired him quite a bit. Luze smiled and shook his head. Teacher, you're kidding, I'm just helping Yingying find someone. Of course, mainly because Lin Ling helped out. If it was him alone, he wouldn't be able to do much and would probably send a post in the school's forum. As Luze spoke, he brought everyone back to his dormitory. Outside the elite class freshman dormitory, there was an elite student driving a flying car and there was a sudden exclamation from his companion. Damn! Look there! He was so shocked that his hand shook, and the flying car drifted slightly. He glanced sternly at his companion. What is it? Would you be responsible if I got into an accident? Hey! Bastard, I told you to turn on the autopilot mode, but you insisted on flying personally, now you're blaming me? Let's not talk about this first. Look there, isn't that the gorgeous Kaihoyuhesha? Where? Before he could finish his sentence, the two other students behind quickly leaned over. The student who was driving also hurriedly looked in the direction of where his companion was pointing at, turning on the autopilot mode at the same time. Kaihoyuhesha, she was the dream of many men in the Federal, she actually appeared in the freshman dormitory area. They got excited just by thinking about it. Looks like it's true. Is that teacher Nangong at the side? And Lin Ling and that is Luze, right? That chap again. Seems like teacher Kaihoyu and teacher Nangong came to look for him. Everyone sighed. Being gifted was really good, even Kaihoyuhesha and Nangongjing wanted to look for him. It was impossible for them not to be jealous. Wait! Do you see a little girl there? I think so. I suddenly have a bad guess about this. At this moment, a student patted on the other student's shoulder and said, No way. After hearing what he said, the other three people glared at him at the same time with murderous intent. Nobody could ever think that way. Feeling the murderous glares from his companions, he swallowed his spit and kept his thoughts to himself. His life was more important. But Nangongjing and Kaihoyuhesha appearing at the dormitory area was a huge thing, and everyone couldn't help but start talking about it. In Luze's dormitory, Nangongjing, Kaihoyuhesha, Lin Ling, and Yingying entered the hall and sat on the sofa. Nangongjing and Kaihoyuhesha took a glance at the layout of the hall and finally, Nangongjing sighed. I miss this, it's been many years since I came to the student dormitory. Back then, she was also a Federal University student. Ever since she graduated and became a young duke, she had become the honorary lecturer of the school and hadn't returned to the dormitory since. Kaihoyuhesha's mouth twitched. It isn't as comfortable as Emperor Capital Academy's student dormitory. Kaihoyuhesha was a student from Emperor Capital Academy and both of them were the same class. They had been fighting since they enrolled until now. What did you say? Nangongjing glared aggressively at Kaihoyuhesha. One could criticize their own alma mater, but absolutely cannot tolerate others criticizing it. What's more, this person was her sworn enemy. Nangongjing was enraged. Kaihoyuhesha smiled. I think it's nothing much. Nangongjing looked like she was about to explode, so Luze quickly intervened. That, do you guys want to eat? I have some delicious food here. Little Yingying, are you hungry? His heart was bitter, but he couldn't speak up. These two people were really here to make things more difficult for them, hey? Why must they quarrel the moment they meet? And it isn't good to be arguing in front of a child, right? And they even seem like they wanted to fight? This isn't very healthy for Yingying's growth. Yingying still appeared to be a pure and good child at this moment. If she learns from them and destroys a planet, they will be doomed. After hearing what Luze said, the two people then recalled that Ying Ying was here. For more dangerous missions, both of them could still be fully committed. But the problem was that Ying Ying looked too much like a little girl, and they didn't find her dangerous at all, so they subconsciously went into their usual mode of communication. Ying Ying looked around curiously, and after Luze said that, she blinked at him, and a hint of confusion flashed across her blue eyes. Hungry? What is hungry? Eat? What is eat? Luze. He looked at the confused Ying Ying in disbelief. This little girl had never eaten before? What a pity! What's the point in living if one cannot enjoy delicious foods? What kind of torture was this? Luze simply cannot imagine a life like that. He immediately looked at Ying Ying sympathetically. Handsome big brother will teach you how to eat. He decided to save Ying Ying from the sea of bitterness. This is a food lover's legacy. Lin Ling and Nangongjing were speechless when they saw Luze's resolute gaze. This fool is back to being weird. Kai Huyuhesha wasn't very familiar with Luze and merely remembered him for rejecting her invitation. Seeing the way Luze was acting, Kai Huyuhesha's head was filled with question marks. Ying Ying isn't human, so what's so weird about her not eating? Why does this chap look like a missionary at this moment? Chapter 256 Big Foodie and Little Foodie. Luze wanted to be a man. He had decided to teach Ying Ying the ways and mysteries of gourmet and naturally took out gourmet food made by Alice. His stash was no longer much, and he had intended to economize on it. But on Ying Ying's pitiful account, Luze decided to take good care of her. Anyway, Alice's reinforcement would be arriving soon. The gourmet food that emitted an enticing fragrance filled the area. Ying Ying could not resist taking a whiff with her nose. She looked over with curiosity. She had never experienced such a scent before. She recalled smelling a similar scent previously, but it was not as fragrant as this. Luze smiled and waved at her. Come over and eat. Lin Ling looked over to Ying Ying who stood by the side and observed the food on the table, smiling warmly toward her. She then asked, Ying Ying, do you want to try some? Desire flashed in Ying Ying's blue eyes as she opened her mouth. Can I? Of course you can, Ying Ying, this was all made by a very adorable older sister? You can come and try it, right? Luze added with a smile. Alice's gourmet food was indeed delicious. At the time of cooking, her power was still relatively weak, so the grade of the spirit food was not high as a result. However, the fragrance and taste were absolute. When Nangongjing and Kai Huyuhesha saw the slight excitement on Ying Ying's emotionless face, they smiled and encouraged her. Little Ying Ying, do you want to try it? There are times when it is not difficult to form a good relationship with others, just simply using the heart to understand their interests is a good start. And maybe by sharing the things you enjoy, who knew if others might like it? Upon hearing that it was made by an adorable older sister, her sparkling blue eyes flashed with starlight as she glanced at Luze. Is she as adorable as older sister Lin Ling? Ying Ying's question immediately turned the place silent. Nangongjing and Kai Huyuhesha looked over at Luze who became stiff. A smile formed on their faces as though they were enjoying a show. Lin Ling's mouth spasmed as she felt somewhat awkward as well. She gave a nonchalant smile and looked at Luze, wanting to know what the fool would say. Luze looked at Ying Ying in disbelief. Does she not know that there are some words that can never be uttered? It is absolutely forbidden to compare girls. I'll die no matter who I say is more adorable, okay? He gave a dry cough and spoke up as upright as possible. The two older sisters are different in terms of being adorable, they are both very adorable. Little Ying Ying, you will definitely like her as much as you like Lin Ling. Nangong and Kai Huyuhesha pouted as though dissatisfied with the response. This was not the outcome they had envisioned. Lin Ling raised her brows but did not say anything. Hearing that, Ying Ying turned to look at the gourmet food that emitted the enticing fragrance and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She nodded her head vigorously. I want to eat. She felt that someone like Luze who had such good smelling food would not lie to her. But of course, the fact that the food was indeed fragrant was part of the reason. Everyone smiled upon hearing Ying Ying's words. Ying Ying had willingly accepted Luze's suggestion. This was a good start. Lin Ling stood up and saw Ying Ying carrying her red school bag up and asked with curiosity, "Ying Ying, why are you always holding onto this bag?" Ying Ying responded while carefully placing the bag up. "This was given by Ting Ting, I want to go to school with her." Everyone looked at each other when they heard the reason and noticed how careful she was with the bag. This little girl attached so much importance to a gift from her friend, it's impossible for her to be a bad person, right? Seeing how Ying Ying treasured the bag, Kaiuyuhesha's gaze seemed distant, as though having recalled something. Her gaze became gentle as she squatted down to caress Ying Ying's little head. Ying Ying is such a nice girl. Ying Ying had originally wanted to avoid Kaiuyuhesha's hand. But after hearing her gentle voice and words, a hint of pride flashed in her eyes as she nodded. Nangongjing was stunned when she saw that Ying Ying did not avoid Kaiuyuhesha's head. Is she really the fox spirit? Why is she so good with this kid? She had always thought that Kaiuyuhesha was the same as her. Who would have thought that she had such a technique hidden under her belt? Could it be that I truly have no talent in coaxing little kids? Nangongjing was slightly disappointed. Just then, Luze cracked up a smile. Ying Ying, you can't eat if you carry your bag like that, can you place it on the sofa? Ying Ying fell into silence and thought for a moment. She then looked at Luze and the others before carefully placing the bag on the sofa. When they saw her response, their smiles grew even bigger. They could see that Ying Ying's cautiousness toward them was decreasing constantly. Of course, she might not even be cautious against them from the beginning. After all, her personal strength was extremely terrifying and maybe even the explosion of a star system would not be enough to harm her. Following that, everyone sat at the dining table. As Ying Ying was only a meter odd tall, she struggled on the chair, wanting to make herself more comfortable. Lin Ling carried her and sat her in her own lap and smiled. Ying Ying, will you be able to eat like this? Ying Ying nodded her head as her large eyes narrowed slightly as though in elation. Luze's mouth trembled when he saw her carry Ying Ying. How great is it to be a child? Following that, he picked up a piece of his favorite sweet and sour pork rib and placed it in Ying Ying's bowl and said, Ying Ying, try this, it is very nice. Ying Ying looked at the chopsticks by the side but did not pick it up with her small hands. Lin Ling immediately used hers to pick up the pork rib and placed it at her mouth. Here, Ying Ying, open your mouth. Luze felt a burst of jealousy. What a king-grade service, she can idle and have food fed to her. He wanted it too. By the side, Nangongjing and Kaiuyuhesha watched on excitedly. It would be best if she liked it. Ying Ying opened her mouth and swallowed the entire pork rib. But what stupefied the four people in the room was that aside from the pork bone, the little girl even ate the chopsticks. The chopstick that was bitten disappeared into her mouth. Everyone. There's such a method of eating as well? They were all stunned. Kaiuyuhesha immediately spoke up anxiously. Ying Ying, spit out the chopsticks, it cannot be eaten, it'll get stuck. She stopped mid-sentence. Will such an incident occur to this little girl? Who knows if it is normal for her? Luze and the others glanced at each other. Just then, Ying Ying's blue eyes lit up as starlight filled with her eyes. She spoke in a clear and elated voice. So nice. When they heard it, they no longer cared about the chopsticks being eaten. As long as Ying Ying likes it, it was fine. This was the first step in forming a good relationship. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Starlight flashed in her eyes again as Ying Ying looked at Luze. Luze, I want more. Luze smiled. There's more here. Where's the food? Where's my food? He paused midway and stared at the speckless table. Didn't he just fill the table with gourmet food? Where is the food? Much less the food, why are the plates gone as well? He raised his head in disbelief and realized that Lin Ling, Nangongjing, as well as Kaiyuhesha, were also staring at the speckless table. The four turned to look at Ying Ying, who was looking at Luze with her bright eyes and a hint of oil on her lips. Luze noticed that the oil stain was definitely not from the sweet and sour pork, but from the barbecue pork. The atmosphere became awkward. Luze looked at Ying Ying's sparkling eyes and suddenly felt pain in his liver. He was wrong, he had been wrong right from the beginning. He should never have offered to teach Ying Ying how to eat. If he didn't teach her, the gourmet food on the table would still be there, and he would not have liver pain. Upon thinking about being afraid of her unique taste buds and even preparing an abundance of gourmet food, he couldn't help but reflect on why he brought such evil down unto himself. Luze felt grief in his heart. By the side, Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha glanced at each other with shock in their eyes. Even they had not seen when Ying Ying had consumed all the food on the table. Although it was suspected that Ying Ying was a powerful being, they only truly sensed it now. At this time, Ying Ying's voice came out again. Luze, are all the good food finished? Her clear voice had a hint of skepticism, as though unable to comprehend why Luze had not brought more good food out. Luze's mouth started to twitch when he heard the question. He silently pointed at the clean table and was about to speak up when he realized that there was a bite at the corner of the table. Luze. She even tried to eat the table? He asked straightforwardly, where is the food on the table? Ying Ying blinked her eyes and replied nonchalantly, I ate them. While saying that, she pointed to the corner of the table that she had bitten and frowned with a hint of disdain in her voice. This isn't nice to eat. Luze. Lin Ling. Nangongjing. Kaiyuhesha. The atmosphere turned silent again. A moment later, Luze spoke up with pain in his heart. Ying Ying, when eating, everyone should eat together? And you cannot eat the chopsticks and plates as well. Although their bodies were able to digest even stones, they never had the brazen idea to even consume chopsticks or plates. Ying Ying blinked and turned to look at Lin Ling. Elder sister Lin Ling, is what Luze says true? When he heard her doubts, he almost spat blood out. You little girl, why weren't you doubtful when I invited you over just now and only became doubtful at this moment? She only became doubtful when she wanted to eat more. He would never allow that. He didn't even have any yet. If I can beat her, I would definitely spank her butt. When Lin Ling, Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha saw Luze's helpless face, they all laughed. Who would have thought that Luze, the big foodie, would actually encounter Ying Ying, a little foodie? This little foodie was a true expert to actually force Luze to reveal such an expression. They all suddenly found it to be very amusing. Chapter 257 How could this drunkard do this? Luze looked at the three people who were smiling and silently noted down this vendetta in his heart. These three people better not let him find a chance. Otherwise, he would definitely take revenge. At this moment, Lin Ling smiled and looked at Ying Ying. Luze is right, we shouldn't eat the chopsticks and plate. Kaiyuhesha smiled all of a sudden and looked at Ying Ying. But look at how big brother Luze is so handsome, he definitely wouldn't mind letting you have his share. Luze. He was initially quite pleased when he heard Kaiyuhesha praising him. Finally, someone could appreciate how handsome he is. Hey? He didn't expect that this woman was actually instilling such an evil idea into Ying Ying. This was definitely her revenge against him for not picking Emperor Capital Academy. Tisk, this woman was really petty. At this moment, Ying Ying nodded. I know, big sister can't eat, but Luze can. Luze, why would I be able to? I can't either. He felt that Ying Ying was doing it on purpose for sure. She just wanted to have more food, so she said this. He didn't expect that this little girl appeared quite honest but was so scheming. He had his guard up and wouldn't let her have her way. I can't. Ying Ying's eyes widened and looked pitifully at Luze. Luze, don't think I'll give you my food just because you look at me this way. Ying Ying's blue eyes were still fixed on Luze, she didn't say a word, and there were beads of water in her eyes. Luze. He scratched his head helplessly. I'll give you 1/3 at most, no, 1/4, no more than that. As a man, he was still too soft-hearted. Luze was a little sad. I thought that I was following this principle, those who bow to me will prosper, and those who resist will perish. How did it become this way? This doesn't make any sense. However, Luze had made up his mind he would treat himself later. The food would be left at his place anyway, and he could just eat in his own room and Ying Ying wouldn't notice. With this thought, Luze was in a better mood. Great! A tinge of happiness appeared in Ying Ying's eyes when she heard that, then she looked at Luze with glistening eyes. Luze, good man. When Luze heard that, pain pierced through his heart. Did she just friend-zoned him? But this was the first time Ying Ying looked at him this way. Forget it, just leave it as that. Kaiyuhesha and Lin Ling looked at Luze, who appeared very hurt and couldn't help but smile. Then, Kaiyuhesha said, Little Ying Ying, I'll give you 1/4 of my food too. Lin Ling rubbed Ying Ying's little head and said, Me too. Ying Ying's eyes lit up immediately. She said happily, Really? When Luze saw that Kaiyuhesha and Lin Ling were sharing their food too, he scratched his head helplessly. Of course. He looked at Nangongjing at the same time. Everyone should chip in. At this moment, Nangongjing's eyes lit up. She had a great idea to get close to Ying Ying. Hence, she gave a creepy-looking smile toward Ying Ying. Hee, little Ying Ying, do you want some alcohol? Alcohol is really yummy. Luze, Lin Ling, and Kaiyuhesha. The three of them looked at Nangongjing in disbelief. She was like an uncle trying to abduct a little girl. This drunkard actually offered Ying Ying some alcohol? This girl may be a powerful being, but she still looks and thinks like a little girl. How could this drunkard do this? Big sister Jing, you can't do that. Teacher Nangong, you must think carefully about what you are doing. Violent Mother Dragon, if you dare to let Ying Ying drink, you can forget about drinking ever again. Nangongjing felt the intense objection from the three people and her mouth twitched. What? You guys are overreacting, eh? I've started drinking since I was about 10 and I'm perfectly fine, right? When Luze heard that, his mouth twitched. Does this woman have a misunderstanding of the phrase perfectly fine? Ying Ying looked at Nangongjing, then turned to the three speechless people and asked curiously, What is alcohol? Lin Ling immediately hugged Ying Ying tightly and looked at Nangongjing warily. Then, she smiled at Ying Ying. Good children do not drink alcohol. When Ying Ying heard that, she was taken aback and quickly exclaimed, I am a good child. Ting Ting said I must be a good child. Kaiyuhesha continued, then, Ying Ying cannot learn from this violent mother dragon. When Nangongjing heard that, she glared at Kaiyuhesha. What's wrong with me? I was so obedient when I was a child. Seeing that these two people were about to fight again, Luze rubbed his temples. These two people were kids too. He talked about the food once again. Let's eat and give Ying Ying a portion of our food. As he spoke, he looked at Ying Ying warily. Ying Ying must not secretly steal our food. Ying Ying looked at Luze, confused. I didn't. The four people were surprised when she said that, and they looked at each other. Perhaps in her mind, she was just eating normally, and they couldn't even see? Is this the way a powerful being works? They couldn't afford to offend her. After that, Luze coughed. Since that is the case, why don't Lin Ling teach you how to use the utensils? Then, all of them began eating while Lin Ling and Kaiyuhesha put dishes on Ying Ying's plate from time to time and even taught her how to use the various utensils. At the same time, Nangongjing didn't want to give up. She secretly wanted to let Ying try her alcohol, but Ying wanted to be a good girl and was also closely monitored by Lin Ling and Kaiyuhesha, so the alcoholic didn't get what she wanted. She was quite disappointed and could only gulp her alcohol down in silence. After eating, Luze felt really tired. Other than Lin Ling, there wasn't anyone else who wouldn't cause trouble. However, Ying seemed to be closer to them than before. That expressionless face was now more lively, and she had more expressions now. This made the four of them more relaxed. It was a good thing for them. No matter what, Ying was a super powerful being, and there was no harm in forming a good relationship. After lunch, Ying seemed interested in a variety of home appliances and smart products, so the four people chatted with her in this regard. Soon, she learned how to surf the internet. Looking at how Ying's eyes widened when she watched the Interstellar Era children's cartoon, Luze and the others looked at each other, feeling somewhat unreal. They felt that this little girl was really just an innocent and pure little girl. Or was every star spirit like that? Ying was watching cartoons the entire afternoon. After dinner, Luze and the others sat on the sofa and watched Ying's little head resting in her hands as she watched cartoons. Then, Luze spoke up all of a sudden. Ying, how did you meet Ting Ting? Ying looked at the four people with sparkling eyes. You guys want to get to know Ting Ting too? When we find her, I will introduce her to you guys. Kaiyuhesha smiled. Of course, we want to. A look of joy and eagerness appeared on Ying's face, and she nodded. After that, she sat on the sofa and used her little hand to pat the seat next to her, asking four of them to sit closer. Luze and Lin Ling sat on her left side while Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha sat on her right. Seeing that all of them were seated, Ying reached out into the air with her little hand. The same scene happened again. The lights in the hall were shining, but the light in front of the sofa was absorbed and starlights outlined a scene. It was still that tiny park, and Ying was sitting alone on the swing. She seemed sleepy as she rubbed her eyes with her little fist. In the image, the park wasn't big, but there were still some children playing there. After seeing Ying, they couldn't help but look at her. Ying didn't look like them at all, after all. She had silver hair, blue eyes, and was very adorable. It was normal that other kids would be curious about her. However, probably because they were shy or timid, none of the children went over to say hello to her. Ying could only watch them play silently. Very soon, the scene changed, and the sky turned dark as the children in the park left. Ying sat there for a long time, and she was about to get up from the swing with her little legs. However, the swing moved and Ying fell face down on the ground. She didn't move at all for a long time. Luze. Lin Ling. They looked strangely at the expressionless Ying. Is this girl too used to falling face first? They first met also because this little girl fell flat on the ground, which was why they went over. Otherwise, they might not even bother. Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha were dumbfounded too. As a powerful being, even if you're still a kid, it's a little too embarrassing to be falling face first, right? They all felt embarrassed for her. Just at this moment, in the gloomy park, a round-faced little girl with twin pigtails ran over to Ying's side and asked her worriedly. Are you all right? Ying nodded and said calmly, I'm fine. The round-faced little girl with twin pigtails froze, then looked at Ying who was still on the ground. If you're fine, why don't you want to get up? Ying replied, this is a hug from the stars, it's very comfortable. I don't feel like getting up. Luze. Lin Ling. Nangongjing. Kaiyuhesha. Round-faced little girl with twin pigtails. Falling face down actually has such a classy term? All four people who were watching the scene, as well as the girl in pigtails, went silent. They looked at Ying who seemed to really enjoy lying flat on the ground and were speechless. After a moment of silence, the little girl, who seemed a little doubtful after being duped by Ying, lowered her head and mumbled, "I'm an 8-year-old adult, I'm a big sister, I can't be deceived by children, she needs my help right now." After that, the little girl looked resolutely at Ying Ying and said, "Big sister will help you up." As she spoke, she reached out her little hand and pulled Ying Ying like she wanted to help her up. But it was as if Ying Ying was glued to the ground. The little girl used so much strength that her little face reddened and didn't manage to help Ying Ying up. At this moment, Ying Ying seemed to be moved by the little girl's perseverance and stood up on her own. And because the little girl was using a lot of strength and didn't expect that Ying Ying would stand up by herself all of a sudden, she fell on her buttocks instantly. The little girl froze, and tears were rolling in her eyes. The atmosphere stiffened. Ying Ying turned around, looked at the little girl with her blue eyes while the little girl looked back at her with tearful eyes. These two girls looked at each other like that. After some time, Ying Ying reached out to the little girl and repeated what the little girl said just now. "Big sister will help you up." As she spoke, she pulled the little girl up. Luze and Lin Ling looked at each other with strange expressions. Could it be that Ying Ying said she wanted a big sister to help her up in the afternoon? Because of this, Luze felt better now. No wonder she didn't want a handsome big brother to help her up, so it was because of this. He thought that she disliked him. The scene continued to change, and after the little girl stood up, she looked at Ying Ying and cried as she ran away. They didn't know whether it was because she was embarrassed or if her buttocks hurt. She only left Ying Ying behind as she watched the little girl run away, then she walked around the park and returned to the swing. The scene changed, and the originally dimmed sky became bright. It seemed to be the next day. Ying Ying was still on the swing as she watched the children playing in the park. Until evening, the round-faced little girl with twin pigtails went to the park again. She saw Ying Ying sitting on the swing, and she froze, then walked over. She widened her eyes and stared at Ying Ying, and Ying Ying also raised her head and stared back at her. The two little girls met eye to eye for the second time. Chapter 258 God Let Us Save the Milky Way Galaxy. The atmosphere in the park was silent. The two little girls stared at each other. For a duration of 25 seconds, they did not break eye contact. Instead of stopping, the girls kept going. When 30 seconds had passed, the girl sporting a twin pigtails hairstyle blinked. She said with distress, "Arg! I lost. You're so good. You could open your eyes without blinking for so long. What is your name?" Ying Ying became dazed for a moment, clearly not expecting the other girl to talk to her. She said calmly, "I'm Ying Ying." The little girl smiled vibrantly, "I'm Ting Ting. We're friends now." She squeezed in next to Ying Ying and sat with her on the swing. The swing was rather wide, and the two little girls could just fit. Luze. Do kids make friends like this these days? This was much convenient than when you were an adult. Luze sighed. Little kids were straightforward. If they liked each other, they did. If not, they didn't. Perhaps, this was the price to pay for growing up? Everyone looked at Ying Ying, who was staring at the scene. Clearly, she was happy. Everyone smiled and turned to look at the projection again. The two had begun talking. Of course, it was mostly Ting Ting talking. Ying Ying just occasionally replied. Ying Ying, you're really pretty. You must be a foreigner, right?" "Foreigner? People who come from other places. Then, I am. That's really good. I've never wandered far away from my home. I want to go out and see all the places outside. Has your family moved over?" "My family is the stars." Ting Ting didn't react in time. She blinked in confusion. "Stars?" Ying Ying nodded. "MHM." Ting Ting became really confused. After thinking hard for a while, she gave up. Then, she said stiffly, "Oh. So it's the stars. I know now." When Luze and the others saw how Ting Ting pretended to understand, their mouths couldn't help but twitch. This kid didn't understand at all. Then, Ting Ting looked at Ying Ying and said, Ying Ying, you're really pretty, can I hug you? He, this is really comfortable. Ting Ting hugged Ying Ying and rubbed herself against Ying Ying with satisfaction. The two kept chatting until Ting Ting remembered something. She jumped off the swing and looked at Ying Ying. Ying Ying, do you not know how to swing? I saw you fell over yesterday. I'll teach you how to swing. Then, she ran behind Ying Ying and smiled. Sit tight, I'll push you. Then, the swing started to move back and forth. Ying Ying's calm eyes widened and flashed as the swing kept moving. When the swing went higher, Luze and the rest saw a smile on Ying Ying's face for the first time. It was really a joyful smile. In the small park, the swing went back and forth in the air. Ting Ting's crisp laugh and Ying Ying's quick smile made Luze and the others smile too. When it grew dark, Ting Ting suddenly said, It's getting late. I'm going home. Will you play here again tomorrow? Ying Ying nodded. See you tomorrow. The scene kept changing. Every night, Ting Ting would come to find Ying Ying at the park. The relationship between the two gradually improved, and they grew closer and closer. Ying Ying began to smile more. One day, Ting Ting said with annoyance, I'm going to school the day after tomorrow. I can't play with Ying Ying all the time, that's really annoying. Are you going to start school too, Ying Ying? Ying Ying's body stiffened. You can't come often to play. Then, she looked at Ting Ting. What is school? Why do you go to school? Ting Ting looked at Ying Ying for a long time. Then, she said in shock, What? Ying Ying, you don't need to go to school. Ting Ting looked at Ying Ying with admiration and then said with a smile, Does Ying Ying want to go to school? Ying Ying's blue eyes flashed with confusion. Why do you need to go to school? Ting Ting became dazed. She scratched her head. She didn't know why she needed to go either. Then, her eyes brightened up. Mom said that good children need to go to school. I'm a good child, so I need to go to school. Ying Ying blinked her eyes. What is a good child? Ting Ting. Yeah? What is it? Mom said children who listened were good children. But she didn't know why that was. There was one thing she knew. Every time her mom complimented her, there would be a reward. When her mom called her a bad girl, she would be spanked. Ting Ting shrunk her neck. That hurt. She said, Good children will be rewarded, and bad children will be punished. Ying Ying's eyes widened. She seemed a little scared. She quickly said, Then, I want to be a good child. I want to go to school. Ting Ting nodded. Ying Ying is a good child. Wait for me here tomorrow. Then, she ran off. The next day, Ting Ting carried a red school bag under Ying Ying's hopeful gaze. Ying Ying, I brought you a present. Ting Ting's face was a little red as she panted after running toward Ying Ying. She passed the bag to Ying Ying excitedly. Ying Ying, look. This bag is for you. Let's go to school together. Ying Ying took it in confusion. School bag. Ting Ting nodded and then said, I used my birthday money to buy this. She said, if the teacher doesn't allow it, then we'll cry together. She'll definitely agree. Ying Ying nodded. Okay. Luze and the others. After hearing Ying Ying's agreement, Ting Ting happily hugged Ying Ying and smiled. Great, I can go to school with Ying Ying. After a while, Ting Ting waved her hands to Ying Ying. I'm going to go home earlier tonight. I'll come to find you tomorrow. Wait for me here tomorrow morning, Ying Ying. Ying Ying nodded firmly. I'm going to be a good child. I'm going to school. Ting Ting smiled and ran into the dusk. At this point, the scene broke apart. Ying Ying, who was sitting on the sofa, said disappointedly, Then, I fell asleep. When I woke up, the park disappeared. However, Ying Ying said hopefully, after we find Ting Ting, we'll go to school together. Then, she looked at Luze and the others. Sister Lin Ling, do you guys want to come to school with us? Luze and the other people looked at each other. Then, Lin Ling smiled and rubbed Ying Ying's head. We'll send you and pick you up from school, okay? Ying Ying narrowed her eyes happily and nodded. MHM. Luze and the rest glanced at each other with complicated emotions once more. After seeing that, they felt things didn't seem right. Did this girl sleep for a really long time? Does Ting Ting still exist? If not, what would Ying Ying do? Ying Ying, as someone belonging to the star spirit race, should be amicable, right? She wouldn't do anything over the top, right? But she was still a kid. Who knew if she would throw a tantrum and destroy the entire Milky Way galaxy? If they found out that Ting Ting didn't exist, and they didn't tell Ying Ying, who knew if Ying Ying would still find out about it in the future? Her means were things they couldn't even fathom. If she realized that Luze and the others were lying to her, would she be angrier? Thinking about this, everyone felt bitter. Did the heavens give them the task of saving the Milky Way galaxy? They could only wait for the investigation results. Hopefully, the worst won't come. Kaioulyuhesha smiled. Ying Ying, do you usually sleep? Ying Ying shook her head. No. It seemed this little girl won't be sleeping. If she did sleep, they could discuss what to do. But for now, they should wait until tomorrow. Luze smiled. In that case, we'll play with you. They could only get close to Ying Ying first. If Ying Ying considered them friends like Ting Ting, then perhaps, she wouldn't do anything over the top. Chapter 259 The Sorrow of a Weak Race. Early the next morning, Luze saw Nangongjing excitedly watching cartoons with Ying Ying. His mouth twitched with this scenario. Nangongjing finally found a way to get closer to Ying Ying. Although her age was approaching 30, she still loved cartoons. Luze suspected that only her body was developed. Her brain was still on the same level as Ying Ying. Two people, one adult and one child, watched cartoons for an entire night. Luze became a little dumbfounded. On the other hand, Kaioulyuhesha and Lin Ling ended up touching their foreheads. Even Luze was like this. It was still the grey wolf and the sheep. The sheep could drive spaceships. The green plains became green planets. How many times were they going to change the cartoon? The only thing that didn't change was the grey wolf getting panned by the red wolf. That was the favorite scene of Nangongjing. Every time it got to this part, she looked extremely excited. Luze suspected that her family had some violent tendencies. Whoever fell in love with her would be in trouble. At this moment, Nangongjing's phone rang. Luze and the others stared at Nangongjing. She finally reacted, and her face went serious. Everyone glanced at Ying Ying, who was completely captivated by the cartoon and was not aware of her surroundings. They looked at each other and decided to go upstairs into Luze's room. He didn't know if Ying Ying would notice, but he still needed to ask. How is it? Everyone looked at Nangongjing, hoping for good news. Nangongjing opened her phone and viewed the message. She frowned immediately, and the expression on her face became ugly. Seeing this, the atmosphere fell. It was bad news. Nangongjing projected the news from her phone. When everyone looked at the content, their face didn't look too well either. They really did find Ting Ting based on Ying Ying's description. But this little guy was someone from 1900 years ago. At that time, Earth was in the post-war era, and the human hierarchy was pushing for the formation of the Federation. Not long after that, the Federation was created. It was due to this that they could find citizen data. Otherwise, they might not even find it. Everyone looked at the intel in the projection. They saw Ting Ting, who was wearing twin pigtails from last night, then, they also saw her as a young girl with a long, straight, and black hair. At the same time, the wedding photos when she got married were shown as well, along with her whole family photo throughout her life until she grew old. Tingting's real name was actually Pan Yuding. She lived until 83 years old. She had led a happy life and had several descendants. The only strange thing was that she went missing during the first day of school right after summer vacation when she was 8 years old. When her family found her, she was unconscious in the park. When post-war construction wanted to demolish the park, she used the excuse of protecting pre-war heritage and letting people remember the dangers of war to protect the region of space in the garden. However, 1,000 years later, the park was still demolished. Luze and the others watched Tingting's life in silence and didn't talk. Then, there was news of an investigation about Yingying. In the entire history of the Federation, there was no information about Yingying, especially in the era of Tingting. This meant that Yingying was indeed not human. From how she just woke up, she probably really just slept for nearly 2,000 years. There was also information about the star spirit race sent to them. The human sages have all been out to travel before. They gathered all they knew about the star spirit race and sent it over. They didn't know a lot, but they knew that star spirit race was rather amicable to life itself. They were born from starlight. Usually, one appeared in every 100 of millions of light years. Their form isn't set. If they appear on a planet with life, then they will take the form of the organisms on that planet. Luze and the rest now realized why Yingying was a little girl. Was she born on Earth? When they saw the next information, their eyes bulged. It's said that the young star spirit race would often fall into sleep while growing. The duration and times they sleep were uncertain. They were too mysterious after all. Luze and the others glanced at each other. It seemed that it was highly likely that Yingying was a young star spirit race. Everyone looked a little helpless. Even the power of a young star spirit race was at least cosmic realm state, right? What did that mean? It's said that the cosmic realm of the elves had 1 or 2 cosmic realm states. In the wake of such power, the Milky Way galaxy was really weak. The atmosphere fell silent. Everyone looked outside and wondered if Yingying noticed. Their emotions at this moment was a little complicated. They quite liked that cheerful girl Tingting. They didn't expect she was from 1900 years ago. After some silence, Nangongjing took out a few bottles and drank before saying, "What do we do? Should we tell her?" Kaiuyuhesha said seriously, "If we don't say it, would Yingying find out?" Everyone glanced at each other. No one could answer this. She was a cosmic realm state boss. Plus, she was from the pinnacle race, star spirit race. Who knew if she had some mysterious means? If they hadn't been found out, then it was fine. If they did, then they might as well tell her. Even if they weren't caught and said that they didn't find Tingting, Yingying would go find her by herself. Could they let a cosmic realm state being casually walk around on the human race domain? What if some guy annoyed her? Who knew what could happen? Being direct also had its risks. Up until now, Yingying acted like an innocent cute girl. But even a little girl would be angry if she woke up to her friend being dead? Of course, perhaps, since they've been getting along with Yingying well, then she could at least consider them friends. In this case, maybe she won't harm them. Every option was a gamble. The atmosphere fell silent again. Luze once again felt the harshness of the universe. If it was an evil cosmic realm state, even the elf race wouldn't be able to protect them. This was the sorrow of a small race. Of course, they wouldn't go mess with cosmic realm states. The two wouldn't even come in contact. Then, Luze scratched his head. "I think we should tell Yingying." Nangongjing smiled. "I think so too. If we let Yingying go to look by herself, there would be more unstable elements. It's better for us to say it." Kaiuyuhesha smiled charmingly. "Then, let's tell her." Lin Ling smiled. "Perhaps, we're worrying too much. Yingying is so cute. How can she do something destructive? The other three smiled. That's true. Ying was a good child. At this juncture, Luze said, by the way, this is a human crisis. Is the reward good for this one? If it was good, he would learn an offensive type of divine art first. Lin Ling. Nanggong Jing. Kai Hesha. Their eyes widened as they looked at Luze speechlessly. Kai Hesha narrowed her eyes. Luze is really interesting. If we survive this time, how about I give you a kiss? It's my first kiss. Luze. He quickly took a few steps back while looking vigilantly at Kai Hesha. She had seduction god art. What was she planning? But she was still saving her first kiss? Nanggong Jing raised a brow. Pink-haired fox, who allowed you to seduce my student? Nanggong Jing felt this fox is trying to seduce Luze into her class. These young kids can't resist temptation. Nanggong Jing felt she should wake Luze up. Kai Hesha smiled. It seems that you realize you're a charmless alcoholic. Lin Ling rubbed her head in pain. Was she the only normal person here? Could you not become a young duke without these strange logics? She said, Teacher Kaihu and Nanggong, please stop, we're talking about serious business here. Luze was speechless. He just wanted an offensive divine art. Why did it become like this? But after that, everyone relaxed a little. Now, they have to think about how to spill the bad news to Ying. Chapter 260. My name is Ying Aotian. Everyone went downstairs and discovered that Ying was still immersed in watching the cartoon. It seemed she didn't notice what they did. The four glanced at each other and sat next to Ying. The atmosphere fell silent once again. They needed to think about how to break it to her. They couldn't outright say you slept for too long, and your friend died. After all, this matter concerned the entire human race. They needed some time to prepare. Moments later, Lin Ling smiled. By the way, Ying, if Ting Ting isn't found, then are you going to stay? Luze will give you much good food every day, and you can watch cartoons every day. Ying shook her head. I'm going to find Ting Ting. I've agreed with her to go to school together. What if Ting Ting has grown up and can't go to school anymore? You can't go to school if you grow up. Ying didn't understand. If you grow up, you will not be a child anymore, so you don't need to go to school. Ying opened her mouth wide. Ting Ting isn't a child anymore. Ying seemed to be scared by Lin Ling's words. Then, she said, I'm still going to find Ting Ting. I've already made an arrangement with her. Everyone glanced at each other helplessly. Clearly, Ying was very obstinate about Ting Ting. Finally, Nanggong Jing said, Ying, we'll show you something. What is it? Ying blinked her eyes. Nanggong Jing smiled. We found Ting Ting, she's very happy. Ying's eyes lit up and looked hopefully at Nanggong Jing. Where is Ting Ting? She really wanted to see Ting Ting. Nanggong Jing took a deep breath and projected Ting Ting's information in the air. Ying looked at the information with confusion. They waited nervously as Ying read the information. Her lit-up eyes gradually dimmed down. Luze tested, Ying, Ting Ting lived a happy life. Luze don't talk. Before Luze could finish his words, Ying screamed. At the same time, a shocking chi suddenly appeared. The chi was unstable but not murderous. Despite so, Luze and the others felt like they were the weakest organism watched by an extremely powerful being. Their body could not help but freeze. Whether it was Nanggong Jing or Kaihu Hesha, who was near the planetary state, or Luze and Lin Ling, none of them could resist at all. Not just these four felt the chi. The students in the elite class dorms were forced out of cultivation from this chi. They looked at this chi with terror. What chi was this? It was a good thing this chi didn't have any ill will. Otherwise, quite some people would just explode. Federal University. Planet Venus. Even the entire Dawn system. Countless people stopped what they were doing. Their bodies froze as their hands trembled. What is going on? Why am I suddenly so scared? What is this chi? It's too terrifying. Is this from a sage? Or from enemies? On planet Jinyeo, the skinny old man stood straight up and situated himself by the wooden shack. He looked toward planet Venus. If one looked closely, one would notice that he was shivering. The stronger you were, the better you could feel the terror of this chi. Ordinary people were scared, but they didn't know why they were scared. He was different. This chi was too strong. It could easily destroy the Milky Way galaxy. Not just the Dawn system. Tens of thousands of light-years away in Telun system, planet Lanzhong, Luze's home training grounds. Merlin's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He looked outside in disbelief. The chi was despairingly powerful, but he didn't know where it came from. Alice and Lu Li stopped engaging in battle. They glanced at each other with a sliver of shock and fear. They also felt the chi. Alice's source flame reacted. Blue flames floated on her forehead. Eventually, the flame circulated around her body like a flowing stream, completely wrapping her up. On the other hand, a trace of worry emerged in Lu Li's heart. She wondered how her brother was doing outside the Federation. On the planets of blade demons, countless blade demons looked around. Which master is passing by? Please don't condemn our race. In a cosmic realm 100 million light-years away from the Milky Way, there was an extremely huge green planet. The planet spun slowly, but around it was 4 stars. Those huge stars seemed tiny in comparison to the green planet. The green planet was covered in forests. Several big constructions made of trees were in these forests. There were all sorts of fancy runes inscribed on these constructions. Atop an extremely tall and large tree was a grandiose palace. A seductive figure could be seen at the seat. She had a crystal green-colored hair, exquisite face, emerald pupils, snow-white skin, slender body, and sharp ears. She seemed like a perfect work of art. At this moment, this figure glanced in the direction of the Milky Way and murmured, "Did I sense it incorrectly, or is there a powerful being passing by?" On the other side, it was a cosmic realm emitting black mist. Inside the realm, a boundless continent floated. Above the continent was a huge red star. In the center of the continent, right below the star, was an extremely tall, sharp tower. At the very top of the tower, there was a pitch-black throne. On top sat a 3-meter-tall humanoid wearing hideous black armor. His appearance would be considered extremely handsome in the human race, but he was cold like the ice. He had white skin, bloody pupils, a blood mark between his brows, and 2 black horns. He also glanced at the direction of the Milky Way galaxy slightly. He then took back his gaze after a slight pause. Countless races in the elf cosmic realm and demon cosmic realm felt this chi and shivered. In the Dawn system, everyone could not help but widen their eyes in shock as they watched what was happening in front of them. When the chi appeared, the entire system seemed to have been wrapped by starlight. The light of the star seemed to be conscious and dimmed down. Other planets all went completely pitch black. Only planet Venus bathed under the starlight. For some reason, everyone felt that the stars were wailing. Why is it dark? Do you feel it? Why does it feel like someone is crying? Me too. The entire solar system is crying. What is going on? Is this the means of Jinyeo Sage? It's not right, look over there. These starlights don't seem to be approaching the star. Which planet is that? Everyone in the solar system looked toward the direction of the starlight. Only those planets near Venus guessed that the starlight was shining on it. What is going on? What happened on Venus? The terrifying chi didn't disappear, and now there is such a strange scene. On planet Venus, Luze and the rest looked at this scene in a daze. Ying pouted her lips as tears dripped down her face. Luze and the other people in the room were completely stiff and couldn't move, but they felt relieved. Ying was indeed a good child. She didn't do anything terrifying. When that terrifying Qi appeared, they really thought they were going to be over. But now, what they needed to do was make her happy. Otherwise, this scene was still a bit alarming. Her real name should be Ying Aotian. She had such terrifying Qi just from being sad. Meanwhile, the three girls' motherly nature was activated when they saw how sad Ying was. Ying cried for a long time, and the starlight kept shining on her as though to comfort her. An hour later, Ying suddenly looked up at Luze and the others. She said, Ting said that bad children will be punished. Was it because I didn't live up to my words and wait for her in the park, so I was punished? Everyone in the room. How should they comfort her in this situation? Chapter 261 Excellent Youth. Kaiouhesha looked at Ying with a gentle expression. Ying, you saw it, didn't you? Ting has been protecting your park. She lived happily too. Surely, she would want you to be happy too, right? She pointed to the information with difficulty. Ying pitifully looked at the photos and fell silent for a while. Then, she looked at them. Is that really so? Everyone quickly nodded. Yes. No matter what, Ting still cared about that garden until the very end. Ying must have been really important to her. Hearing this, Ying bowed her head slightly and said, the stars said, life and death is a cycle. This is the law of the universe. Ting is still a part of the universe and still by my side. Is this true too? Everyone present in the room became dazed after hearing her words. The stars could talk? No way. The stars had consciousness? Or did the entire universe have consciousness? Or was this just Ying's inheritance from her race? In response, Luze and the others nodded. The stars are right. Regardless, they were all still in the universe no matter what race you were. Of course, there were still powerful beings in the universe that can reach an undying state. What happens there isn't what Luze and the rest could know now. Ying fell silent. The starlight kept surrounding her, and she finally started to calm down. Luze and his group didn't feel that much pressure anymore as well. Ying gave them too much pressure just then. Seeing this, Luze and the others walked up to Ying. Lin Ling hugged Ying and patted her head. Ying couldn't resist it. She grabbed Lin Ling's uniform and started crying. Whimpers. I didn't keep my promise with Ting. We were supposed to go to school together, it's all my fault. Luze watched as Nangongjing and Kaiouhesha patted Ying's back, comforting her softly. No matter how strong she was still a kid. It was already tough for her to control her power and not hurt anyone. Finally, the starlight that had been shining gradually dissipated. The two stars of the dawn system radiated light again. Whatever happened a while ago only felt like a dream. Jinyao Sage could finally breathe easily at this point. It seemed the human race survived this disaster. Other people looked dazedly in the sky. What happened just then? I don't know. It was a scene that covered the entire galaxy. It's too terrifying. Is that the power of a sage? Someone suddenly exclaimed, look on the net. There is news. Countless people recounted their experiences, exclaiming that fear poured into their entire body as though they were facing death. From the Dawn system to the border solar systems of the Federation, everyone had this feeling. Everyone looked among each other with terror. This actually covered the entire Federation. That was too terrifying. Could sages really do this? Or was it not the sage? Everyone guessed among themselves. All students on planet Venus were stunned. They completely didn't know what happened and could only feel terror in their hearts. Luckily, this Qi disappeared, but the terror remained. Some weaker students couldn't even get up. The federal citizens were terrified. At this moment, the Federation quickly announced that there was a powerful being passing by the Federation region. This individual didn't cause much damage. Even the blade demons were affected too, so this wasn't a targeted attack against the human race. At this moment, in Luze's dorm, Luze scratched his head as he was the worst at comforting people. All he knew was to let someone cry on his shoulder. But that wouldn't do for Ying. She was a little kid. There was already someone hugging her, so there was nothing for him to do. He just needed to wait for her to finish crying. What he didn't expect was that Ying cried for an entire morning. Lin Ling's chest area was completely drenched with tears. Only when the little girl realized her face was wet, she stopped crying but kept sniffing. At this moment, Luze tested, Ying, do you want some food? I'll give you all the tasty things, okay? Luze's heart ached. He didn't have much food left, but in order for Ying to be happy, he had decided to make an exception. Ying looked up with her dark blue eyes. Really? Luze grinned. This kid didn't forget about food even when she was sad. This was good. Moreover, Ting Ting was no longer here. They would need to think of a way to keep Ying. That way, humans would have a powerful being protecting the race. Ying wasn't too reliable, but she at least had a cosmic realm power. That was definitely beneficial for the human race. Lin Ling and the rest clearly thought of this. 2. Luze painfully took out all his food and placed it on the table. Ying kept sniffing as she stuffed food in her mouth. Her little body seemed like a bottomless pit. As the food kept disappearing, Luze began to doubt life. He could only comfort himself that Alice's supplies would be here soon. This was all for the human race. He was an excellent youth. Luze silently looked as Ying ate. She continued to eat for more than 2 hours until he felt the last steak in his storage ring. When Ying looked over, he quickly shook his head. There's no more food. He had decided to hide in his room and eat the last steak. Ying seemed to have recovered a little because there was good food. Kids got happy and sad quickly. Luze smiled gently. Ying, how about you stay here from now on? Sister Lin Ling, Jing, and Hesha will play with you. You can also eat plenty of tasty food and watch cartoons. Ying's eyes lit up. She opened her slightly oily mouth and said, really? Lin Ling smiled and wiped the oil from Ying's mouth. Of course, does Ying want to stay? Kaihuya Hesha patted Ying's head. I will sing songs to you. Nanggong Jing grinned. Ying, let me tell you, wine is. Before she could finish, she backed down under the other three's eyes. She smiled. I can watch cartoons with you. Ying's eyes lit up even more. Really? Luze and the others quickly nodded. Ying, you can think of this place as your home. Ying finally nodded. Chapter 262. After one night, your kid is so old already? Since Ying agreed to stay, then it would be beneficial for everyone, even for the entire human race. Nanggong Jing immediately contacted Jinyeo Sage. On planet Jinyeo. Jinyeo Sage immediately relaxed after receiving Nanggong Jing's message. Although cosmic realm beings definitely couldn't be commanded, having one on the planet could be a strong deterrent for enemies. Ha 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 ha, great! Jinyeo Sage laughed. He got too excited, and a sliver of his chi spilled. The surrounding organisms felt this, and all of them ended up shivering. Then, he quickly got in touch with high-level officials of the Federation. Since Ying had decided to stay, then they would need to discuss some things. Soon, it became nighttime. The two stars gradually sank below the horizon. The bamboo forest made shuffling sounds under the wind. There would be strange-shaped animals jumping out from the pond from time to time. Everything seemed so harmonious. One couldn't see at all that in the morning, the dawn system could have been destroyed. After the discussion of the authorities, they eventually decided to allow Ying to stay in Lin Ling's dorm. Ying was closest to the four, so it was better to let her stay with them. The four would clearly be the core people of the human race in the future. It was fine to have them keep Ying. And, Lin Ling's family was originally a military family. Her great-grandfather was once a sage. Everyone felt secure with Lin Ling caring for Ying. At the same time, if Luze and Lin Ling weren't there due to missions, Ying would need to be looked after by Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha. As for other people, it would take time. They couldn't all rush up and meet Ying. Receiving the news, Luze and the other three smiled. It was finally over. They really were on the border of death today. Lin Ling patted Ying's head. Ying, do you want to stay with me later? Ying nodded. Although Ying said she didn't need to sleep, they couldn't just let her go out alone at night. It was best that Lin Ling taught her the sleeping cycle of humans. It would truly be the best if she could learn it at the same time. If not, she can watch cartoons alone at night. Nangongjing said, by the way, bring Ying to our place tomorrow. Ying can come to us if she needs anything. She then glanced at Luze. And, our reward will be very ample for keeping Ying. The high levels are still discussing. Luze's eyes lit up like crazy. More rewards. Luze immediately started to daydream. Even the other three girls smiled. Although Nangongjing and Lin Ling had very powerful families, it didn't affect the school's endowment. They still needed academic credits. To gain academic credits at school, you either had to break through or contribute to the school or federation. The martial ranking and trial were just the basics. If you want to become truly strong, you needed to participate in the missions. Most missions were published by the Federation while some were published by the school. You could only get more academic credits after completing these missions and then get more resources to become stronger. Subsequently, Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha, Lin Ling, and Ying left. Luze felt relieved at this juncture. He needed to take a break. The boss here was more intense than the boss in the pocket hunting dimension. Even he, who died daily, experienced a heart attack. Then, Luze went upstairs and messaged home to see if they were affected. After hearing everyone was safe, Luze breathed a sigh of relief. Alice said that she had already sent out her supplies. This made Luze's eyes go red. He chatted with Lu and Alice for a while before putting his phone away. He looked around vigilantly. After making sure Ying wasn't around, he took out the last steak to eat. In the dark room, Luze suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with pain. Due to Ying, he didn't go to the pocket hunting dimension nor rest last night. Today, he didn't even survive for a day, and he was killed by a boss. Why weren't the boss in pocket hunting dimension friendly like Ying? Why couldn't they get along? Luze lay on the bed and waited for the pain to disappear before sitting back up again. He started to digest the new god art orbs he got. The next morning, Luze opened his eyes. Luze digested all the god art orbs and used 2 more red orbs. His power was steadily increasing. Afterward, he cleaned himself and proceeded downstairs. He planned to go find Lin Ling and Ying, so they could all go to Nangongjing's place. At this moment, Yemu's desperate voice could be heard at the door. "Ze, are you here?" Luze opened the door and found that other than Lin Ling, everyone was standing there. Their faces looked serious. Luze asked, "What happened?" Everyone looked strangely at Luze. Ian asked, "Ze, are you okay?" The chi from yesterday was too terrifying. Xavier nodded and smiled. "I was scared to death. It took a long time for me to recover." The other people nodded with his statement. Indeed, they were the closest. As a consequence, they would be affected the most. Luze wondered what they would think if they knew there was a cosmic realm being next to them. But Luze didn't say it. That Chi was scary enough already. He didn't need to scare them more. At this moment, Yemu looked strangely at Luze. Ze, you were fine. Luze's mouth twitched. Was he fine? What a joke. He was right next to that Chi. 2 meters away to be exact. However, he couldn't leak that confidential mission that saved humanity. At this moment, Lin Ling walked over with Ying Ying. Seeing everyone gathered at Luze's door, she asked in confusion, "What happened to you? Guys?" Tian Yuan Qianhua asked, "Lin Ling, we were planning to go find you, hey." Tian Yuan Qianhua suddenly screamed when she saw Ying Ying. Ying Ying was very cute, but why was Lin Ling holding a silver-haired little girl? Everyone also looked dazedly at Ying Ying. Ying Ying was calm and just looked back. Yemu looked at Ying Ying, then Lin Ling and then at Luze. Then, he said in disbelief, "Oh my! One night and your kid is this big? How did you do it?" Luze. Lin Ling. Kid? What kid? Then, they began to realize. Before Luze could speak, Lin Ling's face went red. She glared at Yemu and kicked him into the pond. She also sealed his power, so he couldn't use spirit force. Everyone watched as the drenched Yemu swim in the pond. They became speechless. At this moment, Luze explained, "This kid is Ying Ying. She's Lin Ling's relative." The high levels had prepared an identity for Ying Ying. It was best to not let too many people know that Ying Ying was a cosmic realm state being. Chapter 263 About to become invincible. After Ying Ying was introduced, Yemu and the others greeted her nicely. After all, everyone liked a cute kid. Ying Ying looked curiously at the crowd but didn't speak. At this moment, Luze said, "By the way, Lin Ling and I need to take Ying Ying to do something. We'll be going first." Due to the breakdown of Ying Ying in the early morning yesterday, the school sent a message, notifying the students that classes will be suspended for 2 days. This was ample time to check whether anyone suffered any harm from the terrifying Chi a while ago. Today, Yemu, along with the others, went to check upon Luze's condition. When they heard Luze's words, they became a little suspicious, but they didn't ask much. They could only look between Luze and Lin Ling with a strange expression. In the end, they went back to their own cultivation. Meanwhile, Luze and Lin Ling took Ying Ying to the address Nangongjing gave them. There was navigation on their phones, so they wouldn't be lost. In the central part of a forest not far from the Federal University, there was a huge lake. On the 2 sides were a 3-story house each. At this moment, Luze, Lin Ling, and Ying Ying were above this lake. When Luze saw the 2 houses, he became a bit dazed. Nangongjing didn't tell them she had a neighbor. So which one was hers? Just when Luze was planning to call Nangongjing, a figure suddenly flew out from one of the houses. Ying Ying immediately rushed up with glittering eyes. "Sister Hesha." Luze and Lin Ling looked at Kaihuya Hesha who was wearing casual clothing. Kaihuya Hesha hugged Ying Ying and patted her head with a smile. Then, she smiled at Luze and Lin Ling. "You guys are here? Come over." Right then, she was about to take Ying Ying to her house. However, at this moment, Nangongjing charged out of the other house wearing black casual clothing. Nangongjing stared at Kaihuya Hesha with annoyance. "Pink-haired fox, I told Luze to bring Ying Ying to my home. Where are you taking her?" Kaihuya Hesha looked innocently at Nangongjing. "I thought you were drunk." Luze and Lin Ling. So these 2 were living at the same lake. Luze said speechlessly, "Teacher Nangong and Kaihuya, I thought you 2 didn't get along. Why are you living together?" They just brought Ying Ying over, and the 2 started arguing again. Nangongjing glared at Kaihuya Hesha and said, "Of course, it's so we can fight every day and see who's stronger." Kaihuya Hesha smiled. "Without a doubt, I'm definitely stronger." Luze and Lin Ling, these two were beyond help. Seeing that a fight was about to break out between the two, Luze coughed. It's still early. We can go to both teachers' homes. There's no need to fight about this, right? Eventually, the two considered that Ying was here, so they didn't fight for now. They decided to go to Nangongjing's home first. As soon as they walked in, Luze and Lin Ling were dumbfounded. The living room was filled with wine bottles. There were all sorts of clothes on the couch. When Luze saw lingerie, his mouth twitched. She was completely wasted. The young Nangongjing was so cute. Luze missed the little girl Nangongjing. Kaiouhesha was clearly used to the situation here. She waved her hand in disgust, and all the clothes flew to the ground, making some room for the couch. Then, she sat down carrying Ying. Ying looked at the ground curiously. Kaiouhesha quickly covered her eyes. Good children shouldn't look nor learn from this. Nangongjing wasn't the slightest bit embarrassed. But thinking about how Ying was still here, she started cleaning. With mortal evolution state speed, it was only a short instant for her to pack up. The living room soon became more manageable. Luze wondered where Nangongjing threw her clothes and wine bottles to. Nangongjing sipped some wine on the couch and said, "Our rewards are here." Luze and Lin Ling immediately looked hopefully at Nangongjing. "What is it?" Hee. Nangongjing raised one slim and long finger. 100 million academic credits. Everyone 100 million academic credits. At the same time, everyone can use the Dao Enlightenment Room for a month. Everyone will have personalized armor. The materials will be supplied by the Federation. It will be extremely precious materials. The armors will be forged by star-level beings. Luze and Lin Ling stopped breathing as their eyes widened. 100 million academic credits. One fire clone only cost 80 million, and that was a very powerful divine art. Just that alone was insane. Dao Enlightenment Room, 1 month. Even with what senior schoolmate Margaret did, she only received 3 hours. On top of that, armor forged by star-level being. This would be countless times better than spirit-powered armor. Even Nangongjing and Kaiouhesha smiled. This reward was extremely bountiful even for them. To be honest, they didn't do anything and couldn't do anything with Ying. This bountiful reward was beyond their expectation. Kaiouhesha lay back on the couch and said with pity, "Too bad Baron Fire Sage went to Chaos Cosmic Realm and didn't come back. Otherwise, our armor can be forged by a sage." Nangongjing gasped. "There's nothing we can do about that. He did it for the human race." Luze became stunned with their words. Chaos Cosmic Realm? Alice seemed to have said that her ancestor went outside the Milky Way galaxy to find a source for her. Was it Baron Fire Sage? Despite this, it was still extremely good that a star-level boss was forging their armor. They weren't even planetary level yet. Ying saw everyone was very happy and was a little confused, but she didn't mind. These things sounded very complex. She might as well watch more cartoons. Nangongjing was very happy. She drank some wine and said, "Luze, Lin Ling. All thanks to you two this time. Otherwise, even we would take a long time to earn this much reward." Kaiouhesha smiled gently at Luze. "Little brother Luze, how about it? Should I kiss you?" Luze quickly shook his head. "No need, thank you." He knew that if he agreed, something would definitely go wrong. Plus, he didn't want to agree. He didn't know Kaiouhesha well. Although she was very pretty, he was a properly mannered man. Nangongjing scorned at Kaiouhesha. "Ha ha ha, pink-haired fox, even you would be rejected." Nangongjing felt very happy and drank some more. Kaiouhesha narrowed her eyes but said nothing. Although she was just joking, she wasn't happy that Nangongjing mocked her. She glanced at Luze. She seemed to have been rejected twice. Luze quickly changed the subject. Teacher Nanggong. When would the academic credits arrive? When can we go to the Dao Enlightenment Room? Nanggong Jing smiled. The academic credits will arrive today. As for the Dao Enlightenment Room, this would need to wait until the people ahead in the line finish. This would take a few days. Then, she said, by the way, come over tomorrow. I'll take you to someone. Luze remembered that she was going to give him a reward. Was this it? The school was great. The rewards these few days were really ample. Perhaps, once he used the 1-month Dao Enlightenment Room, he could reach the level of killing God Art bosses? His power would jump drastically. He was about to become invincible. Chapter 264 Picking up so many bosses. Afterward, Nanggong Jing and Kaihu Hesha answered some questions Luze and Lin Ling had for martial arts. Eventually, as time progressed, it was already lunchtime. Luze suddenly remembered that his food had been consumed by Ying Ying, so he said, by the way, what are we eating for lunch? Nanggong Jing scratched her head. Isn't wine good? Do we need to eat? Kaihu Hesha smiled. I can't cook, and I rarely eat. Luze. It was pointless to rely on them. Luze looked hopefully at Lin Ling. Her cooking was rather good. Lin Ling, the most reliable here is you. He still remembered roasting the sand eagle on the 25th planet. When Ying Ying heard the mention of food, she immediately looked away from the cartoon and looked hopefully at Lin Ling. Sister Lin Ling, are we going to eat? Lin Ling's mouth twitched. She got up as she sighed. I'll go cook. Sister Jing, where is the kitchen? Nanggong Jing pointed to a room at the back right side of the couch. There, but I've never used it. Just do what you need. Lin Ling rubbed her head speechlessly and walked toward the kitchen. Luze and Ying Ying glanced at each other, revealing the eyes of two pals who understood each other. An hour later, Lin Ling cooked some common dishes. It wasn't as good as Alice's spirit food, but it was quite delicious. Ying Ying was very happy while eating. But Luze wasn't too happy. This little girl would take his food every time. The problem was, he couldn't beat her. This was so annoying. He found that they weren't pals at all. It turned out, she was his natural enemy. After lunch, Luze and the rest sat for a while in Kaihu Hesha's home. Kaihu Hesha's home was much cleaner than Nanggong Jing. The home was filled with her own posters. It was posters of when she had a concert. Luze recalled he saw her live broadcast at a shopping mall on the planet Lanzhong once. He looked curiously at Kaihu Hesha and asked, Teacher Kaihu, aren't you busy in cultivation? How do you have time for the concerts? Lin Ling was curious too. Kaihu Hesha was a young duke, she should be very busy. Kaihu Hesha smiled. That's the divine art I'm cultivating. Divine art. Luze and Lin Ling became stunned when they heard her explanation. Was there such a method to cultivate divine art? Following their reactions, Kaihu Hesha narrowed her eyes. She said, it's this divine art. Her voice was still lazy and seductive, but there was something added to it, something mysterious and unknown. When Luze and Lin Ling heard the voice, they fell into a trance. Did you feel it? Kaihu Hesha said again as she smiled when she saw how the two people fell into a trance. This time, her voice seeped into their heads, and the two managed to recover from the trance. The two looked at Kaihu Hesha in shock. Luze asked, a sound type of divine art? Kaihu Hesha nodded and smiled. She joked, there's also dance, do you want to see? Cough, never mind. Luze shook his head. He couldn't even handle the voice, much less the dance. Kaihu Hesha smiled and said nothing. Nanggong Jing groaned in contempt. You keep playing with these fancy things. I just need a pair of fists. Nanggong Jing waved her fist. Ying Ying's blue eyes flashed. Wow! So powerful! Nangongjing smiled pridefully and patted Ying Ying's head. Kai Uyuhesha smiled. Iron Fist young duke is indeed extraordinary. I'm not the same as you. Nangongjing's smile stiffened. They stayed until the evening. Afterward, Luze and Lin Ling left. Kai Uyuhesha and Nangongjing smiled at Ying Ying. Ying Ying, come over to play anytime. Ying Ying nodded quickly. She could feel these two big sisters were very nice to her. Luze smiled. Teacher Nangong and Kai Uyu will be leaving first. Nangongjing grinned. Take care of Ying Ying. Kai Uyuhesha nodded too and smiled. Luze, if Ying Ying cries, I'm going to show you what's up. Luze's mouth spasmed and laughed dryly. He didn't dare to at all. Lin Ling carried Ying Ying, and the three of them left. Lin Ling and Ying Ying went to Lin Ling's dorm while Luze went back to his own. He cleaned himself and went into the pocket hunting dimension. He hoped he would be luckier today. In the pocket hunting dimension, Luze appeared on a patch of barren earth. The earth was yellow and partly scorched. There were holes everywhere. Lightning flashed, and violent winds blew. Luze. He looked around. Where was this? Did he come to the wrong place? If he entered another map, there should be a hint, right? He remembered that he clearly entered the second map. At this moment, Luze looked to the left in disbelief. 5 kilometers away, in a huge ditch, Luze stopped for a while. He looked down. A huge blue bird boss was lying on there. At this moment, the wings of the blue bird were scorched black, as if they were fried. Furthermore, its body could barely move on the ground. It was dying. Luze grinned like a crazy person. He actually found a heavily injured blue bird boss. What luck was this? Should he go buy a lottery ticket? This blue bird boss looked like it suffered severely, he should send it off first. Luze used all of his power and punched toward its thin neck. The boss couldn't resist and soon turned to ash, leaving behind 4 red, 2 purple and 1 blue god art orb. Luze was confused. This boss didn't drop a divine art rune. Was it too weak? He looked around. He had run for 5 kilometers, and the surrounding area was still a mess. What actually happened here? Luze scanned around carefully. At this moment, his eyes lit up again, and he disappeared. 10 kilometers away, Luze appeared next to a ditch. Inside was a completely scorched grey lizard boss. It was so heavily injured that even its regeneration god art couldn't regenerate its body. It only kept it from dying. As a kind youth, of course, Luze couldn't let this boss constantly feel the pain of lightning. He gently sent it off. As the lizard boss turned to dust, it left behind 6 red, 3 purple and 1 grey god art orb. It didn't leave a divine art rune too. Luze frowned. Shouldn't every boss drop a divine art rune? After all, Luze killed the Black Tiger boss and got the first shield divine art rune. He thought every boss would drop a divine art rune. Was this all luck? He picked up the orbs. He was still very satisfied even without the divine art runes. Luze looked around once again. Perhaps, there were more. Luze didn't care what happened anymore. It benefited him either way. He moved quickly and didn't leave out any area. Soon, he found another heavily injured grey lizard boss and happily sent it off. This boss provided him with 5 red, 3 purple and 1 regeneration god art orb. All these bosses were heavily injured by lightning god art. Luze had a guess. Other than the lightning warhorse, only that super white rabbit had lightning god art. The warhorse clearly couldn't cause this scene. Thus, the only possibility is that the super white rabbit boss did this. Luze was confused about why it was doing this and where it was. Soon, Luze gave up thinking. It didn't matter to him anyway. He just needed to harvest the goods. Even if the white rabbit boss found him, it couldn't take the orbs. Thus, Luze happily began looking for more heavily injured bosses. Chapter 265 Four Overlords. Half an hour later, Luze happily found another heavily injured Lightning Warhorse boss, as well as a heavily injured Black Tiger boss. Luze laughed like a crazy person once more. What could he do? His luck was too good. Was it probably because he was too handsome? Luze touched his face, and then, he flew in another direction again. This opportunity didn't come often. He was going to grasp it. Rumble. Roar. Ang. Arg. Just as Luze was searching for a heavily injured boss, a few terrifying roars could be heard in the distance. Other than this, a terrifying power could be felt rippling in the air. Luze felt this and tensed up as he looked at the direction of the roaring sounds. The crystal clear sky was covered in dark clouds. Inside, lightning struck across the horizon like a doomsday spear. At the same time, green wind, as well as black and grey lights flashed. Luze looked at this in disbelief. What was that? The blue bird boss and the others? Impossible. Their power wasn't this terrifying. The commotion was at least a few hundred kilometers from here. The blue bird boss didn't have such power. This was mortal evolution state power? Was it another boss that was passing by? Usually, they wouldn't fight. Luze frowned. Before long, his hair glands tingled, and he ran immediately. The battlefield was moving to his location. Luze chose a direction that wasn't in the pathway of the moving battlefield. Only then would he be able to escape. Luze looked back, and his mouth twitched. It was so fast. With his speed, it was very unlikely that he could dodge it. He just wanted to pick up a few heavily injured bosses. Who did he mess with? Luze gritted his teeth and even used sevenfold strength. But as the battle approached, Luze's face looked bad. The battlefield covered an area of more than 100 kilometers. Suddenly, Luze's eyes lit up. There was another heavily injured boss in front of him. He flew over with all his might. Even if he was about to die, he would still pick up another boss. That would be worth it. 5 kilometers away, Luze came before a ditch. He looked at the grey lizard boss inside and punched without hesitation. Rumble. The boss rapidly turned to dust. Luze picked up the 6 red, 3 purple, and 1 regeneration god art orb. At this moment, the battle was also near. He immediately hid inside the ditch and used the chi stealth technique. He hoped the bosses wouldn't mind this noob. Luze looked up and watched the battle. When he saw the battle, his eyes widened. He finally knew where the rabbit boss was. Tens of kilometers away, the white rabbit was desperately flying with all its might. 4 fierce beasts were chasing behind it. One was a 30-meter tall beast covered in black armor. The armor had purple lightning runes. It seemed to be the same breed as the Lightning Warhorse. However, it didn't have just one horn. It had a pair of dragon-like horns, which flashed with destructive lightning. The second beast was completely grey and similar to the huge lizard. However, it was more slender. It was nearly 100 meters long. Its head looked more like a rain dragon. Grey mist surged around it. The third beast was very similar to the blue bird boss but was twice as big. It also had 4 pairs of wings instead of 2. All the wind in the world circulated around it. If Luze didn't clutch to the ground tightly, he probably would be swept into the air. Luze saw quite some heavily injured boss getting swept into the wind and ground to pieces. His heart was broken, seeing this scene in front of him. He saw at least 15 heavily injured bosses turning to dust. It took him this long just to find 6. Too bad his wind god art wasn't that powerful, or he would really like to try too. Luze looked at the last of the 4 beasts chasing after the rabbit. It was a tiger similar to the black tiger boss, but its fur was covered in a black crystal, which flashed with metallic color. Luze took a deep breath. Overlord. 4 of them. They looked similar to the god art beasts but were much grander. This reminded Luze of the male lion with the horn on the first map. He didn't even dare to breathe. From the looks of it, these 4 super bosses were at least mortal evolution state. Luze was confused about why these 4 overlords were chasing the rabbit. And, was that rabbit this strong now? Luze looked at the rabbit. Its white fur had blood, but its chi was still very strong. He didn't dare to believe this was a rabbit. In his mind, he could only recall those rabbits who were on the first map. That was what a rabbit should be, wasn't it? This super rabbit was this strong. At this moment, the rabbit felt Luze's glance. It turned over and looked at him. He immediately felt this huge pain in his head, and his vision went black. When he recovered, he was already outside. He almost spat out blood. He thought he would be safe since those 4 super bosses didn't see him yet. That damned rabbit saw him. He rubbed his head. Was it a mental force god art boss? Luze was speechless. The rabbit only had the same power as the blue bird boss when he first saw it. It improved so fast. Luze even suspected the rabbit had the halo of a main character or something. He wanted to know what would happen in the end, but the rabbit didn't give him the chance. The pain slowly eased, and Luze smiled. He reaped a huge benefit this time. He went inside his mental dimension and looked at the orbs. He counted them carefully. 30 red, 18 purple, 1 wind, 3 regeneration god art, 1 lightning god art, and 1 ist body god art orb. It was a huge profit. The 18 purple orbs were perhaps enough for him to learn the wings of wind and lightning. The 30 red orbs were perhaps enough for him to bring his spirit force cultivation to aperture opening state. And with all the other god art orbs, his god art would improve even further. Luze grinned. After he fully digested these, he can probably try hunting a god art boss. He would go find that blue bird boss and try. Luze remembered he still had 100 million academic credits and 1 month of Dao enlightenment room to use. These 6 bosses didn't drop divine art runes. He desperately needed an offense type of divine art. It seemed he could use this 100 million academic credits. But now he was faced with the difficulty of choosing what divine art to buy. Thinking about this, Luze had decided to not make the decision so rashly. He would ask that alcoholic tomorrow when he went over. In that case, he would use red orbs to increase his cultivation level first. Luze sat down, closed his eyes, and began cultivation. Chapter 266 Greet Jinyeo Sage. The next morning, Luze opened his eyes. 1 night of cultivation, and he used up 3 red orbs. His spirit force cultivation level reached core martial state level 9. It increased by 2 levels in just 1 night. At most tomorrow night, he would be able to break through to aperture opening state. Luze grinned, feeling the powerful spirit force in his body. This improvement was indeed fast. Luze got up and left the dorm. The class was starting again today, but Luze didn't go because he needed to visit Nangongjing. Lin Ling brought Ying Ying to class. Ying Ying really wanted to go to school, so they would naturally satisfy this wish of hers. The Federal University had long received the notice to let this little girl go wherever she wanted. They couldn't stop her even if they wanted to. The school teachers didn't know why there was such notice, but since it was an order, they just followed. Luze wondered what it would be like for the little girl to attend class. Luze shook his head and flew toward Nangongjing's place. At Nangongjing's house once again. Luze knocked at her door. Female, cough, Teacher Nangong, I'm here. The door opened immediately. Luze walked in and saw Nangongjing lying on the couch and drinking. The cleaned-up floor was filled up with wine bottles again. Luze was speechless. All she did was drink. Did she not need to cultivate? But he didn't ask. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes, and all the wine bottles were placed neatly in the corner. Nangongjing grinned. "You're here? Let's go then." Then, she started walking toward the door. Luze asked curiously from behind, "Teacher, who are you bringing me to see?" Nangongjing answered, "Jinyao Sage." Luze's body trembled. He then looked at Nangongjing in disbelief. "We're going to see Jinyao Sage." That was Jinyao Sage, one of the 4 sages of the human race. Nangongjing said, "What's strange about seeing Jinyao Sage? By the way, when that person says something irrelevant, just pretend you didn't hear it." Luze. He became dazed for a while and asked, "What's irrelevant? Would Jinyao Sage engage in a casual gossip with him?" Nangongjing frowned and scratched her head. "You will know soon. Just pretend you didn't hear it." "Oh." Luze quickly nodded. Although he was a bit curious, was this a threat? Nangongjing reached out her hand, and a flying ship appeared in the empty space. It was 50 meters long and in the shape of a water drop. It was completely black and inscribed with complex golden prints. This was her private flying ship, Golden Whirl. Luze glanced at Nangongjing's storage ring. Her storage ring was really big. It could fit such a huge flying ship. "Get on," Nangongjing said. Subsequently, she went inside. Luze followed. Half an hour later, a green planet appeared outside the window. This was planet Jinyao. As the ship slowly descended, Nangongjing reminded, "Remember, no matter what irrelevant things he says, pretend you didn't hear it." Luze nodded. "Okay, teacher." He was more curious about what Jinyao Sage would say now. Soon, the ship landed. Luze studied around curiously as he got off. The ship landed below a waterfall. The place was shrouded by a dense forest. There were distant beast roars. Below the waterfall was a huge river. There was a wooden shack by the river, and a skinny old man wearing linen clothes. He was sitting next to the river. Luze looked curiously. Was he the legendary Jinyao Sage? He didn't have the temperament of a powerful being at all. He seemed like an ordinary old man. Nangongjing and Luze walked over. The old man said plainly, "You're here." He pointed at the ground. "Sit." Seeing Nangongjing sit down, Luze also copied and sat next to Nangongjing. Luze just realized what the old man was doing. There was a fishing rod in his hand. It was taboo to cause too much noise while fishing. Luze planned to sit down in a careful manner and wait until the sage caught a fish. At this moment, Jinyao Sage said plainly, "You're Luze, right?" Luze nodded. "Yes." "Greetings, Jinyao Sage." Jinyao Sage turned around, and his skinny face smiled. "I keep hearing about you lately. You did very well on Xia'er battlefield and regarding Yingying." Luze smiled awkwardly. "I'm just doing what I should." Jinyao Sage smiled. "You're quite handsome too." Luze became stunned at his words. He then smiled. "You overpraise me, Sage." Luze still felt great inside though. Even the sage was complimenting his looks. Was this an official recognition? At this moment, Nangongjing suddenly said, "Old man, you've been fishing here for 3 years. Why don't you stop? You can't catch anything with the hook. I'll go down and catch one for you." Right at this second, Nangongjing was about to go in the water. Jinyao Sage quickly turned around and said, "Wait. Jing, you can't. Fishing would not have any purpose by then." Luze. He looked dazedly at the two. Jing? This violent alcoholic had a cute name? Luze grinned. Before he could laugh, Nangongjing looked over. Luze quickly put away the smile. He looked at the two in confusion. What was the relationship between the two? They seemed close. Nangongjing sat down and pointed at Jinyao Sage. My ancestor. Luze. He looked at the two in disbelief. He knew her family was good, but he didn't expect it was this good. A descendant of a sage. A sage that was living. No wonder her talent was that good. Jinyeo sage put down the fishing rod and got up. Come with me. He walked to the wooden shack. Luze and Nangongjing got up and followed. Once inside, they saw an ordinary wooden table and 4 chairs. Behind the table was a bed with only 1 cushion. Jinyeo sage sat before the table and indicated that the two should sit as well. Then, he took out a purple teapot and a few golden leaves. He calmly made the tea. He poured 3 cups, 1 for each person. Luze looked at the tea leaf and smelled the aroma. He felt it had the feeling of sharp metal blades. Nangongjing explained. This is Jinghe leaf. The human race doesn't have this. It's only found in the Jinghe race. Drinking this would increase the chances of learning metal element god art. Luze couldn't resist widening his eyes. He looked at Nangongjing in disbelief. God art can be learned through other things. He thought only god art orbs could let people learn god art. Nangongjing smiled. The universe is infinite. Of course, there is, but these things are rather precious. Even this leaf just adds a slight possibility. Jinyeo sage smiled. But, it's quite nice to drink. Luze. This thing should be precious, but Jinyeo sage just felt it was good tea. Luze drank the entire cup. His face suddenly changed. The tea felt like knives surging in his mouth. It felt like his throat was getting cut. Then, he sweated. This thing was tasty. When he saw Jinyeo sage and Nangongjing happily drinking the tea, he sunk into self-doubt. Was his taste unique? The two seemed to be enjoying it. Nangongjing put down the tea and smiled satisfyingly. It feels like drinking intense alcohol. Then, she turned to Jinyeo sage and smiled sycophantically. Old man, my Jinyeo burning sun is finished, can you give me some more? Jinyeo sage shook his head. I'm almost out myself. Don't even think about it. I will go buy some more 2 years later at the East Region gathering. Luze. These two alcoholics. Chapter 267 The Origin of Sage. Hearing her ancestor reject her request, Nangongjing pouted her lips in disappointment. Jinyeo sage sighed. If I knew earlier, I shouldn't have taught you how to drink when you were little. Luze. He looked at Jinyeo sage in disbelief. So the perpetrator was you. It was your fault that the cute little girl became an alcoholic? Jinyeo sage said again, look at you now, you can't even find a boyfriend, you like drinking and fighting. You're super lazy, sigh. He seemed to feel bad and drank the entire cup before looking at Nangongjing in disappointment. It seems even until death I won't be able to hold Jingjing's child. Nangongjing listened to this expressionlessly as though she was long used to this. Luze wanted to laugh, but he was scared of getting beaten up. He finally realized what she was talking about. Nangongjing said expressionlessly, Old man, you think too much. You still have 1,000 years to go. Jinyeo sage grinned. Not too long. After all, we did not become sages through normal means. We only have around 2,000 years left. Then, he looked at Luze and smiled. The future of the human race will depend on you. Guys. Nangongjing's eyes flashed with sadness, and then, she pretended nothing happened. But Luze's eyes widened. Jinyeo sage, you, Jinyeo sage waved his hand. Just call me Old Man Nangong. Luze paused and then smiled. Old Man Nangong, are you mistaken? How can cosmic system beings only have such a short life? Old Man Nangong laughed. Ha ha ha, normally, cosmic system beings have lifespans of hundreds of thousands of years, but our group isn't the same. Luze's eyes widened. He thought of something. It took large amounts of resources to reach the level of cosmic system. The human race only entered the universe for less than 2,000 years. The human race was even weaker before. Theoretically, the human race couldn't have cosmic system states. But 1,000 years ago, cosmic system states appeared. This wasn't right. Looking at Old Man Nangong's skinny face, Luze asked, "You guys didn't break through using normal means?" Old Man Nangong smiled amicably and nodded. He looked into the skies. At that time, the human race just asked for support from the elf race. We just received cultivation methods. The elf race wasn't our race, and they couldn't keep helping us. We were too weak. It's impossible for a race without cosmic system state to occupy their land in this cosmic realm. At the time, us 12 most talented old guys made a deal with the elf race. Luze asked, "What deal?" Old Man Nangong smiled. The elf race was a big race. They had resources to forcefully bring us up to the cosmic system state in a short time. Meanwhile, we will insert the life force of the cosmic system state into their divine tree of life. We only kept 4,000 years of life. Although the forceful breakthrough used up our potential, it gave us the power to fight with other races. Over this millennium, we fought everywhere and gained this territory. It was worth it. He then said with sadness, "However, only 4 of the 12 old guys remained. There's also old Lin who is barely staying alive." Old Man Nangong was a little annoyed while speaking about Old Man Lin. His almost caught fish was scared off by the call earlier. They hadn't met for a few hundred years. He didn't want to visit his old friends? Did that old thing really want to die alone? Luze. They were the most talented martial artists at the time. If they cultivated normally, they would at least be star state now, right? Even a star state had a longer life than they did now. Plus, their potential was used up, and they couldn't progress anymore. But without these sages, the human race would probably still be a very weak race, right? Despite being a weak race in the entire universe or even in the elf cosmic realm, the human race was definitely a powerful race in the Milky Way galaxy. This all depended on their wars. If it was him, he probably wouldn't be able to do it, right? No wonder they were honored as human sages. It wasn't just power, but one had to make huge contributions to the human race. Luze sighed. Clearly, he couldn't be as selfless as these sages. He needed to become stronger, so their sacrifices would be worth it. At the same time, Luze felt the terror of the elf race. Forcefully creating 12 cosmic system states was clearly nothing too difficult for them. Old Man Nangong smiled. "Luze, your talent is very high. I've been watching your progress. No matter what god art you have, it doesn't matter. What matters is that you guys will carry the human race in the future." He patted Luze's shoulder. "Your talent is even a bit better than Jing Jing. You have hopes of reaching the cosmic system state in the future. Perhaps by then, we will no longer exist. Then, the human race would depend on you guys." Luze grinned. "Old Man Nangong, perhaps there would be other possibilities for you guys in the future. Of course, I'm a human too. I won't push away what I need to shoulder." Old Man Nangong nodded with satisfaction. "Good resolve." He smiled at Luze. "Seeing you're quite talented and good looking, how about this, do you want to try being with my Jing Jing? Jing Jing is pretty, talented and has a cosmic system state ancestor. She's a top-grade, fair, wealthy, and beautiful girl." Luze. He could already sense Nangong Jing's murderous eyes. What could he say now? Just how worried was this old man about Nangong Jing not being able to marry? But considering her, it was indeed hard for her to marry. Just when he was thinking about how to reject Old Man Nangong politely, Nangong Jing said helplessly, "Old man, this little kid is my student. You shouldn't say this to every guy you see, right?" Clearly, Old Man Nangong did this frequently. But what could Nangong Jing do? She couldn't use Iron Fist to punish her ancestor, right? Old man Nanggong sighed. I want to see my cute Jing Jing get married and have a child before I die. I want to hug the cute baby. If possible to hug the baby of the baby, otherwise, I won't be able to die a peaceful death. Luze. Nanggong Jing, was this old man pretending to be pitiful? Why was he so fluent at this? Nanggong Jing rubbed her head. Luze thought of something that could change the topic. By the way, old man Nanggong, what's that East Realm gathering? Old man Nanggong explained. The Elf Cosmic Realm is divided into the Central Elf Divine Realm, as well as North, South, East and West realms. The Milky Way galaxy is in the East Realm. The races that also live under the Elf race in the Elf Cosmic Realm aren't that close, but they don't invade each other. The East Realm would hold a gathering every 5 years. It's a free exchange of resources of races in the Eastern Realm. Of course, only those races with cosmic system state have the right to participate. Luze nodded. So that's it. The Elf Cosmic Realm is this big. There would at least be a few hundred races living under the Elf race's protection. Chapter 268 Unexpected Gain. Nanggong Jing smiled after seeing Luze was interested. She then said, Kid, don't even think about it. Usually, the 4 saints would bring mortal evolution state prodigies, who were at peak stage, and planetary state prodigies, who had a recent breakthrough, to go see the world. Those who broke through to planetary state would usually choose to go out and participate in a trial. This would then become a practice for them. 2 years later, you definitely won't be able to reach this level, but with your talent, you should be able to go the next time. Jinyeo Sage nodded with a smile. Jing Jing was blunt just then, but that's true. Luze's mouth twitched. These 2 guys were underestimating him? After he took off, he killed God Art bosses and then an Overlord boss. Furthermore, he went to the Mortal Evolution state map and killed even stronger bosses. Within 2 years, he was going to reach the peak Mortal Evolution state no matter what. He was a cold and merciless jungler. He was never going to admit defeat. Luze was planning to come back 2 years later and embarrass them. Seeing how Luze disagreed, Jinyeo Sage smiled. Young people needed a competitive heart. He smiled. Kid, although you might not be able to make it to East Realm Gathering, there's still a 4-race social gathering next year. This time, it's held by the human race. You need to show the glory of the human race there. 4-race social gathering. Luze became dazed. Nanggong Jing smiled. I forgot about it. It's indeed happening soon. What is it? Luze looked at Nanggong Jing speechlessly. Nanggong Jing explained. Although the races in the East Realm don't attack each other, there are also groups within. We're allied with the nearby Winged Race, Barbarian Race, and Round Race. The year before every East Realm gathering, we'll socialize. Of course, the younger generation would compete. Nanggong Jing smiled. When I was at school, I got first in the 4 races tournament. Luze ignored Nanggong Jing trying to show off. It was just placing first. He could do the same. Jinyeo Sage smiled. Out of these 3 races, Winged and Barbarian race are old powers. The Round race is a new race like us. Jinyeo Sage showed a strange smile. Winged and Barbarian race had come to Earth in the ancient times. They were myths at the time. Luze's face became strange. He hadn't seen the Winged race but he saw the Barbarian race before. Aperture opening state barbarians were 5 meters tall. Were they giants of ancient Earth? The gods of ancient Earth were aliens? And, why did the name Round Race sound strange? It sounded cute. Luze was curious about the Round Race now. Jinyeo Sage said again, there's still a year until the 4-race social gathering. Z, you're talented. Work hard in cultivation. He smiled. If you win, then I'll introduce Jing Jing to you, Luze. Nangang Jing, just how much did this guy want Nangang Jing to marry? Plus, he wanted other rewards. Was he trying to scam him? Thinking about the rewards, Luze remembered the 100 million academic credits and thus asked, "Old man Nangang, what does the Dao Enlightenment Room do?" "I'm thinking about what I should buy with the rewarded academic credits," Jinyao Sage explained. The Dao Enlightenment Room releases the power of Dao Enlightenment Stone in a small area, increasing the learning capabilities of the people inside. At the same time, it would make universal laws clearer. It's very beneficial to learning God art. Of course, it's also very useful to cultivate divine art inside. Nangang Jing frowned. "Kid, didn't you already buy Wings of Wind? I have seen that you have mastered a part of it. Why do you want another divine art? You need to focus on cultivation." Luze scratched his head and said, I have already made my Wings of the Wind materialize. With a little more time, I could probably perfect it further." Nangang Jing. She looked at Luze in disbelief. This kid had the Wings of the Wind divine art for less than 10 days, right? He's about to reach perfection this soon? Even she would take a month to cultivate a divine art of similar difficulty. The difference was so huge. Jinyao Sage asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Nangang Jing told Jinyao Sage about the Wings of the Wind. Even his face exhibited a strange expression. The Wings of the Wind wasn't too hard, but it wasn't easy either. Luze felt helpless. Why didn't they believe him? A green light flashed in Luze's eyes, and a pair of wings made of wind element materialized. The feathers on his back were very distinct. Both the mouths of Nangang Jing and Jinyao Sage twitched. This kid really did manage to learn it. Nangang Jing was even more speechless. She bought the divine art for him personally. This hurt her a little. Jinyao Sage had seen the world. He had even been to the planet of the elf race. Any random prodigy there was very terrifying. The ordinary elf warrior was stronger than most human prodigies. He smiled. The Wings of the Wind is a separate part of the Wings of Wind and Lightning. On the other hand, the Wings of Wind and Lightning was the signature move of Wind and Lightning Sage. However, you don't have Lightning God art. Otherwise, you can cultivate Wings of Lightning and then cultivate Wings of Wind and Lightning. Jinyao Sage sighed. Wind and Lightning Sage was one of the 7 sages who died in battle. Luze scratched his head. "I have Lightning God art. I have already learned Wings of Lightning as well. It's also pretty close to perfection. Right now, I'm learning Wings of Wind and Lightning." Would he get beaten up for doing this? Nangang Jing already knew he had Lightning God art, but she didn't seem to plan to tell Jinyao Sage. Luze felt it was fine. Jinyao Sage could sacrifice his future for the human race. Clearly, he wouldn't suppress him due to his talent. There were records of his purchase anyways. Jinyao Sage, Nangang Jing, they looked at the embarrassed Luze and felt stomach pain. Nangang Jing knew Luze had Lightning God art, but she didn't know this kid already began cultivating Wings of Lightning and even Wings of Wind and Lightning. This kid was too talented. 10 days and he was cultivating Wings of Wind and Lightning already. Nangang Jing felt annoyed. She would beat him up when they went back. Thinking of her situation, she still needed to learn Star Crippling Punch. Luze's speed reminded Jinyao Sage of the elf prodigies. His eyes flashed with hope. The 4 divines only had 2,000 years. They were worried if there would still be cosmic system states within this time period. If not, the human race would end up in a huge disaster. But now with Luze, there might really be hope. Although Luze was weak right now, hope might be within reach, considering the speed of his progress. How could he not be excited? He was originally thinking if he should give privilege to Luze in terms of resources. But he remembered that Luze got 100 million academic credits when he just came to school. Luze didn't need it. But, Luze needed the privilege of a prodigy. At least, he might send people to protect him secretly. Thinking about this, Jin Yao Sage laughed. Ha ha ha. Great. Very good. Zi, you're talented enough. See what divine art you need. I'll give you a discount. Whatever resources you purchase, you get 20% off. At the same time, your honor badge level is increased to level 2. He actually wanted to promote Luze to young duke directly, but Luze's power was too weak. As a young duke, he would be the target of assassinations. Missions would be much harder. That burden was too heavy for the current Luze. Jin Yao Sage looked at Luze and said seriously, Ze, you need to remember what I will say. All the resources you buy and the divine arts you use are brought back by humans with their life who ventured outside the Milky Way galaxy. No matter what level you reach in the future, as a human, don't disappoint our race. Luze felt stunned. He just wanted some advice, and yet, there was such an unexpected reward? Seeing Jin Yao Sage's serious face, Luze nodded and smiled. I know. It was better to show it with actions than words. Chapter 269 Acting like a tiger to eat a dragon. When Luze nodded, Jin Yao Sage showed a satisfied smile. At least, the previous performance of Luze made all the high-level officials very happy. If Luze showed that he only cared about himself and not the race, it would be a different situation now. Jin Yao Sage smiled once again. Zi, what do you think of Jing Jing? Old man. 3 times. The 3rd time is over the line. Jin Yao Sage could not even finish his sentence. Nangang Jing raged first before he could. She was destined to be an unparalleled powerful being. The human race would be protected by her. What was having a relationship? On the other hand, Luze's stomach ached. The old man didn't stop. No wonder she became furious. He finally realized why Nangang Jing had that face before they came. Jin Yao Sage sighed. You and Ze are so talented. Your child would definitely be an extremely talented prodigy. He would perhaps become a truly powerful being. Nangang Jing raised a brow. I will become a powerful being. I won't leave this hope to chance. Even if she had a kid, how could she let her child bear this pressure? Jin Yao Sage shook his head. He was once young and knew these things couldn't be forced. Perhaps, it would happen naturally. He looked at Luze seriously. Ze, although you're talented and will give you the privilege you deserve, you still need to participate in missions. This is your responsibility. The students of Dawn System were prepared to become the future supporting pillars in each field. This was especially the case for Federal University students. This was their responsibility. Luze smiled. Don't worry old man Nangang, I know. Seeing this, Jin Yao Sage's face eased a bit. But, missions are missions. Your life is very precious. If you can't finish a mission, there's still next time. If you lose your life, there's no hope. Luze became dazed at his words. He saw the concerned eyes of Jin Yao Sage. He knew this was due to his talent, but Luze still felt warm. He nodded and smiled. I understand. At this moment, Jin Yao Sage remembered something and said seriously, from now on, don't show all of your power. Although there are no spies from other races among the high levels, the news will get to other races if you keep a high profile. There would be more individuals targeting you then. Luze nodded. This was making him act like a pig to eat the tiger. But being as strong as him, it was more like acting like a tiger to eat a dragon. How interesting. Luze wanted to try. Jin Yao Sage was right. He didn't want to be targeted. He wanted to happily farm, and then once he was fully equipped, he would harvest these little kids with one strike. Seeing how understanding Luze was, Jin Yao Sage smiled. Then, he said, Dao Enlightenment Room would only have a spare room the day after tomorrow. You guys can go back first. As for what you want to buy in your cultivation and god art, you can ask Jing Jing. For now, she can still teach you. Later on, I will teach you personally. Although the two didn't seem to be interested in each other, Jin Yao Sage hoped they would have more time together. Luze nodded. Okay, thank you, old man Nangong. Jin Yao Sage waved his hand. Calling me old man would be fine. Luze. Nangong Jing, under Nangong Jing's murderous glance, Luze's mouth twitched. He said dryly, thank you, old man. Compared to Nangong Jing, a sage was more terrifying. Jin Yao Sage nodded happily. Okay, you guys can go. Young people should communicate more. The two were speechless once again. Nangong Jing said, old man, we're going first. She left immediately. If she remained, she would only explode from anger. She was the future martial goddess. Luze quickly followed. In the small wooden shack, Jin Yao Sage sighed. A photo appeared in his hand. In the photo were 12 young men and women. They smiled vibrantly and pridefully. They were the pride of the human race at the time, the 12 strongest prodigies, and the first generation of young dukes. For the human race, they sacrificed themselves and their own future to forcefully break through in the elf divine realm. Did they regret it? Of course. Why didn't someone else do it? Why did they have to do it? But some things, if no one did it, then who would? Plus with their talent, they would get the greatest increase. Jin Yao Sage's skinny hand rubbed across the photo. His eyes seemed deep as though reminiscing the past. Eventually, his finger ended up on a beautiful black-haired woman who looked similar to Nangong Jing. Yongzi. I miss you, brothers and sisters, don't worry, as long as us 5 old things are still alive, the human race won't be annihilated. A kid came today. He seemed so similar to us before, but his environment is so much better than ours. Hopefully, he can carry the future of humanity. Outside the shack, Nangong Jing walked with a powerful force. Luze followed behind helplessly. He was worried. He called Jin Yao Sage old man. Would she bash him up? Should he stay here for 2 days? But thinking of the old man's serious face, Luze chose to follow her. Going back to the ship, Luze saw Nangong Jing sitting on the couch. She was expressionless. Luze scratched his head and sat far away from her. That way, he would have some space to defend himself if she was going to beat him up. The flying ship got up and left the planet Jinyao. The atmosphere in the ship was silent. Luze breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she didn't plan to beat him up. At this moment, Nangong Jing said, "Kid, the old man has a favorable impression of you. Don't disappoint him." Luze saw Nangong Jing sit on the couch and look outside the window with complicated eyes. He had never seen her quiet and gentle like this. This didn't seem like her. But Luze smiled. "Of course, I won't." The old man was very nice to him and gave him so many benefits. Of course, he was going to repay him. Nangong Jing withdrew her gaze from outside and looked at Luze. Then, she showed a kind smile. Immediately, Luze felt things weren't so good. Before he could react, he was put in a headlock. At the same time, he felt a huge pain coming from his head. It was the same place, the same strength, the same pain. Then, Nangong Jing's extremely annoyed voice could be heard. "Little shit, you learned it that fast. I've been learning Star Crippling Punch for 3 months, and I haven't made any progress. I'm so angry." Luze's mouth twitched, and he complained, "Is it my fault that I can cultivate fast? You just told me to not disappoint the old man." Hearing this, Nangong Jing's hand stopped. She took her hand back awkwardly and let go of Luze's neck. Then, she said seriously, "Come, let's see what divine art is suitable for you. Tell me about your situation." Chapter 270 Decision. After hearing Nangang Jing's words, Luze replied, I'm rather lacking in attack right now, so I need an offense type of divine art. Nangang Jing paused and said, your usage of strength and other god arts is indeed unreasonable in some areas. But our god arts are different. I can't teach you about other types of god art. However, I can teach you about strength god art. Luze asked curiously, Teacher Nangang, how powerful is your strength god art? Nangang Jing smiled due to his question. 23-fold. Luze. This strong. He looked at Nangang Jing in disbelief. The higher the amplification, the greater pressure it had on the body. His face changed. She really was a female T-Rex. Her body was much stronger than his. Nangang Jing explained, my battle blood god art is a very powerful body god art. It can refine the body, so my body isn't weak. Luze found it a little bit unexpected. It was extremely hard to tolerate a 23-fold strength god art without body god art. Nangang Jing continued, there are all sorts of god arts. Strength god art is a very powerful type of god art, but there are weaknesses. When it comes to elemental type god arts, you don't have to worry about the backlash as long as you have enough power and mastery, but the strength god art is different. The strength god art comes from your body. If your body isn't strong enough, then even if you have high-level mastery of it, you can't unleash great power. However, if you have body god art to go with it, it would be much better. Several of the divine arts of body god art needed to be used in conjunction with strength god art. For example, the star crippling punch I'm learning can be cultivated with just body god art, but the effects are far weaker from using it with strength god art. Luze listened intently. The mastery of god art is severely important in the cultivation of divine art. If you didn't master your god art very well, the divine art wouldn't be very strong. For instance, when it comes to your wings of the wind, if you could completely master it, it should double your speed. However, if you don't have enough mastery over the wind god art, then you won't be able to reach this level. Luze nodded. Indeed, with the wings of the wind, my speed has doubled, but I feel that I'm pretty much at the limit. In fact, the more he cultivated the wings of the wind, the lesser the increase in speed. Nangang Jing smiled. There are strong and weak divine arts. The magnitude of increase for every god art is not uniform. For offense type of divine arts, like star crippling punch, the highest increase is 10 times. This is one of the top divine arts the human race has acquired. It's said some powerful divine arts can increase by 100 or 1,000 times. Luze's eyes widened. That's strong. Hundreds and thousands of times amplification would make one practically invincible. Nangang Jing rolled her eyes. It's not that simple. If you don't learn your god art enough, you won't be able to reach it no matter how high the ceiling for your divine art is. Plus, even if your god art mastery can keep up, the consumption might not be able to keep up. For body type divine art, your body needs to be strong enough to support 100 or 1,000 times amplification. If not, your body will be crippled first. However, from the looks of it, your mastery of wind god art has surpassed the limit of wings of the wind. There will be an improvement in your cultivation of wings of wind and lightning. Luze nodded. Speaking of which, you should be able to grasp it by now. Choosing divine art depends on your consumption of power. If it's body divine art, then you need to consider the power of your body. Otherwise, even if you learn the divine art, you wouldn't be able to use it. Luze fell into contemplation after hearing this. He was planning to buy a fire clone, but it was a good thing he listened to Nangang Jing. Fire clone is strong, but his fire god art was the weakest among his god arts right now. It couldn't even compare with his lightning god art. After all, he had been devouring lightning god art orbs. His lightning god art was almost catching up to wind god art. His strongest god art was ist body god art, but he learned this from the Black Tiger boss. Luze looked at the god art orbs he got yesterday. 1 wind, 1 lightning, 1 ist body god art, and 3 regeneration. If he digested these, his regeneration god art would be the strongest. Next would be ist body god art and strength god art. Then, it would be wind and lightning god art. The last would be fire god art. The regeneration god art would increase his body's power up to a certain level. The body and strength god arts were powerful, but they were only suitable for short bursts and not appropriate for long-term use. Luze had 100 million academic credits. With the 20% discount, he would have 1.25 million academic credits. He had made up his mind to buy a divine art related to wind and lightning god art. Subsequently, he would buy the Star Crippling Punch. Star Crippling Punch would be his trump card. If it was a normal battle, he would use wind and lightning god art and the relevant divine arts. If he had academic credits left, he would consider buying other things. After making up his mind, Luze relaxed. Seeing this, Nangongjing smiled. You've made up your mind. Luze nodded. I'm going to buy a divine art related to wind and lightning god art and then buy Star Crippling Punch. Nangongjing wasn't surprised at his choice. This chap had a lot of god arts, and such were not weak, after all. She smiled. You have enough academic credits now. Then, Luze opened the Dawn network and discovered that his details had been changed. His honor level reached level 2, and he also had a 20% off stamp. Luze happily looked at this and saw Nangongjing glaring at him. Clearly, she didn't have it. This made Luze feel even better. He opened the Divine Art section and bought the Star Crippling Punch. It cost 60 million academic credits. 20% meant he could buy it at 48 million. Only now Luze realized how great the benefits old man Nangong gave him were. Just a divine art and it saved him 12 million academic credits. Then, he looked at the fire clone. He really wanted this divine art, but his fire god art couldn't keep up. The clone would be taxing on his power, so it wasn't really worth it now. He looked away. With his academic credits earning speed, he would definitely be able to earn it at the mortal evolution state. Then, Luze chose a wind divine art called Green Jade Slash. Green Jade Slash was weaker than Star Crippling Punch, but its highest amplification was 8-fold. This was enough for Luze at this moment. Green Jade Slash needed 53 million academic credits, but after the discount, it could be bought with only 42.4 million academic credits. Right now, Luze only had a little more than 10 million academic credits. Luze gasped at how fast he used up his academic credits. This really wasn't enough. During this time, the ship came back to planet Venus at Nangongjing's house. Just when Luze was planning to go back, Nangongjing stopped him. Nangongjing smiled. In the next 2 days, you and Lin Ling should come over during the day. If you have any cultivation problems, I will teach you guys. The old man wanted her to be alone with Luze, but she wasn't going to be that dumb. She would bring Lin Ling too. Seeing how excited Nangongjing was, Luze's mouth spasmed. She definitely wanted to beat him up. He must show how powerful he is to this drunkard when he becomes stronger. He nodded and smiled. Okay. Seeing this, Nangongjing smiled. It's only lunchtime, we'll begin cultivation now. Wait, I hadn't had lunch yet. Can you cook? No. Great, I can't as well. What are we eating then? Let's not eat. She did seem right. Luze became speechless. At this moment, Nangongjing said, how about having some alcohol? Seeing the sky turn dark, Luze rubbed his head and flew back to his dorm lifelessly. This afternoon, his forehead was bruised from her constant flicking. Although it was painful, he gained a lot. He learned quite a lot about cultivation and usage of strength god art. Now, his body wouldn't crack anymore when he uses 8-fold strength god art. It was just a little difficult focusing his power. He just needed to practice more. Luze came to his dorm and saw Ying squatting in the bamboo forest. He was curious, so he looked over. Suddenly, Ying bit on the bamboo closest to her. The bamboo seemed to have been sliced in the middle by something sharp. The top half slowly fell toward Luze. Luze! What was she doing? Was she a panda? He asked. Ying, what are you doing? Ying turned around and looked at Luze with glimmering eyes. Luze, I'm hungry. When she saw Luze, it was like she saw a food voucher. Super happy. Luze. She never ate before eating that time, right? Why wasn't she hungry before? He rubbed Ying's head helplessly. Where is Lin Ling? Sister Lin Ling is in her room. There seems to be a power running to her room. Is she eating power? She didn't know much about cultivation. She only needed to sleep to become strong. She didn't even need cultivation. He envied her. Luze smiled. Then, let's order food. Order food. It's really tasty. Wow. I want it. Luze smiled. He was trained by Nangongjing for an entire day and hadn't consumed any food. Ordering food was rather cheap, or perhaps, academic credits were valuable. He only spent 500 academic credits to order a table full of aperture opening state spirit food. The food was delivered rapidly. In just half an hour, someone knocked on the door. Luze opened the door and saw a student standing outside. He smiled. Fellow student Luze, your food is here. Do I need to put it inside? Luze smiled. Thank you, you can just take it out. I'll take it inside myself. The student nodded. Sure. Then, he took out exquisite boxes from his storage ring. There were 11 dishes in total. There wasn't a lot in volume, but it was enough. Seeing Luze use wind god art to bring in the spirit food, the student's eyes flashed with admiration. He was a new student who just finished his class in the morning. In the afternoon, he took on all sorts of missions. Then, he cultivated in the evening. Despite so, he could only earn 20 academic credits a day. If he was lucky, he would earn 30. Luze's dinner cost half a month of his work. They were both new students, but the difference was huge. He smiled stiffly. I'll be off, Luze. He turned around and changed his mindset. Luze didn't know the mindset of this student who delivered the food. He turned around. Ying, let's eat. Then, before Luze could react, Ying sat on the chair and smartly put a cushion on the chair, so she could reach. Luze smiled. She just had little experience, but she was not dumb. The two rapidly cleaned up the spirit food. Of course, Luze lost in the end. He only ate less than a fifth of what Ying ate. Seeing the empty plates and the satisfied Ying, Luze began to doubt life. He couldn't even beat the kid when it comes to food. He sighed helplessly, cleaned up Ying's oily mouth, and started clearing the table. He smiled at Ying. If you can't fall asleep, just watch a cartoon. I'm going to cultivate too. Ying nodded obediently. She went to class today. Although she didn't really understand the content, she knew Luze and Sister Lin Ling were busy. She wasn't going to disturb them. She sat on the couch and started watching cartoons. Seeing this, Luze smiled and went upstairs to his room. Chapter 271 The Huge Change in the Pocket Hunting Dimension. Luze sat on the bed while thinking about his plan. He had settled which divine art to purchase. At this moment, he needed to learn Wings of Wind and Lightning first. Green Jade Slash was placed second. After all, his wind god art was rather not bad. This could be his normal means of attack. Accordingly, the last would be the Star Crippling Punch. Using the Dao Enlightenment Room and his purple light orb while cultivating divine arts would achieve the best results. In the next 2 days, Luze went with Lin Ling to the female alcoholic's place during the day and used red orbs at night. Luze closed his eyes and went into the pocket hunting dimension. He was very curious about what happened yesterday. Did that rabbit die, or did the 4 overlords die? Filled with doubts, Luze once again appeared in the pocket hunting dimension. The place he first appeared at was a patch of grass over 5 meters tall. Luze's mental force scanned the surroundings and didn't notice anything abnormal, so he flew back again covertly. At nearly 100 meters high, Luze looked around. All that he saw was lush green grass. Not far ahead were battles, but it was just the battle of core-martial state beasts. Their orbs were useless to him now. It was peace and harmony everywhere. It was as though the doomsday yesterday was just a dream. Luze sighed. He missed some good fun. He then landed on the ground. It was easy to get caught by flying bosses in the air. Rumble. At this moment, there was a distant thunderous sound. This sound made Luze look over. He became shocked. There was clearly only 2 chi just now, but he felt 4 god arts. The power of the chi had reached around the aperture opening state with 50 apertures. How was that possible? Even those beasts who devoured god art shards shouldn't be this strong. Why were there 4 god arts? Luze flew toward the battle. It was just 40 kilometers away from his original position. For Luze, whose speed was supersonic, it took less than a minute. Luze watched the 2 beasts fight. One was a dark-colored huge cat. Its body flashed with lightning. The other was a green-colored black-scaled leopard. Okay, it should be a green-scaled leopard. Luze. Dual god art? Each beast had 2 god arts? Something seemed to have changed on this map. Luze's eyes flashed and thought about the battle yesterday. Was it due to that rabbit? Did that rabbit do something that allowed the beasts on this map to devour god art shards? Or perhaps, there were beasts over 30 apertures, but they were killed by those 4 overlords' race? That rabbit led a revolution? Oh my god! This was an inspiring rabbit? Luze didn't dare to believe his guess. Did he perhaps misunderstand this rabbit? Was it actually a good rabbit? But then thinking about how he was stared to death quite a few times by it, he shook his head. No way. But since the beasts grew stronger, it was beneficial for him. He couldn't beat those bosses with a power of 400 to 500 apertures, but he could beat these. Luze used his wings of the wind and surged above the green-scaled leopard's head. Die! Rumble! Luze's face was cold as he punched with his right fist. The power of wind, fire, and lightning, as well as first body god art, easily tore open the defenses of the other party. A terrifying bone-cracking sound came out. The leopard had grey mist around it as though trying to repair its injuries. But, it was too heavily injured. In an instant, its life force was disintegrated. It was smashed into the ground, creating a deep hole. The black cats first stood up. Meow meow meow. It looked dazedly at the person who slapped the opponent it fought so hard to death. This wasn't right. Why was this little beast so strong? Then, it saw the 2-legged animal reveal some evil intent. The 2-legged animal disappeared, but the black cat could feel its waist getting smashed by a terrifying power. It wanted to roar, but it only spat out blood. Luze looked at the 2 beasts turning to dust and smiled. Another regeneration god art, wind god art, lightning god art, and ist body god art orb. They indeed devoured 2 god art shards. This map underwent a huge change. Clearly, it was due to that rabbit. Luze collected the god art orbs, as well as the 10 red and 4 purple orbs. They were much weaker than boss orbs but were much stronger than the ordinary aperture opening state beasts. Luze happily went on his path of jungling again. A day later, Luze watched the black-scaled leopard turn to dust as he wiped the blood from his mouth. For tens of kilometers, the surroundings became chaotic. Huge craters were scattered across the land. This black-scaled leopard only had one-ist body god art, but its power had reached aperture opening state with 120 apertures. In just one day, it was this strong already. The speed at which they grew strong was completely different from him. Luze suddenly remembered that a lot of bosses died yesterday. Was it due to that reason? He then picked up the orbs. At this moment, the sky went dark. He looked up to see if there was some boss covering the sun. He was ready to die. However, the sky seemed to have turned dark on its own. Luze was confused. It wasn't time to be dark yet. At this moment, an extremely distant golden beam shone down from the sky, connecting heaven and earth. Then, this obscure chi swept past. All sorts of beasts started roaring. What was going on? Yet suddenly, Luze's vision went black, and when he opened his eyes, he was already back outside. Luze sat on his bed with a dumbfounded expression. What happened? He didn't die, so why did he come out? In the pocket hunting dimension, the place where the golden pillar landed turned into a wasteland. On the wasteland, the four overlords that Luze had previously seen were staring fiercely at the golden pillar. A super huge rabbit, who was covered in wounds, quickly healed under the pillar. The instant Luze disappeared, the golden beam disappeared, and the white rabbit opened its eyes. The four overlords roared, but they didn't keep attacking the rabbit. Instead, they fled. Chapter 272 The Tutelage of Two Young Dukes. Luze stopped thinking about what happened in the pocket hunting dimension and put the matter to rest for now. With his current power, he couldn't do anything. At least, today he didn't come out in pain. Thinking of this, Luze was a little happy. He sat down and looked at the orbs he harvested today. These new orbs were weaker than the boss orbs but still much stronger than the other aperture opening state beasts. It would be still effective for Luze. Luze still needed to get revenge against that alcoholic for flicking his forehead. Thinking about this, Luze immediately had the motivation to cultivate. Cultivation. The next morning, Luze opened his eyes and got up. A night of cultivation and Luze used up 3 red orbs. His spirit force cultivation level finally reached the aperture opening state. With this, although it was still weaker than his physical body, the gap wasn't that big. Luze felt the surging spirit force in his body and felt great. He became very strong. After cleaning, Luze came downstairs and saw Ying was still there. Other than Ying, there was Lin Ling too. Luze asked curiously, "What are you doing here?" Lin Ling glanced at Luze. "I finished cultivation and didn't see Ying, so I went to find her." Then, she groaned at Luze. "Why didn't you send me a message?" She was so scared when she noticed Ying was gone. What if she went outside and played with the Milky Way galaxy until it broke? Luze became speechless. Ying was so hungry, so she was biting the bamboos outside. Am I to be blamed? Should I have not fed her? Lin Ling became dazed and realized it was her fault, so she stopped talking. Luze smiled. "Perfect, we'll go to teacher Nangong's place to cultivate. She said she would teach us." Lin Ling nodded. Then, she said, "I'll cook breakfast for Ying." Luze smiled. "I want to share too." Ying, who was watching cartoons, heard the mention of food and immediately looked at Lin Ling with starry eyes. Lin Ling looked at Luze in contempt. "Ying is behaving like this all because of you, and I still need to cook for you." However, she didn't reject Luze's request. Luze grinned and patted Ying's head. Ying was a trump card. If it was just him, she would probably ignore him, but now, she went to cook obediently. After breakfast, Luze and Lin Ling brought Ying to Nangong Jing's house. Luze knocked, and the door opened. However, it was Kaiuhesha. Luze was stunned after seeing her gentle smile. He didn't mess with her, right? Ying, let sister hug you. Kaiuhesha just glanced at him and then opened her arms to hug Ying. Ying didn't reject it. Kaiuhesha hugged Ying and smiled. For some reason, out of the four, she spoiled Ying the most. Come in. Kaiuhesha signaled. Luze asked in confusion, Teacher Kaiu, what are you doing here? Kaiuhesha smiled. My divine art improved yesterday, so I went to test it with the female T-Rex. Luze and Linling became shocked by her words. The sparring of two top young dukes. They really wanted to watch, but they came too late. Luze wanted to ask who won but thought about it and didn't. If Kaiuhesha lost, it would be awkward. If Nangongjing lost and she heard it, she would be angry. At this moment, Nangongjing came downstairs and smiled. You guys are here. Perfect, the virtual reality pods are ready. Come up. Kaiuhesha smiled. Teaching students? I can too. I'll come as well. Nangongjing raised a brow. You're a teacher of Emperor Capital Academy. Why are you joining? Kaiuhesha grinned. Are you scared that I can teach better than you and take your student? Nangongjing glared. Come then. Luze and Linling were used to this already. They even wanted to laugh. Regardless, two young dukes teaching them was definitely beneficial for them. They let Ying play as they entered the virtual reality pod. The four wore loose martial arts robes. Kaiuhesha showed a seductive smile. Little brother Luze, do you want a sexy personal tutor? Luze's smile froze. Cough, Teacher Kaiu is humorous. My god art and battle style are more suited to Teacher Nangong. Kaiuhesha smiled. I'll teach Linling then. She was just messing with Luze. As for Luze choosing Federal University, she didn't care about it since Ying came. Kaiuhesha looked sadly at Linling. You call that female T-Rex Sister Jing? Why do you call me Teacher Kaiu? At least, we've faced death together before, right? I'm very sad. Luze. Linling. Nangongjing. For the first time, the two realized what degree Nangongjing and Kaiuhesha competed to. They even fought over a title. Linling smiled. Thank you, Sister Hesha. Kaiuhesha nodded happily. Nangongjing glared at her but didn't say anything. Luze couldn't believe this. Perhaps, it was because they were about to teach. She looked at Luze and said, Begin. Luze nodded. His eyes focused as he bent his knee and stomped on the ground. Rumble. Luze disappeared and cracks appeared where he stood. At the same time, Luze appeared left of Nangongjing. His aperture opening state spirit force cultivation, physical power, ist body god art, and strength god art were used at the same time. A black light flowed on Luze's body. His black hair and pupil had this metallic glow. His chi became dominant and fierce like the huge black tiger. Luze didn't use elemental god art. After all, Nangongjing didn't know elemental god art. By using just strength god art and physical god art, it would become easier for her to diagnose the problems. A faint black crystal barrier appeared on Luze's right hand. He clenched his fists. Power surged, creating some ripples to the surrounding air. Rumble. Luze's right fist turned into a black light that shot toward Nangongjing's right shoulder. The fierce fist force blew Nangongjing's pretty black hair, making it fly freely. Her face was calm. The bottom of her eyes flashed with a sliver of gold. Then, her right hand blocked Luze's black fist force. Clash! A burst of force swept the stage. Kaiuhesha and Linling, who hadn't started, looked over. Kaiuhesha's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She had heard about Luze's latest news, but this was her first time seeing Luze's power. She remembered when Luze chose schools. At the time, Luze's power was only at the lower level of the abstruse martial state. In a short time, this kid could reach this level. No wonder he was so viral. Lin Ling watched Luze's battle carefully. With Elder Lin's heritage, she progressed rapidly, but she still wasn't able to catch up to Luze. Luze had always been beating her. She was going to surpass him. Nangongjing was a little surprised. Compared to yesterday, this kid grew even stronger. It wasn't much, but she could still feel it. There was a reason why the old man had a favorable impression of the kid. Of course, Nangongjing wasn't going to say this. As soon as Luze's hand touched Nangongjing's palm, he felt how his originally powerful force scattered like sand. It was greatly weakened. He wanted to retreat, but Nangongjing's finger was already approaching his head. Luze could only watch as her finger touched his forehead. A huge power came from those long fingers. It landed on his forehead. Suddenly, his head was brought back with a huge force. This guy, Luze shook invisibly across his body, mitigating her power. He flipped and landed. Then, he covered his forehead. Nangongjing joked. Not bad at mitigating power, but your power is too scattered, and the movements are too big. You can't control it perfectly. You need to practice controlling it. He was good at mitigating power because he was flicked a few hundred times by her yesterday. However, Nangongjing was still rather satisfied. Compared to other aperture opening state martial artists, Luze's mastery of power is at a very high level. However, her requirements were just higher. Kaiuyuhesha and Lin Ling felt it was funny seeing Luze in pain. Lin Ling took a deep breath and said, "Sister Hesha, let us begin too." Chapter 273 Teacher Luo is a great person. Luze didn't even know whether Kaiuyuhesha was still a teacher of Emperor Capital Academy. If the Emperor Capital Academy students knew that their teacher was teaching Federal University students, would they be furious? 2 days later, news came from planet Jinyeo, informing them that the Dao Enlightenment Room was vacant. Nangongjing took Kaiuyuhesha, Lin Ling, and Luze, as well as Yingying, to planet Jinyeo. Since the 4 people Yingying was most familiar with were going to the Dao Enlightenment Room, they couldn't leave Yingying alone. Who knew if she would eat the entire dorms out of hunger? And, perhaps old man Nangong would benefit from staying with Yingying. Before the shack, Nangongjing's flying ship stopped. The 4 brought Yingying down. She looked around curiously. Old man Nangong was already waiting outside the shack. Nangongjing smiled at Yingying. "Little Yingying, this old man is sister's great-grandpa. For this month, we will be cultivating in other places on this planet. Can you stay with the old grandpa?" Yingying's body stiffened. She looked at the 4 and blinked. "Are you really going to stay here on this planet to cultivate? You guys won't leave?" Luze rubbed Yingying's head. "Don't worry, we won't leave." Old man Nangong squatted down and smiled amicably at Yingying. "You're Yingying, right? You should be able to feel that the big brothers and sisters are on this planet. Don't worry, you can play with me here, all right?" Yingying looked at the 4 hesitantly. After all, her friend had left once before. She didn't want it to happen again. But since they said they were on this planet, she could still sense them. Thinking about this, Yingying nodded. "Come back early then." Lin Ling rubbed Yingying's face. "Don't worry, we'll come back in a month." Kaiuyuhesha hugged Yingying. Big sister won't leave Yingying behind. Nangongjing thought of something and said to old man Nangong, "Old man, you can't let Yingying drink." After being brainwashed by Luze and the rest, she finally realized that it was inappropriate for Yingying to drink. Luze and the others. Yingying was already a foodie. If she became an alcoholic too, all hell would break loose. Old man Nangang smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I know. Even if he had the chance, he wouldn't. Who knew if wine would affect Ying Ying? If something happened, then it would affect the entire human race. Luze and the other three left the shack on the flying ship and came to a small city very far from the shack. This city only had a radius of 20 kilometers. It had 10-meter-tall black walls surrounding it with all sorts of cannons and energy barrier devices. The houses inside weren't tall. They were only 2 stories and were black too. This entire city seemed like black chocolate. Before the city was a large space station, but only a few flying ships came and went. Nangongjing parked her ship there, and the 4 got out. Kaiyuhesha smiled. It's your first time at Jinyeo City. I'll tell you the rules here, so you don't break it the next time you come alone. It's very serious to break rules here. Please speak, teacher. Jinyeo City is the biggest treasure cove of Dawn system. The items, which required high academic credits on Dawn network, are kept here. If a flying ship flies above the city, it will be struck down without hesitation. Flying ship must stop at the space station. You must register before you enter the city. After that, you can only go to where your reward is since it is forbidden to wander to other places. You can't fly nor fight in the city, or your rewards will be confiscated. There will also be punishment based on the severity of the offense. There are some special rewards that require people to lead you there. Luze and Linling remembered carefully. As they spoke with each other, they soon came to the city gates. The city gate was only 3 meters wide. There was an identity scanning device installed. An extremely handsome white-haired man was sitting on the chair with his eyes closed. Luze looked at this man and became dazed. It was Luo Bingqing. He hadn't seen him in the school for a while. Luze did not expect to meet him here. Was he guarding the gates? Luze felt strange deep inside. This number 1 handsome young duke in the Federation even guarded the gate so well. But Luze felt he would be this handsome too under the same situation. When he sensed the people approaching, Luo Bingqing opened his eyes. After seeing Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha together, even he became dazed for a moment. Didn't the two fight as soon as they saw each other? Did they come to Jinyeo City together? When he saw Luze and Linling, he was even more confused. He had a deep impression of Luze and Linling, but they shouldn't have a reason to come to planet Jinyeo. The treasure bot would be sent directly to the students. Those who were required to enter the place here either came for the Dao Enlightenment Room, Body Refinement Room, and things similar to those mentioned. Nangongjing smiled. Old Luo, we're going to the Dao Enlightenment Room. They were teachers of the same school and also young dukes, but that didn't mean there was no competition between them. Nangongjing had the opportunity to improve her power greatly and thus felt very happy seeing Luo Bingqing. Kaiyuhesha was the same, but she didn't say anything. Luo Bingqing glanced at the two and took out the computer. He started to scrutinize the information. When he saw that Nangongjing actually had a month of Dao Enlightenment Room time, his hands stiffened while his pupils shrank. Then, he checked Kaiyuhesha. It was also a month. He looked up and said plainly, Nangong, Kaiyu, you guys earned quite a lot this time. Nangongjing grinned. It's nothing, we're just a bit lucky. Kaiyuhesha smiled seductively. It is indeed good luck. Luo Bingqing smiled. Luck is a part of power. I don't have this luck. He didn't believe in luck at all. If luck could give you a month in the Dao Enlightenment Room, then what kind of luck must that be? He could see that the two didn't want to explain. Since they couldn't say it, then he naturally would not ask any more. Subsequently, he looked at Luze and Linling. What about your rewards? Luze smiled. We're going to the Dao Enlightenment Room too. Luo Bingqing glanced at Luze and Linling in shock. He knew of the rewards from the Xiar battlefield. There was no Dao Enlightenment Room reward. Did these two new students complete a difficult mission in a few short days? He sighed, they were indeed the number 1 and 2 new students of Dawn system. Luze's power was even stronger than his at the time. He sighed and opened Luze's information. He could see that Luze had a month of Dao enlightenment room time too. At this point, his smile could not help but freeze. He felt this was impossible. This wasn't right. 1 month time in the Dao enlightenment room was worth more than 100 million academic credits. Even he needed quite some time to gain that. Luze was just a new student, how could that be? He took a deep breath and looked at Lin Ling's profile too. It was a month indeed. Luo Bingqing looked at Luze and Lin Ling deeply before smiling. This reward is hugely beneficial to you guys, so don't waste it. Luze and Lin Ling quickly nodded. Thank you for your reminder, Teacher Luo. Chapter 274 Scarcity of Resources. In the end, Luo Bingqing fulfilled the procedures to register the 4 people. The 4 then entered the city gates after authenticating their identities. Watching the 4 enter, Luo Bingqing's eyes flashed. He checked the data. There was nothing indicated regarding what mission they accomplished to receive such high rewards. Their rewards came at the same time. Clearly, the mission was the same. Luo Bingqing thought about the big things that happened recently. Then, his eyes narrowed. He remembered a few days ago, the entire Dawn system suddenly became submerged in darkness. There was starlight looming over the Federal University. Was that terrifying qi related to those 4? Luo Bingqing shook his head. Naturally, the possibility of this was extremely low. He had seen Jinyao sage. That qi was much stronger than a sage. If it had bad intent, they would be in danger. Clearly, it was not a being from the human race. Why would a foreign race who was a powerful being be related to them? Luo Bingqing stopped thinking about it anymore. After he finished this guarding mission, he would have academic credits coming in, but it couldn't compare with Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha. There was only 1 year until the 4-race social gathering. The young dukes were going to socialize with the young generation of the other 3 races. There wasn't enough time. Inside Jinyao City, squads of patrols wearing black armor patrolled the streets. These warriors are all aperture opening state. None of their qi was weaker than him. Luze was in disbelief. He thought he was rather strong. But any random squad of patrols was this strong. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as she said, the leader had reached the mortal evolution state. Luze. Well, he was still a noob after all. Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha turned around. Nangongjing glanced at the patrols and smiled. All the precious human treasures are placed here. Of course, they would be strict when it comes to the defense of this place. All the ordinary patrol warriors here are aperture opening state while their captain is a mortal evolution state. There's even a planetary state in the city. Plus, my old man is here. This is the safest place in the entire Dawn system. Luze and Lin Ling felt dazed with her explanation. Kaiyuhesha continued, the reward for guarding here is quite nice. Several graduates would come to work here after military service. Otherwise, why do you think Luo Bingqing is guarding the door here? The reward is just lower than the planetary state. It's higher than the patrol warriors. So they were all graduates. Luze thought they were still studying. Soon, the 4 came to the region of the Dao Enlightenment Room. The entire city had 6 Dao Enlightenment Room. Each room had 4 enclosures. There were, in total, 24 enclosures. Each one could only be used by 1 person at a time, or the effect wouldn't be good. From outside, the Dao Enlightenment Room region looked no different from other regions. It was all 2-story high. Luze found that there were 2 male students there. They weren't from Federal University, but Luze still didn't know which school they were from. He hadn't even seen the uniforms of Emperor Capital Academy yet. The 2 were ready to enter an enclosure when they saw the 4 walk over. When they saw it was Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha, their faces were even stranger. The entire Dawn system was very familiar with the two. When they saw Luze and Lin Ling, their faces changed even more. Weren't they new students? What were they doing here? Luze and Lin Ling were already first on the first-year martial ranking. It caused quite a heated discussion on the forums of Dawn system. They were just new students, and yet, they could come to the Dao Enlightenment Room? They weren't from Federal University nor Emperor Capital Academy, but their combat power was at the middle stage of aperture opening state. Despite so, they used quite some effort and went through quite some danger to get 2 hours. Yet, these two new students were the same. Seeing how the two were looking at them in a daze, Nangongjing frowned. Are you guys going to go inside? The time in the Dao Enlightenment Room is precious. You're going to waste it. People took turns using the Dao Enlightenment Room. Leaving it empty was a waste of resources. The two woke up and quickly went into their respective enclosures. Luze and his group waited outside. Since it was their turn soon, clearly, they wouldn't need to wait long. 3 minutes later, 2 enclosures opened. The 2 students walked out with a smile. Clearly, they benefited quite a lot. When they saw Luze and the other 3 they became stunned, but Nangongjing said, Luze and Lin Ling, you guys go in first. The enclosure can't be left open. The 2 nodded, verified their identity under the surprised looks of the 2 students, and entered. The door of the Enlightenment Room soon closed. Sounds from the outside were completely cut off. Luze then studied his surroundings. The wall and ceiling were all made with white unknown materials. They emitted this faint glow. The floor was made of the same material, but there was a cushion. Luze sat on the cushion. He only had a month, so he definitely had to work hard. He took out his phone. There was no signal here, but he saved the divine art. His wings of the wind, as well as wings of lightning, had reached the extreme. Right now, he was going to begin learning wings of wind and lightning. Luze used a purple orb from a boss, and his mind immediately became clear. Subsequently, he started to peruse the words of wings of wind and lightning. Soon, Luze noticed the difference in the Dao Enlightenment Room. When he started learning wings of wind and lightning and subconsciously used wind and lightning god art, he could feel the secrets of the 2 god arts in the world. He could even feel the rhythm of divine art. It was very obscure and couldn't compare with the god art orbs and divine art runes of the pocket hunting dimension, but at least, it wouldn't be blank. It would be a huge improvement for other students. No wonder so many people used it. With the help of the Dao Enlightenment Room, he could probably learn twice as fast. As Luze was immersed in the arcanum of divine art, an alarm bell rung, which interrupted Luze's thought. He almost smashed his phone. Luckily, he remembered that he set an alarm. He was scared of becoming too immersed in learning divine art that he would forget to enter the pocket hunting dimension. If there wasn't some very special circumstance, Luze still wanted to enter the pocket hunting dimension. He closed his eyes and entered the pocket hunting dimension. As soon as Luze appeared on the grass, he felt the unknown powerful force behind him. He used his wings of the wind and disappeared instantly. He reappeared 1 kilometer away. Rumble. An ear-shocking explosion occurred. Spirit force turned into fierce winds that blew Luze's hair everywhere. His gaze then landed on a 50-meter-long huge black anaconda. Hiss! The anaconda missed and then slithered toward Luze. Black rays rose around Luze. Wind and lightning crossed. His fire god art couldn't keep up anymore, so Luze mercilessly abandoned it. He wanted to try what he learned during the day. It was harder to fuse the wings of the wind and wings of lightning than fusing god arts. But he already received a hint. He just needed practice. Wind and lightning crossed. Luze dodged the spewing of meter-thick black spirit force as he controlled the fusion of wind and lightning god art. The anaconda's power was nearly 130 apertures, but it couldn't match up to the speed of Luze, who used wings of the wind. It could only chase Luze violently. Moments later, Luze's face changed. The violent wind and lightning chi became unstable. At this moment, Luze flapped his wings of the wind and appeared above the head of the anaconda. His fist carried green and purple wind and lightning as it smashed on its metallic scale. Chapter 275 Lu Ironhead Ze. The anaconda couldn't dodge Luze's attack, so it chose to take it head-on. Rumble. The green wind, which emerged from Luze's fist, carried purple lightning and clashed with the anaconda's tough scale. The battle waves spread across more than 10 kilometers. The surrounding tall grass was ground to pieces by the wind blades. The black arid earth was plowed through by a violent force. The center of the clash was filled with green, purple, and black rays. Moments later, the light disappeared, revealing what was inside. A deep ditch of a few kilometer range appeared there. The head of the anaconda was charred. Its body showed multiple wounds. At the same time, snake blood flowed out, forming a puddle. The wind blew, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Not far away, Luze was completely covered in wounds. His right hand was bloody as he laid on the ground weakly. He was panting and coughing. Shit! He felt pain all over his body. The injury he received was not due to the power of the anaconda, but it was his first time fusing the wind and lightning god art, so he ended up blowing himself up. If he didn't have first body god art and first shield, then he would have really killed himself. This reminded Luze of the time when he tried to fuse wind and fire god art. It had been a few months. Luze sighed after realizing how time flew by quickly. He used wind god art to fly up to the anaconda that turned to dust and quickly collected the orbs before leaving. There were more and more bosses now. If some powerful beast came, it wouldn't be good. Luze flew in the grass while using regeneration god art to heal. Half an hour later, Luze was completely healed. It's just that he used a lot of energy. It seemed he needed to improve his regeneration god art. Fighting while recovering was what Luze pursued now. He flew and found that the beasts in this region were much stronger than before. Originally, he might not find an aperture opening state beast within 1,000-kilometer range, but now, he could find one every 100 kilometers. There were plenty of strong aperture opening state beasts that devoured god art shards. It was a good thing Luze learned the chi stealth technique, or he would have been caught. But even if he ran, these beasts wouldn't be able to catch up to him. When he learned wings of wind and lightning, he even wanted to find the green bird boss and test if he would be caught. If not, then he would be very happy. The grass plain was so huge. He could go wherever he wanted. After recovering, Luze entered cold and merciless jungling mode. 2 days later, in some part of the grassy plain, Luze looked coldly at a 5-meter-tall sheep-like beast. It had 2 sharp horns, one green, and one purple. It was covered in dark fur. Luze took a deep breath. 3 god arts. After dominating hundreds of thousands of kilometers of grassy plain, this was the first time he encountered a beast with 3 god art. Although their knowledge of god art was limited by those god art beasts, the power of 3 god art would definitely not be weak. This sheep was definitely a prodigy amongst beasts. Roar! The sheep was quite agitated. It did not even give Luze enough time to react. At this point, it suddenly roared. Black color covered its body while wind and lightning flashed across its body. It then charged. Rumble! Tens of meters deep ditch appeared. Grass and mud flew in the air, but its huge body was gone. A black rune flashed in Luze's eyes as his body was covered with black crystal runes. First shield activated. At the same time, a pair of green wings appeared behind his back. The faint green wind appeared on the surface of Luze's body. His wings flapped, and he instantly shifted 10 meters to the left. He was so fast that after images could be seen in his wake. At the same time, a black figure charged past. Luze's wings flapped again, and he appeared at the side of the black figure. He was planning to punch when he felt a sharp chi on his side. He glanced and saw sharp wind blades shooting at him. Above him was also lightning. Luze's wings flapped again and dodged the attacks. Although the black sheep had wind and lightning god art, they could only attack separately. They were weaker than Luze's. Luze appeared on the other side and punched with purple and green lights surrounding his fist. Today, he was Lu Ironhead Ze. He just failed to fuse god art once. He could still do it again. On the faint black crystal barrier, wind and lightning fused as Luze punched toward the sheep's stomach. Die! The black sheep had wind god art, but without the empowerment of divine art, it was slower than Luze. The sheep saw that it couldn't dodge the attack, so its eyes shot out even more violent rays. Wind blades and lightning formed on its side and greeted Luze's fist. Rumble! A shocking wave spread across for more than 10 kilometers. The weaker beasts in the surrounding area all fled. Lightning and wind ravaged the land. Roar! The black sheep roared with a sliver of pain. Eventually, the light was gone, and the scene cleared up. There was a terrifying big hole, from which its organs could be seen, on the sheep's side. Luze flapped his wings and appeared tens of meters above. His right hand slunk powerlessly. Blood gashes appeared on his arm as blood trickled down to his fingertips and landed below. Luze's mouth spasmed. Who could handle this? He blew himself up every time. It was better than last time. His right arm was just broken. He looked at the sheep. Its chi was weaker, but it was still staring violently at him. Luze didn't care. Catch him if it could. He looked at the sheep as he used regeneration god art to recover his hand. He must admit, regeneration god art felt great. Even if he was injured, he didn't need to worry. At most, he would only need half an hour, and he was good as new. For just a broken right arm, he didn't even need half an hour. Roar! As soon as Luze began to recover, the sheep charged using god art. This time, it even opened its mouth to bite toward Luze. Luze kept blinking in the air with his wings as he dodged the sheep's attacks. This sheep's combat power wasn't low. Luze had felt that its chi was dangerous. If he was struck once, perhaps, even he would be heavily injured. But the difference in speed left it with no room to vent its anger. Moments later, Luze's right arm recovered finally. Thus, Luze used wind and lightning fusion god art again on the sheep's wound. The terrifying power passed through the sheep's powerful body and tore its organs, killing it in the end. Of course, the price was his arm broke again. Although he ended injured every time, he could remember the process of fusing the god arts. When he went out, he would use Purple Orb and Dao Enlightenment Room to learn it. Before Luze could breathe easily, he felt 3 extremely powerful chi. There was a chi that Luze was familiar with. It was the chi of the Blue Bird Boss. Chapter 276. What was that? There were pros and cons to the change in the pocket hunting dimension. Naturally, it could be considered a good thing that the orbs were of higher level and thus more useful to Luze. Fighting beasts similar to his level also gave Luze more combat experience. Previously, Luze was in a very awkward situation. The bosses could kill him instantly while he could kill the low-level core martial state beasts instantly. Now due to the change, Luze had this long-awaited hot-blooded battle. However, it wasn't just that the beasts became stronger, but their density also increased. They liked to go around everywhere. Luze encountered this situation right now. His battle with the sheep drew over 3 powerful beasts. One of them was a blue bird boss whose power had reached 400 to 500 apertures. This made Luze sad. Why did things become like this? He turned around and found the middle position between the 2 weaker beasts and flew over. He felt he could run away. Sensing Luze's movement, the blue bird boss shrieked. The shriek pierced the area within tens of kilometers. Luze's face changed. It was so fast. Although Luze had wings of the wind, the blue bird was a boss after all. It was much stronger than Luze. He could feel its violent chi coming over rapidly. It was twice as fast as he was. The beasts he chose to run to didn't dare to come near and instead ran to the sides. Luze. Shit. Luze had never seen beasts that were quite as timid as the ones near him. Luze felt that if they teamed up, they should be able to fight. Even if they couldn't beat the boss, he would be able to get away with his wings of the wind while the two beasts held the boss there. Yet, those two beasts were so cunning and immediately chose to run. That way, Luze was clearly the closest to the boss. This distance was just a matter of half a minute. However, Luze felt he could still save himself. He chose the direction of the slower beast and flew over. It didn't matter how fast you ran, you just needed to run faster than other beasts. Immediately, the beast kept changing directions as though trying to get rid of Luze. Luze wasn't going to be shaken off that easily. He even could see a gray-furred huge cat. Luze smiled. "Little boy, don't run, let's play together. It was your fault for trying to sneak up on me." Roar. The grey cat looked around, and its eyes flashed with violent light. This two-legged animal was too evil. Behind Luze, the beautiful figure of the blue bird boss appeared. 4 whirlpools were around it. Luze sweated cold. The stronger he was, the more danger he could sense. The blue bird boss chi was much stronger than his at this moment. Luze felt he could perhaps try to hunt it a month later, but now, it was hard for him to even run. Re. The grey cat shivered, appearing to be a little frightened. Soon, the grey and black lights on its body surged, allowing it to fly even faster. Luze grinned at this scene. "You want to run? Haha." A purple and green light flashed in Luze's eyes as wind blades and lightning struck at the grey cat non-stop. The grey cat's chi was stronger than Luze's but far weaker than the boss. Otherwise, it would have clawed Luze's face already. Luze's attack couldn't do much damage to it, but it slowed its movements. Meanwhile, Luze rapidly flew over. After flying a few hundred more meters, Luze felt relieved. It seemed he could survive. The grey cat was stronger than him and had strong defense god art. It should be able to hold the blue bird boss there. At this moment, Luze suddenly stopped where he was. He looked ahead in the sky in disbelief. There stood a black-haired youth with a slender figure. His appearance could only be described as handsome. But the important thing was that he looked exactly like him. Was this another Luze? How could there be someone looking exactly like him? He was so shocked that he forgot to run. The grey cat saw the person ahead and stopped too. His instincts told it that this two-legged animal was much stronger than the one before. The blue bird boss immediately fled. It felt a lethal threat. The second Luze glanced at Luze and disappeared. Then, Luze felt a powerful force on his stomach, and his vision went dark. Luze opened his eyes and saw the glowing walls. He was back in the Dao Enlightenment Room. He exhaled slightly, and his back seemed to be covered with cold sweats. On the same note, he could feel extreme pain all over his body. Just what was that? Another him? He sensed the pocket hunting dimension and discovered that there was still a connection. He could still go in tomorrow. He then sensed his own condition. It was just an ordinary exit. Since there was no problem with himself, then there must be something wrong with the pocket hunting dimension? The second Luze's chi was very strong but not absurd. It was weaker than Nangang Jing. From what he knew, that second Luze had a power that was around the primary stage of the mortal evolution state. He looked exactly like him and even shared the same chi. When Luze faced him, it felt like he was facing himself. The only difference was power. Luze thought of several possibilities. The first was that the pocket hunting dimension was connected to other worlds, and there was another Luze in that other world who could also come in. The second was that the pocket hunting dimension created a projection of him. The third was that it was another boss who had an illusion type of god art, so in Luze's eyes, this guy looked exactly like him. Perhaps, this guy is another cute rabbit. If it was the first possibility, Luze didn't know if it was good or bad. If they had the same personality, they could talk and perhaps form a team. If not, things would become troublesome. Luze couldn't do anything about the second possibility. If it was the third, then Luze would do what he should and get him once he was a mature hunter. Perhaps, he might even get an illusion god art orb. Realizing this, Luze knew that all he could do was to become stronger. He sat down and went over his schedule. Learning divine art during the day and entering the pocket hunting dimension during the evening. After coming out, he would digest god art orbs. With this, his combat power would progress very quickly. Chapter 277 Power After a month. A month later in the pocket hunting dimension, Luze stood in the air with a pair of green wings on his back. The wings contained marks of purple lightning runes. Every time he flapped his wings, wind and lightning flashes appeared on his body, making him seem like the master of wind and lightning. Opposite him was a huge blue bird with a wingspan of 100 meters. Whirlwinds formed as it flapped its wings. The two watched each other. Within 1 month, Luze's improvements in both god art and divine art were huge. He had completely learned wings of wind and lightning. At the same time, there was huge progress in his green jade slash. He even learned a bit of star crippling punch. Although his spirit force cultivation didn't improve, his body digested a large quantity of first body god art and regeneration god art orbs. Its level had reached nearly 50 apertures. His combat power became even more powerful. He would be leaving the Dao Enlightenment Room tomorrow. Luze came here to fight the Blue Bird boss to gauge his current power. After all those hardships, he finally had the chance to face the Blue Bird boss head-on. Luze was a little excited. Sensing Luze's evil thought, the bird raised its long elegant neck and shrieked. The whirlwinds around it spun faster. The boss seemed extremely angry. Luze decided to test the waters first. A complex green rune flashed in his eyes. Green jade slash. Wind elements gathered, and a green curved wind blade formed before Luze. It looked like ordinary wind blades in terms of shape, but its color was deeper and more vibrant like jade. Unlike ordinary wind blades, the internal structure was layers of wind elements that overlapped and resonated with each other. It's far sharper and stronger than ordinary wind blades. This would need a deep understanding of wind god art to produce. When Luze cultivated this divine art, he thought back to the terror of being buried by the Blue Bird boss wind blades. With that, Luze only used 12 days to learn the green jade slash. After learning the rhythm of wind god art, it became easier to cultivate. Luze didn't completely master the green jade slash, but it could still multiply the power of his attack. Just using green jade slash, Luze's destructive power was quite terrifying. It had reached the limit of the tertiary stage of the aperture opening state. This meant that with just the green jade slash, Luze's power had reached the aperture opening state with 360 apertures. However, the green jade slash was just wind divine art. Luze tried to fuse lightning god art into it in the pocket hunting dimension. However, as soon as he fused in a little, the green jade slash would explode on the spot. Luze even sent himself out of the pocket hunting dimension, but there was still no progress. Thus, Luze could only give up. The wind blade was only 1 meter long and was like green jade. But it had extremely powerful sharp chi. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes, and the blade disappeared. Rumble. At the same time, there was a huge explosion around the Blue Bird boss. Violent winds blew out within the range of 20 kilometers. The distant unlucky beasts were severed by wind blades they didn't even know where it came from. When the wind dispersed, Luze looked hopefully at the direction of the Bluebird boss. He wondered how the attack was. At this time, the boss shrieked again. Wind surged as countless wind blades formed next to the boss and sliced toward Luze. Luze's mouth spasmed. Its defense was that strong? That was the strongest ordinary attack Luze had now, and yet, this guy wasn't even injured. He flapped his wings of wind and lightning and dodged all the wind blades. The attack wasn't strong enough, but Luze was rather happy with his current speed. With his current speed, even the Bluebird boss wouldn't be able to catch up to him. This was tested with blood and tears in this past month. This meant that even those who were at the tertiary stage of the aperture opening state wouldn't be able to catch up to him unless they had a speed god art. One needed to be at least at the peak stage of aperture opening state or mortal evolution state as soon as they cultivated the foundational apertures to catch up to him. Luze's spirit force cultivation didn't progress at all. It was still stuck in the aperture opening state. His physical body improved, but it was not more than 50 apertures. Aperture opening state was like a martial warrior state. It's very hard to fight beyond your level. Having this terrifying speed at Luze's level is quite alarming. Many powerful beings before weren't this strong. But today, Luze wasn't here to test his speed. His eyes went cold as a complex black rune formed in his eyes. Star crippling punch. He clenched as dark light gathered on his right fist. There was also a faint crystal color. The chi was dominant. Almost all body-related divine arts didn't bring much amplification if you just used body god art. However, if you had strength god art, it would be very powerful. The divine art allowed for the precise usage of body and strength god art, making the body able to handle greater pressure. Body god art was always Luze's strongest point. The star crippling punch was extremely hard to learn. In these 10 days, Luze was just able to use it. But that was it. Its power was stronger than the green jade slash. The power of this fist was near 500 apertures. Luze flapped his wings of wind and lightning and instantly passed through countless wind blades and appeared at the back of the boss. The boss was agile. It sensed Luze's chi. Its long neck moved as its beak, which was shrouded in the blue wind, pecked at Luze. Luze was planning to punch at the back, but he sensed a dangerous chi on the beak. Compared to the other divine arts, his defensive divine art only consisted of the first shield. He didn't get the rune for it again. He didn't know if the divine art was at its limit. His first shield was the weakest divine art right now. He didn't dare to take this hit head on. Looking at the beak, Luze's eyes flashed with hideousness. His extremely terrifying fist punched at the beak. The two clashed. There was a moment of silence in the air. Then, black and green lights erupted in all directions, blowing the clouds away. Rumble. This heaven-shaking sound of collision echoed away. The weaker beasts from far away felt the chi and fled in terror. The powerful beasts looked up toward Luze's direction. Then, some beasts started to come over. The light disappeared, and Luze had been pushed back a few kilometers away with the force. He was hanging in the air, panting heavily. The star crippling punch was powerful and was safer than using purely strength god art amplification, but it was very consuming. He could, at most, use 5 of these attacks, and he would be out. Thus, it could only be used as a trump card. The Bluebird boss beak showed a very tiny crack. Blue blood dripped from it. Luze's eyes lit up, and he could not help but smile. The Bluebird boss was injured? It seemed there was still hope of being able to kill it. Its power was indeed around 500 apertures, perhaps, even less. It should be the weakest out of all beasts with god arts. Its advantage was speed, but his speed was faster. If he could kill this unscathed Bluebird boss, his wind god art would soon reach the limit of the current map. His green jade slash would become extremely strong. Thinking about this, Luze felt great. This boss bullied him many times when he was weak. Thinking about this, Luze's wings flapped, and he disappeared instantly. The blue bird boss sensed danger, and its feathers moved. It also disappeared. Rumble. Another clash and the boss claws were clearly bent and broken. Its chi became chaotic. Despite being heavily injured, its eyes grew more ferocious. Luze disappeared once again. I'm going to beat your bird head. Chapter 278 The Rabbit Who Feared Luze. Rumble. Rumble. Re. Accompanied by the wings of wind and lightning, Luze became even faster than the blue bird. By virtue of speed alone, he managed to materialize above the head of the blue bird boss after 2 attacks. Star Crippling Punch. The powerful and violent fist force tore open the wind defense shield of the blue bird boss and poured into its head, wrecking everything inside. A terrifying bone-cracking sound occurred, and the light in the eyes of the blue bird boss dissipated. Its body lost its force, and its wings stopped flapping as it dropped. Luze looked at this and took a deep breath. His muscles were aching. His spirit force was used up. He overestimated himself. It was just 4 punches, and yet, he could feel all his power was used up. He couldn't even follow through with the 5th punch. Right now, he could barely sustain the wings of wind and lightning. But Luze felt pretty happy. This was the blue bird boss. In the past, this blue bird boss sliced him with its wind blades as though he was a little chicken. He landed before the ditch and watched the orbs drop. There was 1 green wind god art orb, 6 red orbs, and 4 purple orbs. There was still no divine art runes. He then wondered if he had to pay something to get runes. This drop rate was so low. Luze immediately picked up the orbs and then looked around. The battle attracted a few powerful beasts. Their chi was all above 300 apertures. Yes. They couldn't compare with him, but he didn't have enough power to keep fighting. He would have to flee first. Luze used wings of wind and lightning and disappeared. His speed was so much faster compared to theirs. Even though they sensed his departure, they could only howl on the spot. Luze felt great. He planned to recover first and find the other blue bird bosses. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning flashed, and a white figure appeared before Luze. Seeing this, Luze's smile stiffened. The white rabbit boss seemed to have dyed its hair. Its pure white fur had a speck of gold on its forehead. The purple horn on its forehead, which was originally short, had fully grown right at this moment. Its length had even reached more than 1 meter. It appeared to be sharp, flashing with lightning sparks. The super rabbit boss stared at him. For some reason, it didn't fight him and seemed concerned. Luze became confused with its actions. He was prepared to be stared down to death. Why didn't it attack? It seemed to be wary of him. Hey? Was he so handsome that the white rabbit boss was confused? Thus, Luze showed his most handsome smile, wanting to see if he could communicate with the boss. However, as soon as Luze did this, the confusion in the eyes of the white rabbit boss disappeared. Before Luze could react, a bolt of purple lightning struck him. His vision was soon overtaken by darkness. When Luze woke up again, he was back in the Dao Enlightenment Room. His body was filled with pain. What was going on just then? He thought he smiled very handsomely, but the stupid rabbit still chose to attack him? Luze sunk into self-doubt. Wait. Luze's heart went cold. He remembered that he saw the second Luze a month ago. He had never encountered him again. Did that stupid rabbit think he was that Luze? That could explain the things which just happened. After all, that Luze was at the mortal evolution state and was perhaps stronger than the rabbit. He had the same chi as him. The white rabbit boss didn't recognize him immediately. As soon as he smiled, he was recognized. Luze. If he knew this, he wouldn't have shown a smile. Perhaps, he would have gotten through it. Currently, Luze was more curious about what the other Luze did to make that rabbit appear again. Luze thought that the rabbit ended up dying from being besieged by the 4 overlords. Instead, it managed to survive and even had cool-looking hair. Why did the overlords stop chasing it? He hoped he wouldn't encounter the rabbit nor the other Luze when he went in. He just killed the blue bird boss and thought he was invincible. Yet, he was immediately killed. Luze rubbed his head. This was his last night at the Dao Enlightenment Room. He was going to leave tomorrow. Luze looked at this place and felt reluctant. He could improve this much in a month, all due to the Dao Enlightenment Room. Otherwise, even if he had enough purple orbs, God art orbs, and divine art, he wouldn't be able to finish learning in such a short time. His power was many times stronger than before he came in. His normal power had reached the tertiary stage of the aperture opening state. At this point, his power should be almost similar to Margaret's. And, he had just entered the school for a month. He wondered how shocked Lin Ling and the others would be once they saw his progress. Luze sat down and closed his eyes to begin digesting the God art orbs he got today. Tomorrow, his green jade slash and even wings of wind and lightning would improve even more. Beeb. Federal University first year student Luze, your time is up. The Dao Enlightenment Room function is closed. Please leave as soon as possible. Luze heard this robotic voice, and the laws he could sense disappeared. As such, he sighed and got up. He hoped he would be able to use it again. Then, Luze opened the door. The sunlight was intense outside but comfortable. He walked out and stretched. At the same time, the door next to Luze opened, and Lin Ling walked out with a grin. He didn't know when Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha entered, but it wouldn't be long before they come out. He just needed to wait here for a while. Seeing Luze and Lin Ling come out, the 4 people waiting in front of the room looked over. 2 of them were students, and the other 2 seemed to be either teachers or workers. Their eyes widened when they saw Luze and Lin Ling. A month ago, the 4, who saw Luze and Lin Ling enter, immediately posted about this online when they went back. New students entering the Dao Enlightenment Room was rare in the entire Dawn system, but all those who went in eventually became young dukes. For example, Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha. In the following month, Luze and Lin Ling disappeared. They didn't go to class. According to someone, who was mentioned to be close to the 2, Yemu, they weren't in their dorms, so they probably went out on a honeymoon. People didn't believe this anonymous student, but more people wondered how long Luze and Lin Ling stayed in the Dao Enlightenment Room. Perhaps, they learned something and didn't want to be disturbed, so they went into solitary cultivation. This was very normal for those who used the Dao Enlightenment Room. After all, you will have plenty of enlightenment in the Dao Enlightenment Room. You couldn't fully understand it on the spot. Hence, you will need to undergo solitary cultivation after coming out in order to digest it. A month of solitary cultivation was normal. The students and teachers were curious about what ranking they could reach on the martial ranking once they were finished. Some people were beginning to bet. However, the 4 didn't expect that a month later, Luze and Lin Ling just came out of the Dao Enlightenment Room. What was this? They stayed in the Dao Enlightenment Room for a month? How could that be? How many academic credits would that cost? If this were true, these 2 new students were too scary. Staying in the Dao Enlightenment Room for a month as new students. This definitely created a new record in the Dawn system. Chapter 279. Why are you so familiar with it? Luze, who just finished cultivating, naturally didn't know that the outside world was aware of their entry to the Dao Enlightenment Room. When he saw how the 4 people were looking at him and Lin Ling with a stunned expression, he felt a bit embarrassed. Why were these guys staring at him like this? However, the Dao Enlightenment Room can't be vacant. Nangongjing said so previously when they first came in. The system even reminded him when the time was used up, so this matter should be quite important. He then smiled at the strangers. The next two can go in, don't leave the Dao Enlightenment room empty. Since he was not sure whether it was their first time and he had already spent an entire month in the room, Luze felt like he had the obligation to teach these noobs. Hearing this, the four came back to their senses. The two students smiled at Luze and Lin Ling and walked in. The remaining two elders waited for the next ones and glanced at Luze and Lin Ling from time to time. At this moment, Lin Ling smiled at Luze. "Ze, let's spar when we get back." Her tone was quite confident. Clearly, she was very happy with her progress. Luze raised a brow and joked. "You're not scared of losing?" "Humph. You might not win." Lin Ling rolled her eyes. This guy was always this confident. With her progress, she should not lose to him, right? Lin Ling held on to this belief. After all, she had received the sage's origin power. She even progressed very fast. In a month, her spirit force cultivation level reached 100 apertures. With the God Art she learned and the Linksy Treasure Manual Divine Art, she improved even more. More importantly, her Spirit Eye God Art was very useful in the Dao Enlightenment room. Perhaps, other people could only vaguely sense the laws in the Dao Enlightenment room, but she can see it clearly as her God Art grows. She even learned Strength God Art from the Dao Enlightenment room. This was definitely a surprise for her. Now, her combat power definitely wouldn't be lower than 300 apertures. She used her Spirit Eye to check on Luze's progress. She had discovered that his spirit force cultivation level was far weaker than her. His body was stronger than hers, but with God Art and Divine Art, she became confident. Thinking about how Luze beat her every time and having the opportunity to beat Luze this time, she grinned. Finally, she would be able to get back at him. Seeing her expression, Luze became speechless. "Stop smiling like an idiot. If you want to fight, of course, I won't mind. Just don't cry if you lose. You will be the one crying." Lin Ling glared at him when she heard the words. She hadn't cried for so long, and she wouldn't cry in the future. At this moment, two more doors opened. Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha walked out. They seemed very spirited and had a smile pasted on their faces. Clearly, they benefited hugely too. Seeing Luze and Lin Ling outside, they walked over. Nangongjing grinned. "How do you feel?" Luze nodded. "Not bad." On the other hand, Lin Ling also nodded. "I've benefited a lot." Kaiyuhesha smiled. "Then, let's go out first. We'll go pick up Ying Ying. I haven't seen her for a month. I miss that little girl." The three looked strangely at Kaiyuhesha. They couldn't tell at all that she liked kids. But indeed, they haven't seen her for a month. They wondered how she was at old man Nangong's place. The four started walking out. They came to the city gates again. The guard has changed. It wasn't Luo Bingqing anymore but a skinny brown-haired youth. Seeing them, the youth's eyes lit up. "Nangong, I heard old Luo say that you guys actually got a month in the Dao Enlightenment room. What mission did you complete? This reward is too big. I'm so envious." "How is it?" Luze's mouth spasmed. This guy was probably a young duke, but he was very garrulous. Nangongjing smiled. "Not bad, next year at the four-race social gathering, I'll protect you all." The youth said happily, "That's good, I can relax a little then." He looked at Kaiyuhesha, and his mouth spasmed. He didn't say anything. Then, he looked at Luze and Lin Ling. Just when he was planning to speak, Kaiyuhesha interrupted. "Derek, focus on guarding the city gates. We won't disturb you." Then, she walked outside. Seeing this, Nangongjing smiled at the Derek who felt awkward. "Then, we'll be going." Subsequently, she motioned to Luze and Lin Ling to follow. The two quickly followed. On the ship, Luze asked curiously, is that Derek a young duke too? Nangang Jing smiled. Yes, he's not bad, but he is a little weaker than us. Then, she said, that Derek is a suitor of the pink-haired fox. Luze and Lin Ling became dazed at her words. No wonder Kaiuyuhesha reacted that strangely. So he liked Kaiuyuhesha? Luze glanced at the calm-faced Kaiuyuhesha. She was indeed pretty. Her temperament was very seductive. Probably, all men liked her type. Kaiuyuhesha sat lazily on the couch and stretched. I'm so pretty, isn't it normal for people to like me? Luze. Lin Ling. Nangang Jing. That was true, but saying it like that by yourself would make you seem narcissistic. Luze just remembered that her home was full of her posters. Did she love herself? The atmosphere became strange. Luckily, going back to old man Nangong's shack only took a few minutes. The four got off outside the shack. Then, they saw the old man Nangong and Ying Ying sitting by the river. Old man Nangong had a big fishing rod while Ying Ying had a small fishing rod. Both their faces were exactly the same. They all looked hopefully at the line. Luze and the other three. Seeing their synchronized faces, the four felt it was funny. However, they didn't expect Ying Ying would patiently fish. Thinking about it, Ying Ying was indeed quiet and didn't have much expression. She could patiently watch cartoons for an entire day. Now, she seemed to have an extra hobby. The four didn't disturb the two and just watched silently. Moments later, Ying Ying's eyes flashed and she lifted her rod. A huge splash could be heard, and then, a 4-meter-long hideous-looking fish flew out. Ying Ying was only 1 meter tall and used a small rod to fish out such a huge fish. This made the four wear a stunned expression. At this moment, Ying Ying looked at the fish and pulled old man Nangong. Her voice was slightly excited. Grandpa, I caught a small fish. Small fish? The four were speechless. The fish slowly landed from the air, and old man Nangong said joyfully, Ying Ying is really amazing, Grandpa will cook this fish for you. The old man didn't do anything, and the fish suddenly stopped moving and died. Following this, the fish landed in front of the old man, and then, he patted the fish. All the scales and tails were wiped away. Luze and Lin Ling's eyes widened. What was this? They didn't feel any power. It was just a casual pat, and it had such an effect? Under Ying Ying's hopeful eyes, old man Nangong soon cleaned up the fish and took out a huge roasting rack and sets of spices. Seeing old man Nangong attentively roast the fish, their mouth twitched. Why were you so familiar with it? At this moment, old man Nangong said, your cultivation has finished? It seems your progress is quite good. Not bad. The four smiled. The old man continued, if you want to eat roasted fish, go fish yourself. This one is for Ying Ying. Their smiles stiffened. It had only been a month, and this old man spoiled Ying Ying so much. At this moment, the old man said, oh yeah, get me a fish too. Chapter 284,328 Duel, Draw. In the end, the four fished and roasted fish together. Nangang Jing looked at old man Nangong and Ying Ying happily eating the fish. Old man, did you gain any benefit during this period with Ying Ying? If the old man's power could improve, his life should improve too. That would be very meaningful. Everyone looked hopefully at the old man. The old man shook his head. No, I did not gain anything. Ying Ying seemed to have just been born. She hasn't accepted her race's heritage. She doesn't even know how to use her own power. I can't see it too. Hearing this, the four people were a little disappointed. They were hoping that Ying Ying could teach the old man. Now, this didn't seem so plausible. Old man Nangong smiled. Don't worry too much. Perhaps, Ying Ying would accept the heritage at some time in the future. There are still 2,000 years remaining. Luze smiled. That's right, there's still a long time. After eating, the four planned to take Ying back. Old Man Nangong had his own things to do. Ying waved at Old Man Nangong before she left. Grandpa, I'll come back to play next time. Old Man Nangong smiled. If Ying comes, Grandpa will roast fish for you. The four laughed. These two really did seem like a pair of grandpa and granddaughter. Ying looked back at the river. She had fished a lot from there in the past month. She knows there are a lot of good things inside, and now, she was about to leave. Old man, we'll be going first. Nangong Jing smiled. Old Man Nangong nodded. Don't let your cultivation drop. Everyone nodded and got on the ship that took off to the planet Venus. On the flying ship, Nangong Jing carried Ying and grinned. Ying is so good, this is the first time in 6 years that the old man didn't urge me to get married. I have made up my mind. Every time I see the old man now, I will bring Ying. It was unbelievable that the old man didn't mention he wanted to carry her child. Seeing this, Luze and Lin Ling smiled. She was beyond hope. Kaiuyuhesha glanced contemptuously at Nangong Jing. Looking at you, old man Nangong has a reason to worry. Lan. Nangong Jing immediately burst up. What did you say? My cultivation progressed hugely this time. I will smash your chest. Pfft, just with you? We'll test how much you have improved later then. Kaiuyuhesha smiled. Feeling their terrifying chi, Luze and Lin Ling were quite eager for this. They didn't get to see a young duke level of battle last time, but now, they could. Lin Ling also looked at Luze with an intent to fight. We can spar too. Luze smiled. Up to you. He didn't care. He was very strong. Luze didn't feel that Lin Ling's progress was as big as his. Meanwhile, Ying glanced curiously at them. Was this the world of adults? Back at Nangong Jing's home, Kaiuyuhesha and Nangong Jing couldn't resist anymore. They immediately charged upstairs. Luze sensed Lin Ling's fiery eyes and scratched his head speechlessly. Why were they all battle maniacs? Was there no one normal among the group? He smiled at Ying. Ying, brother and sisters are going to do something upstairs. You can watch cartoons here, okay? Ying noted. Okay. Luze smiled. Ying was the best. Ying started to play by herself on the couch. Luze and Lin Ling went upstairs. In the virtual reality, Nangong Jing and Kaiuyuhesha were already fighting. Their powerful chi already created waves of air on the stage. Luze and Lin Ling consciously distanced themselves tens of kilometers away. The size of the stage can be adjusted based on preference. Otherwise, they would have to go into spectator mode. Spectator mode was like watching a movie. They wouldn't be able to sense the chi. If they wanted to feel the power of the two, it was best not to use spectator mode. Nangong Jing burst with a golden color as her black hair turned golden. Her chi became very dominant. Luze and Lin Ling had seen this. It was Super Saiyan Jing. This was the god art affecting one's appearance. Quite some powerful god art would affect the looks of someone. For example, Kaiuyuhesha had pink hair, Luo Bingqing had white hair. But these were rather random. Nangong Jing's chi was much stronger than last time. Clearly, she improved a lot. Kaiuyuhesha smiled. Her body was covered with a faint pink veil. Her chi changed and became dreamlike. Luze looked at Kaiuyuhesha's figure. His mind could not help but fall into a bit of a trance. He seemed to have heard Kaiuyuhesha's seductive voice near his ear. His blood was rushing fast. He quickly used his mental force to suppress this feeling. He turned around and saw that even Lin Ling was affected. No wonder Nangong Jing called Kaiuyuhesha a fox demon. Who could take this god art? Luze even suspected that some opponents would fall in love with Kaiuyuhesha as they fought. As her opponent, Nangongjing was affected the most. Luze could clearly feel Nangongjing's qi drop a little. Nangongjing clearly expected this, and her face was normal. Her golden eyes flashed, and her long legs stomped on the ground. In an explosion, she appeared next to Kaiyu-hesha. Roar! The golden fist carried this bestial roar and struck toward Kaiyu-hesha's blossoming chest. The terrifying atmosphere scared Luze. The fights between women were terrifying. Was she really going to punch Kaiyu-hesha's chest? Kaiyu-hesha tapped the ground with her feet and flashed away while humming a certain melody. Was this the divine art she spoke of last time? He forced himself to calm down with his mental force. Luckily, his mental force was rather strong due to using the purple orbs. He looked at Lin Ling and found her face was red. Luze's mouth spasmed. He then patted Lin Ling on the shoulder to wake her up. She could not recover immediately. At a later moment, she blinked in a dazed manner. Then, her face went red as she looked at Kaiyu-hesha in embarrassment. Her god art. She didn't know what to say anymore. Luze nodded. Indeed, quite powerful. Lin Ling rolled her eyes. It wasn't a matter of power. Nangongjing flashed with a golden color, and a golden armor formed on her body. Her right fist flashed with golden light too. Luze didn't know what divine art the golden armor was, but he knew star crippling punch. The qi on her fist was so powerful that even tens of kilometers away, Luze and Lin Ling felt the air blowing on them. Hi-ah! Nangongjing roared, and the fist struck toward Kaiyu-hesha's chest. Kaiyu-hesha waved her palm, and a pink veil surrounded Nangongjing's fist. When Nangongjing's terrifying fist force touched that pink-colored veil, it weakened and became chaotic. Then, the two hands clashed. Rumble! The qi swept in all directions. Luze and Lin Ling retreated back even more. The golden and pink rays covered an area of tens of kilometers. When the rays dissipated, Nangongjing and Kaiyu-hesha stopped fighting and stood a few hundred meters apart. Nangongjing grunted. 4328th duel, draw. Kaiyu-hesha grinned. Up until now, one win and one loss, the other 4326 duels ended up with a draw. Luze and Lin Ling. They had fought that many duels? Even if they fought one every day, it should take more than a decade? Did they start fighting since they knew each other? It was pretty much all draws too. The difference was too little. Their power was something the current Luze couldn't compare with at all. Even from tens of kilometers away, he could feel a trace of threat. If he went closer, he wouldn't even be able to handle the aftershock. But Luze's eyes flashed. At most, he just needed 2 years, and he will be able to surpass them. That way, he could go to the East Realm Gathering. Chapter 281 Who can handle this? Nangongjing and Kaiyu-hesha finished dueling and returned to where Luze and Lin Ling were. Nangongjing smiled. Luze, Lin Ling, let us see your power. That way during missions, we will know what to do. Federal University missions were given based on power. Of course, this was only for the martial arts faculty. Lin Ling frowned and looked at Luze. I was planning to fight with him. Kaiyu-hesha smiled and looked at the two with interest. Go, Lin Ling. Beat Luze. Luze. She actually wanted him to lose? Too bad, there was no way he was going to lose. Nangongjing smiled. Since that is the case, then let's see. It's easier to see the problem when people with equivalent powers are fighting. Nangongjing and Kaiyu-hesha retreated a little. One had to admit. Both their talents were amazing, especially after that 1-month cultivation in the Dao Enlightenment Room. The two probably surpassed them back in the days. Later on, in cultivation, progression became harder. In the future, these two could probably fight alongside them. On the stage, Luze and Lin Ling stood a few hundred meters apart. The stage in the virtual reality could create weapons. Lin Ling held a long spear and pointed it at Luze. Ze, you're not allowed to hold back. I won't hold back either. She didn't want this guy to let her win. Luze smiled. That would depend on your performance. Otherwise, even if I hold back and you still can't beat me, that would be very awkward. Lin Ling's face went cold and glared at Luze. Her chi surged up, and her eyes flickered with light. I'm attacking. Then, she tapped the ground and disappeared. Luze raised a brow. The wings of wind and lightning appeared, and he moved a few meters to the right. A long spear that was about to pierce toward Luze's original position suddenly shifted its direction to his current location. Rumble. Before the long spear could pierce through, Lin Ling's chi grew stronger, and her speed became faster. Luze was a little surprised. Then, he remembered that her god art could see people's movements. Looking at the spear tip flashing with white light, Luze grinned. Her power increased quite a lot, but there was still some difference between the two of them. He didn't expect that she learned strength god art too. Was it in the Dao Enlightenment room? Not bad, Luze thought. Black rays appeared on his right fingers, and, then he flicked gently on the tip of the spear. Clank! Luze's current body with first body god art was not weaker than alloy. Lin Ling just felt a terrifying power coming from her spear, making her numbed palm tremble. If she didn't learn strength god art, just that was enough to defeat her. But now, Lin Ling bit her lips. She clutched her spear tightly, and then, her wrist shook slightly. The spearhead split off, and a sharp chi loomed at Luze. Every time, she chose to attack places that were difficult for Luze to defend. Luze smiled at this. If her power and speed were on the same level as him, he would need to use Star Crippling Punch to win. However, her speed was far slower than his. Although her eyes could see his speed, there was a limit. If Luze surpassed the limit to which she could react, then even if she could see Luze's actions, there was nothing she could do. Luze didn't want to win that way, however. Lin Ling's spirit eye god art could help him understand his own weakness. Lin Ling told him not to hold back. But so what if he did a little? He wasn't going to admit it anyway. Thus, Luze maintained his speed and power to be on par with Lin Ling and started an arduous battle. From this, Luze realized that just in terms of technique, he wasn't as good as Lin Ling. Didn't she use a long sword before? Why was she so good at the spear? Every time Luze dodged her attacks with wings of wind and lightning, she would see through it. Her spear always attacked his weakness. He had been poked a few times. This made Luze realize that his technique was far from perfect. If he perfected the technique, then even if Lin Ling had spirit eye god art, she wouldn't be able to see his weakness. Luze took note of the battle with her. When he goes out and uses the purple orb to revise later, he would get even better. The two fought a few hundred rounds. Luze's clothes were tattered due to Lin Ling's pokes. His body was hurt, but due to regeneration god art, he quickly recovered. Luze was immersed in the battle, but Lin Ling was getting angrier. This bastard was definitely playing with her. She didn't believe his power was only this little. After another clash, Lin Ling glared at Luze. Luze, if you keep holding back, next time I cook for Ying Ying you won't have a share. Luze's body froze. Luze quickly coughed. You're indeed Lin Ling, you can fight with me until this level. You're indeed a prodigy. But now, I'm going to use the power I've been hiding for so long. Lin Ling. Nangong Jing. Kai Hesha. They knew that Luze didn't use his full power and could tell he was using Lin Ling to refine his technique. That's why they didn't interrupt. But seeing Luze so shameless, they felt their fists becoming itchy. Lin Ling glared at Luze angrily. Who could take this? She gritted. Luze. Just you wait. If she doesn't leave his body full of holes, then there was no dinner for him tonight. Luze wasn't going to hold back since Lin Ling was annoyed now. Thinking about this, Luze laughed. I'm attacking, get ready Lin Ling. Hurry up. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. Luze nodded. His wings of wind and lightning flapped, and he instantly appeared behind Lin Ling. Lin Ling's full power erupted, and she planned to counterattack, but Luze's palm already patted her shoulder. Her body stiffened. After a moment of silence, she didn't resist. The spear disappeared, and she glared at Luze, saying disappointedly, I lost. Seeing this, Luze smiled. Under the same level of power, I can't beat you. Luze was right. Her god art was too strong. Under the same level of power, there was rarely anyone who could beat her. Lin Ling said, but you're stronger than me and that's reality. You don't need to comfort me. I will surpass you. Luze nodded. Work hard, I believe in you. Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha walked over. The two looked strangely at Luze. Luze was a little anxious. They looked pretty, but they could abuse him with one hand. He felt their looks didn't mean anything good. Nangongjing smiled. Your wings of wind and lightning is done. Luze nodded. Kaiyuhesha. What about the other two divine arts? Luze said, I've achieved a certain level of understanding of Green Jade Slash, and just learned to use Star Crippling Punch. By the way, Teacher Nangong, there are some questions I want to ask about Star Crippling Punch. Before he could finish, he saw Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha and Lin Ling glaring at him. What was up with his brain? How did he learn divine art this quick? Completely learned wings of wind and lightning, a decent level of mastery of Green Jade Slash, and beginner level understanding of Star Crippling Punch. Every time they saw all those words for just learning one divine art, they could not help but puke. Wasn't this comparison absurd? They looked at Luze with annoyance. Chapter 282 What happened to his brain? Feeling the evil glances of the three, Luze quickly said, What are you trying to do? You're not attempting to rape me, right? Let me tell you, you can only get my body this way, not my heart. Then, Luze closed his eyes. Come. I can't resist it anyway. I won't. The air suddenly became silent. Lin Ling. Nangongjing. Kaiyuhesha. Where is his face? Nangongjing narrowed her eyes. Kaiyuhesha's smile became more and more seductive. This was the first time someone dared to say such things in front of them. This kid wasn't afraid of death. Lin Ling quietly left this area. Luze was beyond salvation. She didn't plan to save him anyway. Just when Luze planned to open his eyes, he felt a familiar pain on his forehead. This time, it wasn't just once. It was wave after wave. Oh shit! What happened? At this moment, someone knocked on Nangongjing's door. Ying looked up and nicely went to open the door. The middle-aged man saw the little girl. She was 1 meter tall. He became dazed when he saw her opening the door. Why was there a little girl in Teacher Nangong's home? He didn't know Teacher Nangong was married and had a kid. At this moment, Ying looked up and said crisply, Who are you looking for? The middle-aged man smiled at Ying. Little friend, is Teacher Nangong at home? Ying blinked her eyes. You're looking for her sister Jing. She remembered that Luze and the others said they had things to do upstairs, right? They seemed to be discussing something that adults did on the flying ship. Her eyes lit up and said, Luze, Sister Jing, Sister Hesha and Sister Lin Ling are doing adult things upstairs. That was the best explanation Ying could think of. Middle-aged man. His smile froze, and he looked dazedly at Ying, not knowing what to say. He knew the four as he came to send them their armors. 1 month and their battle armors were finally done. Yet, this little girl said they were doing adult business upstairs? This was too absurd. That was Nangongjing and Kaihuya Hesha. As well as Lin Ling, this strongest new female student. Who was Luze? How could he be that strong? The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Finally, the man moved his stale lips and showed a jealous smile. Little friend, can you call teacher Nangong and the other three down? Tell them that their rewards were here. Ying recalled Luze saying not to disturb them, so she shook her head. Luze said don't disturb them. The man's heart ached. He originally thought it could have been a misunderstanding, but now, he was more sure of his guess. What could he do? He was just a deliverer. If he yelled now, would the four prodigies hate him? This delivery was important, and he, as a planetary state, came to deliver it personally. But those four were the strongest young dukes. Would they consider annihilating him when they became strong? He thought about it and felt his life was more important, but what about the package? This was a precious armor. Just when he didn't know what to do, Luze and the others came down. Luze's face was lifeless. His legs were shaky. He was just abused by both Nangongjing and Kaihuya Hesha. He was going to remember this. When he surpassed them, he would get back at them. Nangongjing, Kaihuya Hesha, and Lin Ling felt great. The middle-aged man saw how Luze was so overdrawn and fatigued while Nangongjing and the other girls looked so refreshed. He was now certain about what Ying said. Then, he sneered at Luze. Hope you run out of stamina. The four saw the man and naturally walked over. Luze was confused as he saw some enmity from this man's eyes. He didn't seem to have done anything. What happened to this person's brain? Nangongjing greeted. Hello, what business do you have here? The man smiled. I came to deliver your battle armors. Since you're all here, please sign it off. He waved out 4 boxes in the air with their names. Luze took the palm-sized box. This was battle armor? The man said, there are instruction manuals inside. You can look at how to use it. If you don't understand, you can ask Master Lu Tianyun on the Dawn Network. Lu Tianyun was the person who forged the armor. He was a star state. Nangongjing nodded and smiled. Okay, thank you. The middle-aged man smiled. No problem, it has been delivered, so I'll be off first. Then, he turned to leave. He didn't want to stay a second longer. Luze frowned. Why do I feel he has something against me? Was it just because he got his own armor? Nangongjing raised a brow. I felt that he looked at me strangely too. Kaihuya Hesha had the same thought. I have that feeling as well. Lin Ling also joined in. Same. At this moment, Ying looked curiously at their boxes. What is this? Nangongjing smiled. This is battle armor, but Ying doesn't need it. The human race couldn't possibly forge armor for a cosmic realm state being. Ying nodded at her words. Kaihuya Hesha smiled. It's the first time I can use a specialized armor, even for me. Young dukes had plenty of opportunities to earn academic credits and federal contribution points, but they had a lot more places for expenditure. The specialized battle armor isn't a necessity for them. If they had one, it would be better. Specialized armors were designed based on your strength and god art. Luze looked hopefully. Let's open it. With this, his combat power would still increase. He tried wearing the spirit-powered armor inside the pocket hunting dimension, but he found he could only wear ordinary clothes. He couldn't bring in any equipment that boosted his power. The box opened, showing a ring that was marked with green wind runes and purple lightning runes. This was classy. There was a dedicated storage ring for it. There was an instruction manual in the box as well. The armor was made based on Luze's current combat god art. Of course, this would require relevant materials. For example, Luze's armor was made with dark sunstone and star core marrow, as well as wind rune gold and lightning rune gold. It could buff Luze's lightning god art, wind god art, and even star crippling punch. Luze saw that he needed to inscribe his mental force chi on the armor. With that, only he could use the power of the armor. Luze chose to imprint it immediately. Chapter 283 Brother is coming back? Luze inserted his mental force into the storage ring and immediately felt this connection with the battle armor. He didn't know what theory it worked on, but it didn't matter to him. All that mattered was it was usable. His mental force moved slightly and pieces of battle armor flew out from the storage ring and attached to Luze's body. Subsequently, he looked at the armor on him. It was completely black filled with purple and green runes. These were the patterns of lightning and wind rune golds. The runes looked very complex. He stretched his body and found that the armor suited him very well. It was probably made based on his measurements. He opened his hands. A green wind spun on his left hand while lightning sparkled on his right hand. After carefully sensing it, Luze found that his god art became easier to use after using the elemental metal on the battle armor. The power of his god art seemed to have been amplified too. This would reduce consumption and increase power. Luze grinned and was very happy. The armor was handsome and practical. Luze looked at Lin Ling, Nanggong Jing, and Kaihu Hesha. They also wore their armors. Lin Ling's armor was white with marks of blue runes. Nanggong Jing's armor was golden and had black runes. Kaihu Hesha's was pink and had golden runes. The armors stuck close to their bodies, showcasing how great their figures were. They also checked the functions of the armor happily. Moments later, they put their armor away. Nanggong Jing took out a bottle and drank it before laughing. The rewards brought over by Ying is amazing. With my current power and this armor, I can take a few harder missions. I'm confident I can break through to planetary state before the East Realm gathering. Kaihu Hesha rubbed Ying and smiled. What a coincidence, I'm confident too. Luze and Lin Ling smiled. Congratulations, Teacher Nanggong and Kaihu. Planetary warriors were different from ordinary warriors. In the entire universe, only planetary states were considered real martial artists. Nanggong Jing patted Luze's shoulder and grinned. The starting point of the two of you was higher than ours. Perhaps, you two have hopes of surpassing us. They didn't get a month of Dao Enlightenment Room and personalized armor as soon as they entered school. With their power, they could accept more missions and gain academic credits faster. Perhaps, one mission would give them 1,000,000 academic credits. Then, they wouldn't lack resources and would, thus, improve faster. Ying blinked her eyes and said pitifully, Sister Lin Ling, I'm hungry. Everyone. Lin Ling pinched Ying's face. I'll go cook. Then, she walked to the kitchen. After dinner, it was evening already. Luze and Lin Ling took Ying back to their dorms. After bidding Lin Ling and Ying goodbye, Luze went back to his dorm that he hadn't visited for a month. It seemed familiar yet strange. He stretched his back and went upstairs. After cleaning himself, Luze took out his phone. He told Lu and Alice he was going into solitary cultivation. Alice said the food was on the way. He wondered if it had arrived. Luze looked at the records of the Dawn network. There was indeed someone delivering here, but because Luze wasn't at home, it was placed in the collection room. If Luze wanted it, it could be delivered at any time. Luze's eyes lit up and chose to let it be delivered tomorrow. Then, he opened the group chat. Luze, I finished solitary cultivation. I'm very strong now. Huge improvement. Luze wanted to share this joy with them. On planet Lanzhong, Lu, who just finished training with Alice, went back to her room. She showered and sat on the bed to cultivate before even resting. Her brother went into the Dao Enlightenment Room. After what brother and Uncle Merlin told her, she knew how precious it was. Even Uncle Merlin was surprised at the 1-month duration in the Dao Enlightenment Room. Brother was progressing so quickly. She was very happy and proud, but the pressure on her became great too. Brother gave her this many high-level energy, she had to become stronger. She didn't want to be always under the protection of her brother. She wanted to stand by his side. She looked at her phone, as usual, hoping he would message. Seeing the message, Lu Li's eyes lit up. Her brother was out of solitary cultivation. She smiled and then replied. Every time, Alice would learn the spirit chef technique after the cultivation training with Lu Li. Her power rose rapidly, and she could cook better food now. Likewise, Alice also checked her phone for messages. When she saw Lu's message, her face brightened up. She was about to respond when she heard Merlin's voice. Alice, Dad has prepared the spirit chef class for today, are you ready? Although he knew Alice was learning spirit chef skills to cook for that little bastard, he was still very happy to teach cooking to his daughter every day. Alice said, Dad, wait a moment. She ran back to her room. She didn't want her dad to see her messages with senior schoolmate. Soon, Lu Li and Alice responded. Lu Li, Luze, did you come to show off? Alice, congratulations, senior schoolmate. Soon you will be young duke, right? Luze smiled. He could almost imagine Lu Li typing with annoyance and Alice smiling. Luze, I actually have something I want to ask you guys. The orbs are almost out, right? I've preserved a large batch. I'll send it over sometime soon. He saved a lot of orbs for them, but it had been 2 months. Theoretically, they should be near abstruse martial state, right? Their combat powers were probably at the high level of the abstruse martial state. At this level, using those low-level orbs would be very consuming. It wouldn't last long. Ons. He was planning to get a mission close to the Telun system and then go back and give them the orbs. Lu Li and Alice felt stunned. They didn't know how to respond. They knew how useful the orbs were, and they were indeed almost out, but they were scared Luze didn't have enough. Lu Li, Luze, did you really keep them? Don't lie to me or you're over. Alice, senior schoolmate isn't going to give us your own share, right? Luze became dazed and then smiled. My power has increased, and so I've been producing more orbs. It's enough for you too, don't worry. Lu Li and Alice felt relieved. Lu Li, are you coming back? Alice, you're coming back, senior schoolmate? Luze, I'll take a mission in a few days to go back and visit Dad and the others. I'll bring the orbs to you guys on the way. Lu Li and Alice smiled. Luze said on the way, but they didn't believe so. Lu Li, I'll go tell our parents soon. They will be very happy. They keep talking about you lately. Luze smiled. From memory, this was the first time he had left home for so long. Then, the three chatted about some things. Later on, Lu Li and Alice said they were going to cultivate. Luze put his phone away and entered the pocket hunting dimension. As soon as he closed his eyes, Luze had to open them again. He was killed by a boss right away once more. But with his increase in power, he earned a lot. Moments later, the pain eased, and he began cultivating. He used a purple orb to begin revising the battle with Lin Ling. He analyzed every attack and block to formulate his technique. 3 hours later, Luze opened his eyes and breathed. These 3 hours made Luze understand fighting techniques better. If he had another practice, it would be easy to master it. After a short break, Luze used another purple orb and started learning about the confusions he had from the enlightenments in the Dao Enlightenment Room. After the explanations from Nanggong Jing, Luze felt that his star crippling punch could improve a bit more, but that would require time to build upon. Chapter 284 Annihilation Mission. Early the next morning, Luze opened his eyes. He had finished a night of cultivation. Today, he had a class in the morning. After 1 month, he decided to attend his class. After all, he only seemed to have one class in the morning. Cough, he said he wasn't going to skip class. But that was an external factor, he couldn't do anything about it. Coming out, Luze knocked on Lin Ling's door. Soon, Ying Ying popped her head out. When she saw Luze, her eyes lit up. Luze. Luze smiled and pinched Ying Ying's face. Where is Sister Lin Ling? Lin Ling's voice could soon be heard. Luze? Come in. For some reason, Luze felt that she gritted her teeth when she spoke. He became confused. He didn't bully her, did he? When he went in, he saw Lin Ling preparing breakfast for Ying Ying. Luze's eyes lit up. He came just at the right time. He had food now. He happily sat with Ying Ying. Lin Ling rolled her eyes. Grandpa Lu, should I pour some food for you? Luze opened his eyes in disbelief. Lin Ling was so nice today. He nodded. Yes. Lin Ling. A moment of silence later, Lin Ling glared at Luze. Go away. Then, she poured food for Ying Ying and ignored Luze. Luze was helpless. Compared to Ying Ying, he had no human rights. He looked at Lin Ling in confusion. You seem to be angry. Lin Ling looked at Luze. You didn't look at the forums, did you? Forums? I rarely look at that. Lin Ling smiled. Nothing. At this moment, someone knocked on Lin Ling's door again. She smiled. I'll go open the door. Luze nodded. For some reason, he saw an intense killing intent from Lin Ling's smile. Who made her angry? The door opened, and Yemu's voice came out. Lin Ling? You and Ze are back indeed. I went to knock on Ze's door, but no one responded. I said he would definitely be at your place. Are you guys living together now? Arg before Yemu could finish, he howled in pain and made a big splash in the lake. Luze recalled that this guy couldn't control his mouth last time too. Right now, he didn't care about it and focused on snatching the food from Ying Ying's mouth. However, he couldn't beat her to it. She was the big demon king. Luze was very disappointed. At this moment, Lin Ling brought Ian, Xianyuki and the rest inside. Lastly, the drenched Yemu entered the room as well. Seeing Luze, Ian's eyes flashed, and he groaned. Ze, you didn't even tell us you went to solitary cultivation. We thought something happened to you guys. Luze saw that for some reason Ian's face was red again. He smiled. Sorry, I didn't think of it at the time. Xavier scratched his head. Ze, someone said in the forums that you've stayed in the Dao Enlightenment room for a month. You guys are famous now. Some people don't believe it though. Many people are waiting for you to challenge the Martial Trial Tower for the second time. People could challenge the Martial Trial Tower 3 times a month. Luze and Lin Ling only went in there once and disappeared. Now that they were out, all the martial arts students of the Dawn system were waiting for their new results. Luze became dazed. He didn't think about challenging the Martial Trial Tower again. With his current academic credits, even if he did it, he wouldn't get enough academic credits to buy a stronger divine art. As for the academic credits from the total ranking, he didn't need that. Most importantly, he didn't need a divine art for now. Although he could use academic credits to buy resources, he didn't need it since he had the red orbs. He even had his own battle armor, so he truly didn't need the academic credits much at all now. Luze had decided to accept a mission and visit home first. Thinking about this, Luze smiled. I don't plan to challenge the Martial Trial Tower now. What? Everyone's eyes widened. Those were academic credits. Luze didn't want to participate? Yemu's spirit force was unsealed by Lin Ling. He dried his clothes and said with pity, "Why not?" Some senior schoolmates were starting to bet. He wanted to get first-hand info and earn big. Luze smiled. "Nothing, I've improved a lot lately. I need some time to settle." He then changed the subject. "How have you guys been this month?" Luze lent them 100,000 academic credits each. If they used it well, their progress wouldn't be small. Xianyuki smiled. "We're all in the top 20 among the first-year ranking list." Tianyuan Qunhua smiled. "Our current power is at the primary stage of the core martial state." Although their cultivation level hadn't reached the core martial state, the 100,000 academic credits were enough for them to buy stronger techniques. With their improvement in divine art, their combat power was finally at the core martial state. They were definitely the top bunch among the new students. Due to Luze's academic credits, they were famous in the martial arts faculty of the Dan system. Yemu revealed a lewd smile. "I've made huge progress toward becoming the dream of young girls." As soon as Yemu said this, Lin Ling looked coldly at him. He immediately shrunk down. Luze was speechless. This guy was getting cocky? He glanced at Yemu. "If you don't progress enough, then your debt can be paid with high interest." Yemu's face stiffened. "You can't do that." This guy was definitely helping Lin Ling bully him. Xianyuki frowned. "But, you guys have been famous lately as well. Perhaps, there will be an aperture opening state prodigy senior challenging you guys." Quite some people were willing to be famous. Once you're famous, you would be remembered. Perhaps, your merit or your god art would be favored by some powerful being, and they would take you in as a disciple. Those who dared to challenge Luze and Lin Ling were all prodigies. Luze smiled. "It's fine. With his current power, perhaps, even senior schoolmate Margaret was no match for him. He didn't care if people challenged him. Plus, they were leaving to do missions now." Thinking about this, Luze looked at Lin Ling. "How about we get a mission and go play outside?" Lin Ling became stunned at his question, and then she nodded. Their improvements were huge, but their combat power needed practical battle to be valuable. Otherwise, they would just be for show. Tianyuan Qunhua smiled. "Missions are indeed a good choice. We just came back from missions. We each earned 10,000 academic credits." The 6 people smiled. Luze heard this, and his eyes lit up. "Really? Let's go to class first. On the way, tell us how you did the mission." Ying finished eating now, and so they spoke as they walked to the classroom. The class in the morning was about the language of the Blade Demon and core martial state. It wasn't useful to Luze and Lin Ling but beneficial to the other 6. They were about to break through to core martial state, so they listened intently. Of course, people kept looking over when they saw Luze and Lin Ling. The two were used to it and didn't care. The timidest out of them was Ian, including Jessica. The two of them felt embarrassed. And, Jessica actually hid behind Xavier. This made Luze and Lin Ling look strangely at Xavier. This guy looked so innocent, but he was this quick? After class, Yemu and the rest went back to cultivate while Luze and Lin Ling went to find missions. The mission of Yemu's group was assisting the defense army of another solar system to capture core martial state murderers. The award for the mission was 100,000. Even with their 6 core martial state power, there was some certain danger and even the risk of dying. Thus, one needed to choose missions carefully. The two looked through the missions list. There were protecting important people, capturing fugitives, finding spies, and even suppressing riots. Luze was curious why there would be riots. People in the Federation didn't need to worry about living, and it was extremely safe. All the dangers were well stopped by the defense army. Countless people sacrificed their lives for their safety, and yet, they still wanted to riot. But this mission was too far. Luze and Lin Ling planned to find one close to the Telun system. Eventually, they chose the mission to annihilate a space pirate 800 light-years outside of the Telun system. There were several small and lifeless planets inside the Federation that were formed into Chaos planets, which weren't controlled by the Federation. Quite some space pirates would stop over to steal some supplies. Chapter 285 Bloody Night. In the mission introduction, this space pirate group was called Bloody Night. They had 2 warships bought on planet Chaos and had a total number of around 500. The strongest was their captain. His power was around aperture opening state with 360 apertures. This meant that he opened all his basic apertures and had a chance to break through to the mortal evolution state. Other than the captain, there were also 10 aperture opening states. Luze ignored those below aperture opening state. Unless it was prodigies like Luze, ordinary core martial state individuals didn't pose a great threat to aperture opening states. This pirate group was a rather famous group in the dark forces of the Federation. They weren't from the military nor the federal official. It's quite a decent power to have 11 aperture opening states. Of course, they were famous for not leaving anyone alive after their robbery. They were severely ferocious. And, the captain is very self-aware. He would never attack those solar systems with guarding militaries. He wouldn't even attack those large space travel routes. They would place their targets on single transporter ships. By being careful and ruthless, they had lived quite well up until now. This time, they seemed to be injured during a robbery incident and left some marks. The combat force of the Internal Defense Force wasn't as good as the military, and their high-level combat forces were rather busy. Thus, they sought help from students of the Dawn system. This could improve their combat powers and solve some internal problems. The reward for this mission wasn't low. They had 11 aperture opening states. Those who finished the mission could receive 10 million academic credits. However, if you wanted to accept the mission, you would need to be approved. After all, they had to consider the safety of students. Luze looked at the mission and frowned. Seeing his expression, Lin Ling asked, "What's wrong? Is there some problem with this mission?" Luze shook his head and said, "I'm just thinking why their name is so excellent. The names he chose were numbers. Why couldn't he think of such excellent names?" Lin Ling. She glared at Luze. He was so serious that she thought something happened. Feeling Lin Ling's murderous gaze, Luze coughed. "This mission isn't bad, and it's close to the Telun system, so let's choose this." Lin Ling smiled. "You want to go home?" Luze nodded. Do you want to follow along and visit my home?" Lin Ling rolled her eyes. "No, in that case, I will go visit great-grandpa at home." She couldn't go see Luze's family. It would be too embarrassing. Then, Lin Ling frowned. "Can we accept this mission? Our martial trial ranking isn't very high. The approval is usually based on the martial trial ranking. This was the direct view of one's combat power. Luze's and Lin Ling's rankings weren't high. Luze scratched his head and grinned. "Let's try applying first. If it doesn't get approved, we'll go bring up our ranking in the martial trial tower or ask teacher Nangong for help." Luze was too high profile already. He didn't want to overdo it. He didn't forget that he was on the White Blade assassination list. Lin Ling smiled. "All right." Thus, Luze and Lin Ling both accepted the mission. The approval process was very quick. Moments later, the results came. They were both approved. Other than them, there were 3 more people. Their eyes widened as they glanced at each other. Luze smiled. "I didn't expect to do a mission with senior schoolmate Margaret this quickly." There were 5 people in this mission. Other than Luze and Lin Ling, as well as senior schoolmate Margaret, there were 2 senior schoolmates participating, Eldon and Li Qingyun. They were ranked top 3 on the overall ranking. Their combat power was clearly around 300 apertures. They thought they needed to ask for help to get approved. It turned out there were 3 powerhouses there. No wonder they were chosen. Lin Ling smiled. Back on the 25th planet, we couldn't join the battlefield of senior schoolmate Margaret. Yet in 1 short month, we're going to be doing missions with them. Luze grinned. I wonder if senior schoolmate Margaret would be scared hearing this news. Ying Ying blinked and looked at the two in confusion. Sister Lin Ling and Luze, you guys are going out again. Luze patted Ying Ying's head. We have something to do. Can you go to Sister Jing or Hesha for these few days? Ying Ying said bitterly, you guys are going out again. They just came back yesterday, and they were going out again tomorrow. But it was a good thing that Sister Jing and Hesha were still at home. She would go find them. Lin Ling rubbed Ying Ying's head. When sister comes back, I'll cook you good food. Ying Ying's eyes lit up hopefully. Really? Lin Ling smiled and nodded. At this moment, a knocking sound occurred. Luze opened it and found a young man the same age as them standing there. Seeing Luze come out, he smiled. Luze, your package is here. He took out a small box for Luze. Luze immediately knew this was Alice's food. He took the box and smiled. Thank you. The man shook his head. It's my job, I'm going. Then, he left. Luze took the box back to the living room. Lin Ling and Ying Ying looked curiously at him. Ze, what is this? Luze glanced at the curious Ying Ying, and his mouth twitched. If this guy knew he had spirit food, it would be split off immediately. But, she didn't seem to be in a good mood, and he was about to go home. Thinking about this, Luze resisted the pain and said, this is spirit food sent over by my junior schoolmate. Lin Ling's eyes moved, and she smiled. So it's the one who cooked the food for you last time? She's so nice to you and sends you overcooked food. Luze smiled pridefully. Yeah, Alice is very cute. You ate her food last time too. Alice. Lin Ling became dazed. This was her first time hearing the name of Luze's junior schoolmate, but she seemed to have heard of this name before. Seeing this, Luze remembered that Uncle Merlin was a star state. Alice seemed to know Nangongjing from a young age. They're probably from the same circle. Luze smiled. Perhaps, you've seen each other at a young age. I'll take you to see her next time. Teacher Nangong knows Alice. Sister Jing knows her. Lin Ling smiled at Luze. In that case, introduce me next time. Luze nodded, and then, he turned around and saw the hopeful look of Ying Ying. He squatted down helplessly and pinched Ying Ying's face. You little foodie. Lin Ling. Ying Ying was like this all due to him. Then, Luze opened the box. It was a storage ring inside. Inside were all sorts of spirit food. Luze took out a table and smiled. Let's eat first. Then, we'll prepare. Lin Ling nodded while Ying Ying was already seated. After lunch, Luze gave half of the remaining food to Ying Ying. Immediately, Ying Ying felt better. Then, Luze and Lin Ling contacted Nangongjing, informing her that they accepted a mission. Hearing that they were going with Margaret and the other seniors, she told Luze to follow those 3. They were the most excellent students among the 4th years. This was rather comforting. Luze and Lin Ling didn't mind. Then, Lin Ling took Ying Ying back, and Luze went upstairs to cultivate. Chapter 286. He really didn't want to hurt their feelings. The next morning, Ying Ying went to Nangongjing and Kaihuya Hesha's home by herself. Even Merlin could warp jump to any space, Ying Ying could do it too, and the distance she could reach was extremely far. She only took an instant to go over. After Ying Ying left, Luze and Lin Ling left the dorms to reach the space station of planet Venus. Their rendezvous point was at the space station. From there, they would take the spaceship together to Ningkong system, where the Bloody Night pirates were found. This time, the location of the attack was outside Ningkong system. The plundered ship was intercepted before being able to activate the warp space travel. All the people on board were killed. This was completely unlike the Bloody Night pirates. Being so cocky outside a harmonious system was not their style. Luze and other people were very curious regarding this as well. At the rendezvous point, Luze and Lin Ling found the grey-haired pretty-looking senior schoolmate Margaret, as well as a black-haired youth and a golden-haired youth. Seeing Luze and Lin Ling, senior schoolmate Margaret waved. Luze, Lin Ling, here. Luze and Lin Ling quickly went over. Luze said apologetically, senior schoolmate Margaret and the two senior schoolmates, sorry for making you guys wait. Senior schoolmate Margaret smiled. It's fine, it's not time yet. We have just arrived too. The two youths studied Luze and Lin Ling. Then, the black-haired youth smiled. Junior schoolmate Luze and Lin Ling, I'm Li Qingyun, a fourth-year student of Federal University. Hello, senior schoolmate Li Qingyun, Luze and Lin Ling greeted. The golden-haired youth on the side also grinned. I'm Eldon, the number one among the fourth-year students in the Emperor Capital Academy. Hello, Senior Eldon. At this moment, Margaret looked curiously at Luze and Lin Ling and asked, I heard you guys stayed for a month in the Dao Enlightenment Room. Is that true? The other two also looked over curiously. Luze and Lin Ling glanced at each other helplessly. Was everyone aware of it now? Luze nodded. Yes. Luze's affirmation made the three, who were curious, shocked. The shocking truth was a bit hard to accept. Even if they used all the academic credits they got within 4 years, they might not be able to get such a reward. How did these two get it? Eldon glared at Luze. I heard teacher Kaihuyu and Nangong were with you guys. Lin Ling nodded. The three glanced at each other and stopped asking. There was no point in asking since this reward was clearly confidential. Li Qingyun smiled. Junior schoolmate Luze and Lin Ling, do you guys know the content of the mission this time? Luze nodded. Yes. Kill the Aperture Opening State members of the pirates and capture all the remaining ones. Margaret said, they have 11 Aperture Opening States. The strongest has only 360 apertures. For us, we just need to be careful. However, the Bloody Night pirates are usually very cautious. They actually chose to strike this time. I don't know what would happen. You guys need to be careful. Eldon patted his head as if he recalled something. I forgot. You two did very well at the entrance test. You probably wouldn't behave like those new students. You can be considered combat forces. Luze didn't expect this senior to be a good person. He wanted to look after them, thinking that they didn't have enough experience. Luze smiled. Thank you Senior Eldon, we will be careful. Eldon smiled at his response. Oh, I forgot something again. What are your current combat powers? We'll make the arrangements. Both of you had 1 month in the Dao Enlightenment Room, so your combat power should be around 200 apertures. Right. They were quite envious. They only had that power right around the end of their second year. But Luze and Lin Ling just started school and had this terrifying power already. Luze became dumbfounded. He then glanced at Lin Ling. Even Lin Ling's power was beyond 300 apertures without using combat armor. Should they reveal this? If not, then wouldn't it be troublesome if they made the wrong arrangements? But if they said it, these senior schoolmates wouldn't feel so good. He really didn't want to hurt their feelings. The atmosphere fell silent. The three glanced at the two in confusion. Then, Margaret said, What? It's not around 200 apertures? That's fine. You're new students after all. You are already so much stronger compared to us at the time. Luze. Lin Ling. Senior schoolmate Margaret was a good person too, but this kind of gentle treatment was a bit hurtful. Luze eventually decided to say it. He scratched his head. It's actually slightly higher than 200 apertures. Their eyes narrowed, thinking, it was indeed beyond 200 apertures. With the cultivation effects of the Dao Enlightenment Room, it would be strange if they didn't have a combat power of 200 apertures. After all, they already had around 100 apertures combat power. Luze continued. It's around 300 apertures. The faces of the three seniors stiffened. Moments later, Eldon's eyes widened. Are you saying your power is around 300 apertures? Wasn't this too fake? Did they use hacks? Luze nodded. Around that. He had tried to say less this time. Even Lin Ling's power was beyond 300 apertures. His power, on the other hand, was over 500, and that was without wearing combat armor. Margaret looked at the two in disbelief. She knew them from the 25th planet. How long has it been? How come their progress was this huge? She had earned quite a lot lately, and her combat power only just surpassed 400 apertures. The other two were around 380. These two were only in their first year at the university and were almost catching up to them. Wasn't this too absurd? Eldon and Li Qingyun didn't know what to say. Moments later, Eldon asked once more, Junior Luze, you guys really have 300 apertures? He still couldn't believe it. He cultivated for 4 years, and yet, he could only have the same power as this junior. He began to doubt life. Did this guy secretly receive tutoring from teacher Nangang? Luze nodded. Pretty much. The three took a deep breath to calm down. Subsequently, Li Qingyun smiled. I was thinking of letting you two take care of the weaker enemies. But now, it seems you guys can pretty much clean up all the pirates other than the captain. Eldon added, we were worried about unexpected occurrences for this mission, but now that we have no weak links, we can deal with it calmly. Margaret said, all right. Since we got to know each other, I'll go and rent the flying ship. Let's head off now. Rent the spaceship. Luze and Lin Ling were confused at her words. They thought they were going to take the flying ship to Ningkong system to meet up with the defense force. Afterward, they would have the force drive them there. Margaret explained, piloting spaceship is a compulsory subject in first year. You guys will learn it too. Usually, you have to rent spaceships to do missions. After all, some mission locations don't have direct flight routes. Luze realized it now. The flights used by civilians can't send them to dangerous places. It's more convenient for them to rent their own spaceship. But hearing there was a spaceship piloting class, Luze became excited. Driving a spaceship, this was every man's dream. Then, Margaret went to rent one. They were guided to the spaceship by the worker. Luze looked at this ship. It was about the same size as Nangang Jing's golden swirl. It was completely black and had sharp ridges. It looked much less valuable than Golden Swirl. After all, Golden Swirl was a young duke's private ship. The materials and technology involved in constructing it wasn't something that could compare to the one they would use at this moment. But like Golden Swirl, this ship also had an autopilot function and a spirit cannon-like weapons. Unless it was a special circumstance, the autopilot function would be enough. That alcoholic always used autopilot and drank on the couch. There was a living room, as well as 5 small rooms. This was why senior schoolmate Margaret chose this. The internal decorations were very simplistic. The ship started, and they left planet Venus. Margaret said, it takes 3 days to arrive at the destination. We'll cultivate during this time. Eldon sighed. Too bad there's no virtual reality pod. Otherwise, I want to spar with Junior Luze. Li Qingyun nodded with his statement. I had the same idea. Margaret smiled at Luze. Junior schoolmate had been improving too fast. Senior schoolmate wants to beat you once. Otherwise, I won't have an opportunity in the future. Luze. He rolled his eyes. They were trying to bully him while he was weak. But if there really were virtual reality pods, they would be the ones bullied instead. However, Luze chose not to say these words. It was best not to hurt their feelings further. Chapter 287 He who touches pitch shall be defiled. 3 days later in the dark space, the spaceship, where Luze was, came out of the warp tunnel. Not far ahead of the spaceship was a huge solar system. The star, which was situated in the middle, emitted a bright yellow light. Luze slowly opened his eyes. His black pupils appeared to be deeper than before. During these 3 days, he had learned the star crippling punch in the morning and digested orbs from the pocket hunting dimension in the evening. His power increased even more. After getting off the bed, Luze proceeded to stretch. He then exhaled slowly. He had been cultivating for the past 3 days non-stop. It was really boring. He opened the door to his room and walked toward the living room, where he chanced upon the 3 seniors discussing something. Noticing that Luze come out, Li Qingyun smiled. Junior schoolmate Luze, we're about to reach our destination. If you didn't come out, we were going to call you. Luze smiled. I've been addicted to cultivation lately. Did I miss something? Then, he looked around and asked. Where is Lin Ling? At this moment, Lin Ling walked out of her room and smiled. What are you calling me for? Nothing. The 2 of them entered the hall, and senior schoolmate Margaret said, we'll be there soon. Upon arrival, we should go straight to the defense force. Luze nodded. This was his first mission, so it was better to watch and listen more. Lin Ling nodded too. Soon, they flew to the ruins of a huge transporter ship. The ship was ice cold and silent. At the border of the ruin were 3 large battleships. Quite some small ships flew out from there and went into the ruins. Luze's spaceship got closer to the battleships. He had to confirm his identity before being taken to one of the battleships. The flying ship docked, and Margaret said, let's go down, the people in charge are waiting for us. The flying ship's door opened, and 5 people stepped out onto the square. There was already a group of defense forces people waiting there. Seeing the 5 of them get off, they walked over. The leading middle-aged man smiled. Student Margaret, Li Qingyun, Eldon, Luze, and Lin Ling, greetings. I'm the commander of the Ningkong Systems Defense Force, Ning Dali. Thank you for coming to help us annihilate the Bloody Night Pirates. Luze glanced at the man. His power had reached the core martial state. The difference between them was huge. But this was normal. After all, not everyone was a prodigy. Even the ordinary martial arts students of Federal University was about this level at graduation. Other than people of the underground forces, most powerful people either left the Milky Way galaxy or was at the battlefields. The dark forces were pretty much at the mortal evolution state and below. If there were planetary states among the dark forces and such individuals dared to disrupt peace in the Federation, then even if they paid a huge price, the Federation would kill them. Below the mortal evolution state, one still needed to use flying ships. Battleships could take them on, but the planetary state could survive in space. If they really wanted to wreak havoc, the danger they could create was much greater than those mortal evolution state and below. Margaret said, "You're too polite, Commander Ning. This is only natural since this is our mission." Ning Dali smiled. "You guys must be tired from the trip. Do you want to take a rest before we act?" Ning Dali wanted to do things quickly, but Luze and the other 4 were the prodigies of the Federal University and Emperor Capital Academy. He was worried they had bad tempers and were hard to deal with, so he positioned himself lower. Li Qingyun shook his head. "No need, everyone's time is precious. I believe Commander Ning wants to get rid of this threat too, right? Just tell us the situation. Ning Dali's eyes lit up. He then smiled, in that case, please follow me. Accordingly, Ning Dali led them inside. They came to a room full of screens. At this moment, Ning Dali vigorously pointed at the screen. The target of the Bloody Night pirates was the ship outside. All the people on board, 1,321 of them, were killed. Luze frowned at the scene from the screen. He could see the inside of the ship was filled with blood. All the things were damaged, and the valuable things were taken. He thought that order was very good in the cosmic era. He didn't expect such things to happen. Darkness was everywhere. The Milky Way galaxy was too big. If some criminals found a barren planet and hid there, then it would be quite hard to find them, even with the current technology. This was why the school asked the students to perform missions. The bodies have been cleaned up, and we've notified their families, Ning Dali said bitterly. Even though this was within his jurisdiction, if he didn't give a satisfactory explanation, he would end up miserable. Margaret asked, when we received the mission, didn't you guys say you've already found the space pirates? Ning Dali nodded. Yes, the transporter ship they robbed had some combat power. Their own ship was damaged during the battle, and we've locked onto their location when they jumped to the next destination. Our spy ships have found their position. They've stopped on a primitive life planet. Margaret frowned. Commander Ning, did you find the Bloody Night space pirates? How could the careful and meticulous Bloody Night space pirates be that careless? Even their ship could be damaged? When Ning Dali heard the words, he frowned. This doesn't sound like the Bloody Night space pirates indeed, but I've checked carefully. It's certainly the Bloody Night space pirates. He pointed at another screen, which showed a luscious planet. Inside the forest, one could see two blood-red ships. There seemed to be engineers working on repairing it. This is their ship. Something really seemed to have happened to it. On the side, Luze asked, has the planet been checked? Ning Dali glanced at Luze. Naturally, he knew Luze, who was famous in the Federation now. Then, Ning Dali smiled with embarrassment. Out of concern of being noticed, we didn't dare to take actions which were too big. According to records, all life forms on there are wild beasts. There are no high-level beings. The strongest beasts are only at the abstruse martial state level. The five glanced among each other. Margaret said, should we go over and have a look? Either something really happened to their spaceship, or they were intentionally drawing people over. It was unknown why they would intentionally draw people over, but there was such a possibility. If it was intentional, then they would at least have the confidence of escaping or even take out the people who wanted to annihilate them. Li Qingyun frowned. I think we can go check it out. There are some risks, but there are no students stronger than us. The rewards are pretty high too. Eldon nodded. If there are really any special circumstances, we can't just go back like that. Luze said, let's go see the situation. If there's danger, we'll retreat. Luze was confident. After these few days of cultivation, his star-crippling punch improved further. With his personal combat armor, his combat power should be around 600 apertures. With the defense of his armor and his first shield, his overall defense was extremely strong. His speed would also be on par with enemies who were at the primary stage of the mortal evolution state. Even if the Bloody Night space pirates had a mortal evolution state member, he wasn't too worried. Plus, that was very unlikely. Lin Ling nodded as well. Let's go see. I'll use my god art to check whether there is any danger. Margaret turned to Ning Dali. Take us over, and we'll check it out. Ning Dali nodded and felt relieved. There would be some danger involved, as expected. He who touches pitch shall be defiled. They were space pirates after all. Chapter 288. One brasher than the other. The three battleships sailed through warp travel and came before the planet occupied by the Bloody Night space pirates. Ning Dali looked at Luze and the others. What are you planning to do now? It was too hard to fight aperture opening state enemies on the planet with a few battleships. Otherwise, they wouldn't need Luze and his team for help. Margaret asked, did the spy drone notice anything unusual? Ning Dali shook his head. No, everything is normal. Margaret paused for a moment and said, then, we'll go down and see ourselves. If their flying ship is trying to escape, then it'll be up to you guys. Ning Dali grinned. Don't worry, I won't let them leave. Margaret nodded at his words. Then, the five went on their flying ship and flew it toward the planet. When the ship was tens of kilometers from the ship of the Bloody Night space pirates, the people on board seemed to have noticed Luze and the others. Tens of space pirates wearing bloody armors flew over. Eldon sneered at their actions. Are they here to commit suicide? The space pirates only had one that was around the aperture opening state with 100 apertures. The levels of the rest were at the core martial state. Li Qingyun said, let's get off the spaceship first. Don't damage it. The full-powered attack of an aperture opening state being can damage the insides of a flying ship. Even without a flying ship, there would be people picking them up, but they would need to compensate the ship with academic credits. Margaret said, you guys, deal with them. I'll put the flying ship away. Because it was a flying ship suited for missions, the ship also had a large storage ring to store it. Afterward, she opened the door. Luze and the rest flew out while Margaret flew down the ship to land. The leading aperture opening state pirate had brown hair and black eyes. He had a scar on his left face. His face was expressionless. After approaching the flying ship, he lifted his palm, and a blood-red sword appeared. Subsequently, he raised his arm, and a blood spirit force surged as he hacked down. Screech! A few hundred-meter-long blood sword ray sliced toward the flying ship. Luze raised a brow. This person is fierce. Shouldn't they ask what's going on first? Why were they fighting immediately? This guy was brash. A black light surged in Luze's hand, and he was planning to block the sword ray. If the ship was damaged, Margaret would not let them off. After all, she paid the bond for it. At this time, Eldon smiled. Junior Luze, you need to learn to respect your senior. Of course, I should play with such opponents first. As he spoke, he took out a golden long sword. The sword swayed slightly, and a few hundred-meter-long golden sword veil was formed. The blood sword chi clashed against the sword veil, creating a shocking rumble. Then, the sword chi shot in all directions. A few more figures flew over, and the core martial states retreated. There were 10 aperture opening states in total. If you included this one, there were 11 altogether. Li Qingyun looked at this, and his long sword appeared. Their high-level members are all here. How do we split this? The flying ship had been put away now, and Margaret flew over. She glanced at the pirates. They were all looking at the 5 people with murderous intent. The one standing at the front was a not-too-old-looking handsome youth with blood-red hair and eyes. Blood mist floated around him. The putrid smell of blood perfused in the air. Margaret frowned. I've long heard that the captain of the Bloody Night space pirates is someone with god art. He loves carnage. He's called Bloody Night Demon Emperor. Now, it seems to be true. Luze glanced at the youth. His chi was not bad. His power was near 400 apertures. But this wasn't dangerous for him. He couldn't even beat senior schoolmate Margaret. Luze then glanced at the other aperture opening states. 5 of them had powers around the aperture opening state with 300 apertures while the rest were between the primary stage of the aperture opening state and 300 apertures. Luze was surprised that a group of pirates had such power. If they went to the battlefield, they would progress much faster with their military merits. But the battlefield was too dangerous, and an aperture opening state individual could die at any time. If they didn't go to the battlefield, it would be too hard to gather the resources they needed to improve. As a consequence, choosing to rob would be the best option. Luze wondered how many people this bloody Night Demon Emperor killed. All of the pirates seemed to be facially paralyzed. Suddenly, their chi exploded as they charged over at Luze and the others. Eldon grinned. Interesting, they just came straight over. Margaret said, leave that bloody Night Demon Emperor to me, and do as you want with the rest. Li Qingyun's sword emitted a mist, and then, the mist enveloped his body. I'll take the 5 on the left, he said plainly. Then, he charged at the 5 on the left. Eldon's eyes lit up. His sword flashed with a golden color. In that case, I'll have the last 5. Luze, Lin Ling, you two hold guard. Luze and Lin Ling. These seniors were all battle maniacs. Since they were fighting, Luze and Lin Ling would watch and observe. Luze glanced at Lin Ling. How is it? There doesn't seem to be some special circumstances at all. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with complex runes. She looked around and said, no problems. Luze stretched out. Isn't this mission pretty easy then? Lin Ling smiled. Then, we'll go deal with the remaining pirates. Otherwise, we'll be taking a portion of the split without doing anything. Luze smiled. Okay. Accordingly, Luze said, Senior, we'll be going to deal with the other space pirates. Eldon raised his long sword. Countless faint golden sword chi shot out of the long sword, heading toward the 5 pirates. The 5 pirates gathered together and formed a blood shield, trying their best to block the sword chi. After suppressing them, Eldon smiled. Okay, go. Li Qingyun's battle was covered by a dense mist. There were all sorts of sword clashes. A calm voice came out as well. MHM, go. At a higher place, Margaret was fighting Bloody Night Demon Emperor. The bloody mist of Bloody Night Demon Emperor covered a radius of a few kilometers. In this region, Margaret kept appearing and disappearing. Every time she appeared, it would be at a corner that was hard for the Bloody Night Demon Emperor to defend. She lunged sharp attacks with her sword. However, Bloody Night Demon Emperor seemed to know the future and block her every attack. Their battle ended in a stalemate. Luze raised a brow. This enemy seemed a little stronger than expected. But senior schoolmate Margaret seemed to be fine, so Luze didn't plan to help. Lin Ling smiled. Let's go deal with those henchmen and break their flying ship too. Luze nodded, and they flew toward the 2 ships of the pirates. Chapter 289 The Greatest Difference Between You and Me. The silence seemed to envelop the lush forest at this time. Perhaps, it was due to the presence of the 2 bloody night pirate ships, causing the surrounding animals to flee from this area. Luze and Lin Ling flew over to the ships and looked down on the ground. Both ships were 1,000 meters long, adorned with sharp ridges. There were some quite powerful weapons on there. But now, there were holes on the sides of the ships. It was as though it was struck by some energy cannon. It was even emitting black smoke at the moment. 2 trails along the forest were crushed by the spaceship, wrecking all the trees across the land. The mark stretched out for a few kilometers up to the current position of the ship. The maintenance personnel saw that Luze came for them through the surveillance room. Accordingly, they went to hide. At this moment, 200 or so figures flew out from the ship. They were court-martial state pirates. They surrounded Luze and Lin Ling while releasing their powerful killing intent. Luze raised a brow. Lin Ling, did these people plan to resist? Lin Ling rolled her eyes. You did see them, didn't you? She then frowned. Shouldn't pirates be scared of death? Why do they seem to be unafraid of death? If they weren't scared of death, they wouldn't be pirates. After all, one became a pirate to rob resources. If they weren't scared of death, going to the battlefield would definitely bring a much promising future. Luze scratched his head. Maybe, they have noble ambitions, right? For example, they could have thought that they could achieve something like eternal life for succumbing to the darkness. Lin Ling only gave Luze a blank expression. She doesn't even want to waste her words on him. Only strange words could come out from this guy's mouth. She was used to it. Then, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. She looked around and said, "Ordinary core martial states, none of them seem to have god art. Luze. Who gave these pirates the courage to fight them?" None of the pirates spoke. They all looked at Luze and Lin Ling with cold faces as they charged over. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes, and the wind surrounded the pirates, restraining them in a line formation. If these guys were blade demons, Luze would have planted them upside down. Seeing them struggle without a sound, Luze looked back at their spaceship on the ground. Following this, runes could be seen in his eyes. Green jade slash. Two long green jade slash blades, which were several meters in length, appeared in the air. Screech. The green jade slashes cut through the blood-colored ships, and the ships fell apart, revealing the contents in it. The remaining people were inside. They all looked up into the air. However, Luze and Lin Ling frowned. All the people inside grinned and revealed an eerie smile. Even the struggling core martial states stopped and looked at Luze and Lin Ling with eerie smiles as well. Luze. Luze's mouth twitched. "What are you smiling about? Keep smiling, and I'll kill you." Lin Ling could not help but glare at Luze. "Be more serious." Something was definitely wrong, but even her spirit eye couldn't see the problem. Then, hundreds of people spoke in unison. "Life is obscure, only death is eternal." The voices of hundreds of people echoed in the air, making the atmosphere extremely eerie. Lin Ling frowned. "What's wrong with these people?" Luze observed the eyes of the pirates. He then said with uncertainty, "Collective retardedness." They were more retarded than him. Lin Ling. She found that she wasn't on the same channel as Luze. Just when Lin Ling was a bit angry, a green light flashed in Luze's eyes, and wind blades struck the neck of one of the pirates. He died without resistance. His face still carried a smile. Subsequently, his body instantly went pale and ended up dried before turning to dust. "This," Lin Ling said, "there's some strange energy attached to them." The rest of the people kept looking at Luze and Lin Ling with eerie smiles. "All life will eventually die, the same goes for you." Luze nodded. "Oh, you guys seem to be right." A green light flashed in Luze's eyes and instantly, all the core martial state pirates were killed by him. Immediately, their bodies turned to dust. Eerie green mists started appearing. All the trees and planets they came in contact with ended up withering. When the wind blew, the mist dispersed. The surrounding 10 kilometers of land transformed into the land of death. Lin Ling frowned. "These people seem to be long dead." Luze nodded. "They probably are. I wonder how many are behind this and whether they are humans or not." Lin Ling could help but raise her brows once more. "It's probably another race. They said all life will die, so they are probably an undead type of race." Luze touched his chin. There were other races within the human territory. Quite some friendly races came to socialize and even live in the territory. There were also enemy races and spies. It's impossible to clear all the spies, but it's pretty much impossible for enemy planetary states to come in. Luze stopped thinking and said, "We'll go notify our seniors about this first." Lin Ling agreed. Then, Luze brought a large bunch of core martial state pirates and flew back. In the air, Eldon looked at the pirates inside the blood barrier and grinned. "Oh, you want to stop my 1000 levels golden blade?" His sword rays became sharper. Eldon waved the sword, and a few hundred sword rays fused into the sword. The sword shot out an even brighter color. He twisted his wrist and sliced toward the blood barrier. Screech! The few 100-meter-long golden sword cut through the red barrier. The barrier lasted a few seconds and then began to crack. Eldon's eyes flashed with coldness. Break! The sword became brighter for a moment and an opening on the barrier appeared. Rumble! The sword chi instantly cut the two inside in half. The remaining three split off and kept looking at Eldon with cold faces. Eldon was planning to continue, but when he saw how the two pirates he killed turned to dust, his eyes widened. What is going on? At the same time from the mist, another confused voice said, "These pirates." Blood and dust flew out of the mist. Eldon glanced at the mist and pointed at the three pirates saying coldly, "I'll give you a chance to live." "What is this?" The three charged over again expressionlessly. Eldon frowned. "You're seeking death." His sword split off and pierced the chest of one of them. This person also turned to dust like the other two. However, the remaining survivors acted as though nothing happened. Eldon disappeared. His sword swept and killed the rather strong one. A golden light flashed in his palm, and he pressed on the last remaining aperture opening state. His hands shook, and he sealed the spirit force of the pirate but also heavily injured the pirate's body. At the same time, Li Qingyun carried out a heavily injured pirate. Eldon looked at Li Qingyun. "Old Li, did you know? Our powers are similar, but there's a great difference between you and me." Li Qingyun glanced at Eldon. "What is it?" Eldon grinned. "I'm more handsome." Li Qingyun became stunned at his words. He then sneered. "Ridiculous." At this moment, Luze and Lin Ling came over. Luze opened his mouth, and his face was a bit hesitant. He wanted to say he was the most handsome, but he wanted to give some face to the two seniors. He shouldn't tell the truth. He looked at the heavily injured aperture opening states and then asked, "Where are the other pirates?" Li Qingyun frowned and said, "They turned to dust." Chapter 290. Can his heart get some rest? Luze and Lin Ling frowned when they heard Li Qingyun's reply. It was the same with them too? Eldon looked at the orderly lined up space pirates behind Luze and said with a strange expression, "I've long heard how Junior likes to arrange blade demons neatly. I didn't expect you still have this fetish." Luze smiled with embarrassment. "I'm used to it. It was an accident." On the other hand, Li Qingyun said, "There should be more than this, right? Where are the rest?" Luze scratched his head. "I killed them." Eldon and Li Qingyun looked at Luze with surprise. There should be more than 200 people left, and Luze just killed them. How fierce! But they didn't say much since it was space pirates. They would do the same if necessary. At this moment, these court-martial states smiled in an eerie manner again and chanted, "Life is obscure, only death is eternal." Li Qingyun and Eldon heard the words and frowned. "What are they? Retarded?" Luze shook his head. "It seems to be some secret technique or god art. The people I killed also turned to dust." Both the eyes of the two narrowed. At this moment, the two heavily injured aperture opening states heard the voices of the court-martial states and woke up. They also looked at Luze and the rest with an eerie smile. Lin Ling said, "Let's go check how senior schoolmate Margaret is." The group nodded at her words. After all, Blood Knight Demon Emperor was the captain. Did he know his men became like this, or was he like this too? In that case, things wouldn't be so simple. The four came to where Margaret and Blood Knight Demon Emperor were fighting. Their battle was still in a stalemate, but Blood Knight Demon Emperor's foundation wasn't as good as Margaret. Margaret was the number one in the Federal University. She had a divine art as well. The Blood Knight Demon Emperor received quite some wounds. Margaret's face went cold, and she disappeared. Blood Knight Demon Emperor shifted his weapon to slice through behind him. The few 100-meter-long blood sword ray cut into the ground. Screech! The earth had tens of kilometers long crack, which emitted a faint blood chi. This time, he wasn't able to predict Margaret's attack and missed her. Behind him, a faint grey sword ray pierced into the blood mist and sliced open the battle armor, leaving a huge wound on his body. Blood poured out from his back. Margaret wanted to keep attacking, but a bloody light surged from all over Blood Knight Demon Emperor's body. Margaret paused from the shock. Then, his body disappeared in a blood mist and reappeared a few hundred meters away. He didn't run away and looked at Luze and others. He grinned, showing the same eerie smile. Luze's face changed. This guy was the same? Ha ha ha, this pirate group is quite hated to draw a bunch of prodigies like you. Everyone frowned when they heard the words of the Blood Knight Demon Emperor. This pirate group? This guy was indeed long dead like the others. Margaret frowned and then looked at Luze and the rest of the team. What happened? Luze stretched out and smiled. These people seem to have already died. The one controlling them is probably the undead race, but the person seems a little retarded. Blood Knight Demon Emperor's smile stiffened. Then, he said plainly, this will be it for now. We will meet again. At last, I'll give you a final present. Then, all the pirates' eyes turned green, and their chi surged. Luze's face changed. They're going to self-destruct. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes. He then grabbed Lin Ling as his wings of wind and lightning appeared. He flapped his wings and took Lin Ling away. The seniors left immediately at the same time. Rumble. A terrifying and deafening explosion occurred. The howling green fire spread in all directions with spirit force and chased after them. Luze frowned. A black light appeared on his fist as he punched out. Star crippling punch. Rumble. A black fist force tore through space and smashed the green fire away. The fire fell to the ground. The ground managed to absorb it. Stones were slowly eroded due to the green fire. Moments later, the fire finally was quenched. Meanwhile, on the spaceship, Ning Dali had been watching the situation nervously. This concerned his future. Seeing Margaret fight evenly with Blood Knight Demon Emperor and the other two not fearing these pirates, they finally relaxed. But when they saw the hundreds of pirates smile eerily and say those things, everyone felt a chill. What is going on? One person asked shakily. Ning Dali frowned and looked at the screen. This situation was beyond his expectations. When they saw Luze kill a pirate and the pirate turned to dust, the surveillance room sunk into silence. Even Ning Dali's lips quivered. What was this? Was this some strange cult? Why did it happen in his territory? The workers were pale-faced. They had all served the military and seen quite some death, but such an eerie death wasn't something martial artists or their level could witness. Would this be Luze's means? Everyone tried to make a guess. Ning Dali glared. Don't say that. You saw his clips on the battlefield. He didn't do this. He fell silent and said, send this clip to the mission department of the Dawn system and tell them to decide. What? Ning Dali's eyes bulged. Luze killed all the pirates hiding in the ship, and yet, they all turned to dust. Do I send it now? The person looked at Ning Dali. Ning Dali said, wait, let's see what happens. When they saw Li Qingyun and Eldon kill the Aperture Opening State pirates and capture one while Luze brought back the captives, they cheered. When the eerie smile appeared once more, all the space pirates, including Blood Knight Demon Emperor, all self-destructed. This was so intense that Ning Dali and the others became worried. When he saw Luze punch the blast away with one fist, Ning Dali's heart finally rested. Yet at this moment, 3 figures wearing black cloaks appeared behind Luze and the rest. They were shrouded in green mist. At this moment, they stretched out their black palms toward Luze and his team. Can his heart get some rest? Chapter 291 What happens when the one acting cool gets eaten? On the barren lands of this planet, sword marks covered the entire soil. Green flames adhered to the stones and burned while emitting a corrosive chi. The green flames covered the whole region of the sky. At the border of the flames, a black ray surged, turning into a pillar of light. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, it struck through the flames. Seeing the flames disperse, Luze put away his punch calmly. Everyone else looked calm. This level of self-destruction couldn't hurt them from afar. The only trouble was the green flame. It had a strong corrosive effect. At this moment, the space warped behind them, and 3 figures wearing black robes appeared. They were shrouded in darkness, and only 2 green specks of light flashed. They had green mist surrounding their palms which struck toward Luze, Linling, and Li Qingyun. When their hands were about to touch Luze and the others, the chi of the entire team was completely released. Margaret's sword cut toward the black hand reaching for Linling. At the same time, Linling's spear appeared. Her eyes flashed as she angled the spear at the hand. On the other hand, Li Qingyun's white mist wrapped around the black hand reaching for him. Eldon's sword flashed and slashed toward the hand. Meanwhile, Margaret's and Eldon's other hands, which were covered with powerful spirit force and god art, struck toward the black figure on Luze's side. Luze also turned around. His right hand flowed with a black light and collided with the black hand. Rumble! An extremely terrifying chi erupted, which swept the surrounding tens of kilometers. The land cracked due to the aftermath, and hurricanes were formed. The blue sky was painted in a myriad of colors. After the clash, the figures were pushed backward, standing a few hundred meters apart. Luze looked at the 3 figures. They were wearing hooded robes. The hood was tattered and looked as though it was made with bad quality. He frowned. No matter what race they were, weren't they a bit poor to be wearing such tattered clothes? Margaret asked coldly, "Who are you guys?" Li Qingyun and Eldon stepped forward, protecting Luze and Linling behind them. The 3 turned their heads. Then, the middle one let out a deep laugh. "Ha ha ha! Your talents are good, but soon, you will be mine." The one on the right said, "Life is too weak, become a part of us and live for millions, hundreds of millions of years, or even eternity." The one on the left said, "You guys should feel happy, after all, only monarchs, rulers and emperors can be immortal. This is our blessing." Their chi rose, and a green mist spurred from their bodies, dyeing the skies green. This was a human territory. They weren't dumb. These 5 humans are quite strong. It would take some time to deal with them. If something happens, things wouldn't be good. Luze raised a brow after observing the enemies. These 3 guys were quite strong. The chi of the one in the center was nearly 600 apertures. The ones on the side were around 500 and 400 apertures. No wonder the bloody night pirates were annihilated. Seeing this, Luze even felt a little happy deep inside. It seems it was time to show off. At this moment, he should be the one saying, "I'll take him on," and then wear his battle armor to fight that middle one. That way, his seniors would be very shocked. Thinking about this, Luze prepared himself and said, "Don't worry, senior schoolmates." Just when Luze was planning to act cool, the sky dimmed in an instant. Luze's complexion changed. What happened now? Both Luze and the rest, as well as the 3 black-robed beings, looked at the sky with vigilance. The blue sky sunk into darkness while the stars dimmed down, and the starlight also disappeared. At the same time, the shape of a face emerged behind the 3 black figures. Only the mouth can be distinctively seen on this face. Starlight gathered on the dimmed skies once more. This scene was the entry of a powerful boss. Luze looked at the familiar round face. It didn't have other features, but even if it turned to dust, Luze could tell this was the mouth that had been stealing the delicious food from him. "It's you. Ying Aotian." The big mouth opened and bit toward the 3 beings wearing black robes. When they turned around and saw a huge mouth facing them, their green lights shivered. What was this? They wanted to run but found they couldn't move no matter what. Thus, they could only watch as they were eaten by this round face. Then, the round face frowned. The little mouth grunted, and the crisp voice of a little girl could be heard. "This tastes bad." Before she could finish, the round face disappeared, and the sky became clear again. Luze heard Ying Ying's familiar voice, and his face changed. She was his life's enemy indeed. He was planning to act cool. Yet, his target was just eaten by her like that. What could he do? Meanwhile, Lin Ling looked at the disappearing round face with some worry. Would Ying Ying's stomach go wrong after eating random things like these? She suppressed down her worry and planned to go back and teach Ying Ying not to eat bad food. The three seniors looked at this scene, feeling stunned. Those three were very strong, and they weren't confident. They were planning to use their trump cards. Yet, what was this? That round face formed with starlight just ate these three enemies? Which passing by god was this? Margaret asked with uncertainty, did we see that type of starlight somewhere? Li Qingyun replied with uncertainty as well, it seemed to happen not long ago, in the Dawn system. Eldon's mouth spasmed. How can it be? It didn't have the chi like last time, and it seems to be a little kid speaking. Margaret. Li Qingyun, what kind of kid will do things like this? Luze and Lin Ling snuck a glance at the three seniors and then looked at each other. Should they conform to the crowd and agree? Moments later, Margaret thought of something and looked at Luze. Junior schoolmate Luze, what did you want to say? Luze. He smiled stiffly. Nothing. How dare Ying Ying eat the person he needed to act cool? He was going to remember this and give her less food. Ning Dali looked outside the ship and realized that somehow the stars dimmed down in this region. All the light of the stars seemed to have been sucked away. His face changed. What's going on? He looked at the personnel. Has the news been sent out? The worker looked outside at the eerie scene and sweated. He then said shakily, it's sent out. At this moment, the screen recovered, and the scene before them baffled them. The five prodigies were still there, but those three guys were gone. What happened to those three monsters with black robes? How did they disappear? They couldn't have been eaten, right? Chapter 292 How about we try being together too? When Margaret heard him, she looked at Luze in confusion but didn't say much. After some silence, Luze said, Senior schoolmate, should we report this back to the school and see if there are any more pirates or those strange beings? Li Qingyun nodded at him. Luze is right. According to the situation just then, the Bloody Night pirates were already controlled. We just don't know what race that was. Eldon nodded as well. We'll report this once we get back. They were eaten too quickly. We weren't able to get any information. It appears that they don't seem to be too friendly. Thinking how the powerful monsters were eaten in a blink, Eldon felt scared. Margaret nodded at this point. We'll contact Commander Ning first and then see if we missed anyone. Margaret used a holographic communication. Subsequently, Ning Dali's worried face appeared in the sky. Margaret, where are those three monsters? Margaret felt stunned at his question. She then asked in confusion, you didn't see it? Ning Dali shook his head. For some reason, the screen stopped working. Luze and Lin Ling glanced at each other in surprise. From Dawn system to this place, the distance was nearly 10,000 light-years. Ying Ying should still be at Dawn system. How did she come and eat the three black-robed monsters? A cosmic realm state being is too powerful. No wonder when she lost control, her chi could cover the entire Milky Way galaxy and even further. That probably wasn't Ying Ying's limit, but they couldn't say this. Margaret said, Commander Ning's mission is just to deal with the Bloody Night pirates, right? I will tell the school about the three black-robed monsters. You saw what happened before the sky went dark, right? Ning Dali quickly nodded and smiled. Your powers are amazing. Those pirates were worth nothing in your hands. Since they didn't want him to care about the black robes, he wouldn't. He didn't want to anyway. He was just a core martial state. That was strong in the Ningkong system but nothing in the entire Federation. Caring too much would cost his life. Those bloody night pirates had self-destructed. He could give a resolution to the victims. Of course, there will still be punishments, but this was the best ending. Hence, he felt much better now. Margaret didn't care about the compliments. She had heard this all too much on her missions. The others had the same sentiments. Margaret continued, since Commander Ning has seen it all, then please cooperate with us to search for anything we missed out. Ning Dali nodded. Okay. The five began searching in this area. With Lin Ling's god art and Ning Dali's technology, the search was quite fast. A few hours later, the entire area has been searched thoroughly, and there were no pirates who escaped. The five completely destroyed the spaceship, which Luze sliced, before returning to their flying ship and getting back on the warship. Inside the warship, as soon as Luze and the others got off, Ning Dali greeted them with a smile on his face. I was so lucky to have your help. If it weren't for the five of them, those 11 aperture opening state pirates wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Even if he could, those 3 black robes were very dangerous. He wasn't strong, but he had some keen eyes. From the clash, he could tell those 3 were stronger than the pirates. Up until now, Ning Dali believed that the 3 black-robed monsters were killed by the 5. He looked at their powers in a new light. They were indeed the pinnacle prodigies of the human race. Margaret smiled. You're too polite, Commander Ning. Li Qingyun said plainly, please confirm that we've finished the mission. This guy had a rather normal attitude to the team, but for those weaker people, he had a cold attitude. Eldon smiled. I believe Commander Ning is in a rush to get back too, isn't it? Ning Dali didn't mind their attitudes and nodded. Sure, we'll go back now. They used warp jump to return to the Ningkong system and came to the ruling planet. Ning Dali confirmed their completion of the mission, and the Dawn network went into the verification phase. As long as the verification was complete, they would get the mission rewards. After sending Luze and his team off, Ning Dali left the building immediately. He had his own things to deal with. With this, the 5 smiled. Eldon grinned. This mission was full of twists and turns, but we have earned a huge reward. 10 million academic credits, everyone can get 2 million. Li Qingyun also showed a smile. It's because we're lucky to get this mission. Margaret stretched her back. Her beautiful curves made Eldon unable to resist looking over. Then, she smiled. Qingyun is right. Normally, these missions would at most reward half the amount. We're lucky to be able to get this mission. Luze and Lin Ling didn't feel much. They had too many academic credits that 2 million didn't seem a lot. Luze sighed. He was once a wealthy man, but he was only wealthy for a few days. After buying a divine art, he was immediately poor. Thinking about this, Luze looked at Lin Ling. She also had 100 million academic credits. He wondered how much she had left. Should he ask her to be his sugar mommy? As soon as this idea came out, Luze killed it. Never. Lin Ling felt a little alarmed from Luze's look. She frowned. What's wrong? Nothing. Margaret then said, okay, let's go back. When Luze heard her words, he said, senior schoolmate, you guys go back first, I'm going back home. Go home. Luze nodded. My home is 800 light years away from here. Margaret asked, are you going back alone? On the side, Lin Ling said, I'm going back too. Eldon looked strangely at the two. Your homes are located in the same place. Lin Ling said, the same solar system. Oh. The 3 nodded in some strange enlightenment. Luze and Lin Ling. He was certain that these people were thinking of something strange. Margaret smiled. Then, we'll go back first. We'll send you the academic credits reward. Eldon nodded. We won't disturb you guys. Li Qingyun also nodded. This had happened so many times that Lin Ling became powerless to explain it anymore. The group bid their farewells. Afterward, Luze and Lin Ling flew to the space station. Margaret looked at them and sighed. It's really good to be young. Good to have an evenly matched partner. Eldon grinned at her words. Margaret, are you jealous? Seeing how we're in our last year of university, why don't we try being together? Li Qingyun sneered. Eldon, you are a student of Emperor Capital Academy. What are you doing here? Piss off. What's this got to do with school? Do you think I can't beat your head right away? Pfft. Two eyes widened, and Margaret glanced at them, thinking they seemed to be dumb people. Are you guys still going back? And, don't even think about it, both of you. You're both weaker than me. Hurry up and cultivate first. Hearing this, their eyes lit up. Cultivate first? That meant they had a chance? The two glanced at each other, and there was more competition in their eyes. Chapter 293 Sleeping Yingying. Luze and Lin Ling came to the space station and inquired about the schedule of transportation. They found out that the earliest ship to Telun system would arrive half an hour later. It was just an ordinary ship, so the price wasn't expensive. The two chose to buy a single private room ticket. On the ship, they came to their own room. The room wasn't big. There was a double bed, as well as a couch and a screen. Lin Ling sat on the bed while Luze lay on the couch. There is half an hour until it takes off. It'll stop at Lanzhong first. Are you sure you don't want to visit my house? I'll introduce Alice to you, Luze invited. After all, Lin Ling was his best friend at school. Lin Ling rolled her eyes. I am not going. At this moment, Lin Ling's phone rang. She picked it up and said in surprise, "It's Sister Jing." She opened the projection as Nanggong Jing's head popped out. Luze, Lin Ling, Nanggong Jing was about to speak when she saw the environment, her face stiffened, and she looked strangely at the two. Sorry for disturbing your workout. You guys should continue. Then, she hung up the phone. Luze. Lin Ling. What do you mean by workout? At this point, they just realized that the environment didn't seem too right. Luze became speechless. The circuit in this alcoholic's brain seemed to be crooked, isn't it? She was an alcoholic and dirty-minded. She was beyond help. They just wanted to find a quiet place to rest. Lin Ling felt a bit awkward. It did seem a bit strange that a guy and a girl were in a room with a bed. However, interstellar travel usually took a few days. Beds were standard in rooms. After all, ordinary people needed sleep. After a moment of silence, Lin Ling called back. When the call connected, Kyohesha appeared too. Kyohesha looked at the room with interest. For the first time, isn't the environment a bit too shabby? Does little brother Luze not know how to treat a girl right? Luze said expressionlessly, "We're innocent, okay? We're just staying in a room on our way home." Lin Ling nodded. "We're just planning to visit home." Hearing this, the two finally realized it. Then, Lin Ling asked curiously, "Sister Jing, why did you call me?" When Nanggong Jing heard the question, she immediately remembered what she was supposed to say. For some reason, Yingying took a bite of the air and said she ate something very disgusting. Then, she said she was a bit tired, and now, she's asleep. Luze and Lin Ling felt stunned. Subsequently, they recalled the scene where Yingying ate the three black-robed monsters. Was it because of that? Kyohesha saw this and asked, "You guys know the reason?" Luze nodded and told them what happened. Then, Lin Ling asked, "Is Ying okay?" Theoretically, those three black-robed monsters were just at the aperture opening state, and Ying was a cosmic realm state being. Yet, Ying fell asleep? Were those things poisonous? Nangongjing shook her head and smiled. Lin Ling, don't worry. Ying is this strong, how can something happen to her? Her qi is very stable. We just think she's in hibernation again. Hibernation. Luze and Lin Ling frowned at this. Luze asked, "She's not going to sleep for another 2,000 years, right?" They could still live for 2,000 years, but that would take quite a long time. Kaiuyuhesha shook her head. "I don't know." Lin Ling asked, "Ying is sleeping right now?" Nangongjing nodded. I let her sleep in my room." She showed Ying on the bed. She seemed to be sleeping very well and was even drooling. Seeing this, Luze and Lin Ling didn't feel so worried anymore. Nangongjing scratched her head. Who knows? Maybe, she will wake up in the next moment. Luze frowned. Although Ying fought over food with him every time, she had been very obedient and even came to eat those three monsters when they were in danger. Would those three things really be poisonous? Or was it that Ying devoured their energies and wanted to sleep again? No one knew, as none of them had kept a young star spirit before. Nangongjing smiled. "I've told you everything. We'll watch over Ying, so don't worry, you two." Kaiuyuhesha narrowed her eyes and said seductively, "You two can just enjoy your trip." Luze. Lin Ling, ha ha ha, we're hanging up. Nangongjing felt it was funny and even burped before hanging up. Lin Ling glared at Luze. "I blame you." Luze. "What did he do?" Then, Lin Ling frowned. "I wonder when Ying will wake up." Luze frowned too. "We'll check once we get back." Lin Ling nodded. That was Ying's heritage, so there was nothing they could do. It took half a day for the ship to arrive at the Telun system. It stopped at planet Lanzhong first before proceeding to Lin Ling's planet, Jingping. Half a day later, the ship stopped at planet Lanzhong. Luze got up and smiled. "You're really not going?" Lin Ling glared. "No." Then, she smiled. "I'm going back to show great-grandpa my progress." She wanted to show Elder Lin, who has sacrificed so much for her, her progress, and let him know that she had lived up to his expectations. Luze was dazed for a moment after hearing her answer. He then smiled. "Your progress has been massive lately. Elder Lin must be very happy." Luze then walked out. Before closing the door, Luze turned around and smiled once more. "Although, you're still a bit weaker than me." Then, he quickly closed the door and ran. Lin Ling was originally happy when she heard his words, but when he said the last sentence, her smile stiffened. She wanted to catch up and beat this guy up. But if she chased after him, she would end up in his house. She wasn't going to fall for his plan. When Luze got off, it was night time on the planet. Cars and flying ships came and went at the square of the space station. It was very busy and prosperous. Luze looked at the familiar environment and smiled. "I'm back." The last time he came here, it was for the graduation trial. In a blink of an eye, a few months had passed. He had transmigrated to this world for 4 months. Luze happily left the square and came to the checkpoint. Similar to the flights back in the Earth era, one still needed to go through security checks. Luze felt he needed a private ship just like the alcoholic's golden swirl. While Luze was in the middle of his dream, he suddenly felt a large number of eyes gathering around him. "Hey, that's Luze from our planet." "That's right. I've noticed him since the graduation trial. I've seen his battlefield clips too. I'm his fan." "Me too. Luze is so handsome, Luze. He resisted looking in the direction of the girl and kept walking. He forgot that as a level 4 honor badge holder, he could enter through special tunnels. He was too excited joking with Lin Ling that it had escaped his memory. Although Luze was being watched, everyone remained civilized and didn't rush up to touch him. After passing the security checks, Luze felt relieved. Afterward, Luze flew under all sorts of strange glances on the way to his home. Although he already told Lu Li and Alice that he would be back these few days, he didn't say the specific time. He was going to give them a surprise. Chapter 294. This is definitely the worst slander in history. The mansion district was very calm under the night sky. Luze quietly landed before his home. When he turned to scan the area from the yard to the mansion up to the training grounds, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. It was just a short 2 months, but he had been through life and death situations several times. The lights in the mansion and the training grounds were both switched on. He looked at the direction of the training ground. It was probably Uncle Merlin training Lu Li and Alice. In that case, his parents should be at home. With that thought, Luze smiled. He should see his mom first, or he might receive a beating. Upon the moment Luze landed, Merlin, who was teaching the 2 girls, suddenly paused. Alice looked at Merlin in confusion and asked, "What's wrong, father?" Merlin shook his head and smiled. "Nothing, let's continue." Luze was back? Was he here for Lu Li's and Alice's cultivation resources? It was a good thing the kid remembered, or he would have spoken to him about this. During this period, the progress of the 2 girls decelerated. It got slower and slower. Although it could be considered fast compared to other people, it still made him a little dissatisfied. And this kid seemed to be quite famous in the Federation. What was his power like now? As his first teacher, Merlin felt he had the responsibility to test Luze. Of course, this definitely didn't have anything to do with Alice being so happy when she heard the kid was coming back. Definitely not. While Merlin was submerged in his thoughts, Lu Li and Alice could not help but notice the various changes in his expressions. They chose not to comment on it any further. When Luze opened the door, he saw Lu Wen sitting on the couch, looking at his computer, while Fuxia was chatting with her friends. She seemed to be very happy. The 2 had heard the sound of the door opening, but they could only attribute it to Merlin finishing with the training early. They turned their heads in surprise. Did their cultivation practice end this quickly today? However, when they saw Luze walk inside, Lu Wen and Fuxia became dazed for a moment. Luze scratched his head. I'm back." The atmosphere turned a little strange. Did he do something wrong, or was it that his parents couldn't even recognize him? No way. Hearing this, Lu Wen and Fuxia finally reacted. Fuxia's eyes went red. She then jumped to hug Luze. "Good boy, how did you come back suddenly?" She rubbed Luze's hair and smiled. "If I knew you were coming back earlier, we would have waited for you for dinner. I've been studying cooking with Alice, and my cooking skills have improved greatly." Luze felt relieved. He almost thought that he had read the situation incorrectly. Before he could speak, Fuxia said, "I'll go cook your favorite dish for you." Then, she happily ran to the kitchen. Lu Wen was a little jealous. Why was there a disparity in treatment between him and the son? He was quite happy Luze was back before, but he would like to take it back at this point. Lu Wen put down his computer and said, "You're back." Luze smiled and nodded. Lu Wen stared at Luze for a moment and said, "On the battlefield, Dad was proud of you." Due to his words, Luze smiled in embarrassment. "I was just doing what I could." This old man didn't compliment him like this on the phone. Now, he knew how to compliment people. Hey? Not bad, at least there was progress. Then, Lu Wen glared at Luze. "Don't smile, you don't know how worried your mom was." Luze's mouth twitched. Dad, you've said that. Lu Wen opened his mouth and then patted Luze on the shoulder. You're old now. You should have your own decisions. Just don't regret them. Luze nodded seriously. Subsequently, Lu Wen's handsome face revealed a lewd smile. Tell me about it, you're quite famous in school now, right? Do you have any girls you like? Why don't you bring one back for us? Luze was speechless. You still haven't given up. This guy always wanted to find a girlfriend for him. Every time he wanted to talk about this, Luze quickly hung up. Dad was very hard working for Li. Were fathers a control freak when it comes to their daughters? Uncle Merlin was like this too. Lu Wen glared at him. I'm saying this for your benefit. It's time you find a girlfriend. Then, his eyes lit up. That short-haired girl from the battlefield is quite pretty. She seems quite close to you. Luze. He finally understood Nangang Jing's terror now. He was only 18. Why? Seeing how Luze was not responding, Lu Wen spoke again. And Alice, although Merlin rejected it once, I still believe you can do it. Luze. He could already imagine Merlin smiling at him amicably. Half an hour later, Lu Wen said to the lifeless Luze, let me tell you about how I chased your mom, puff. Luze listened expressionlessly about how the two started out up until now. At this moment, Fu Xia came back and subjugated Lu Wen. She glared at Lu Wen with a red face and then smiled at Luze. Good boy, go eat dinner, it's ready. Luze's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Mother is the most beautiful woman in the world. Mother was indeed the savior. Luze put down his chopsticks, feeling satisfied. The familiar taste. It was amazing. Fu Xia smiled. How is it? Is it nice? Luze quickly nodded. Congratulations on your improvement, mother. Your food is number one in the world. Fu Xia smiled and said, don't compliment me. Alice taught me well. She can cook much better than I can. Then, she looked at Luze with a complicated expression. By the way, Alice sent you cooked food. Luze nodded at her question. Yes. Fu Xia retained her complicated expression. Alice was a good child, she really liked her. But if possible, she would want Lu Li to be with Luze. She glared at Luze and said, come, boy, I have something to tell you. Subsequently, Fu Xia went upstairs. Luze followed in confusion. Lu Wen wanted to go up too but was glared at by Fu Xia, so he sat back down pitifully. Luze felt this was very interesting. His dad was a rather famous businessman on planet Lanzhong. He was an autocrat outside. However, at home, he was always subjugated by mother. Upstairs, Fu Xia took Luze to his room. Luze saw how it was clean and tidy. Clearly, Fu Xia cleaned it up for him. Fu Xia smiled. How long are you planning to stay at home? Luze said, I'm going back tomorrow. This quick? Yes, it's pretty busy at school. Fu Xia nodded and didn't say much. Then, she touched Luze's face and said, my good boy has grown up. Luze's mouth spasmed. Mom, you said I've grown up. Don't touch my face like that. That is for little kids. Fu Xia glared at Luze. Luze immediately said sycophantically. Does it feel nice? If not, I'll relax it a bit more. Fu Xia laughed and rubbed Luze's hair. Then, she looked at Luze with a complicated expression once more. You have become better and better now and more liked by girls. Luze scratched his head. Really? He was a proud lone wolf. This was definitely the biggest slander in history, but he didn't dare to resist. Fu Xia said, I want to talk to you about Lee. Luze became dazed. Lee? What about her? Chapter 295 Good thing I learned acting skills. Inside his room, Luze looked at Fuxia in a daze. Lu Li was quite charming when he was chatting with her. Fuxia became silent for a while. Then, with complicated eyes, she said, during these few months, that girl has been working very hard for cultivation. She didn't rest at all. Originally, she was hard-working but not to this level. After a pause, she continued, I can tell she is under a lot of pressure. I don't know what exactly it is. Uncle Merlin and Alice probably can't help her too. Otherwise, she wouldn't be like this. I'm scared it will be bad for her if she goes on like this. If you have the chance, ask her about it and talk to her. Luze frowned at her words. Lee feels pressured. Why would she feel pressured? With her talent and the red orbs he gave her, the only person who could compete with her at school is Alice, right? They can get into Federal University for sure, so why would she still feel pressured? Luze's eyes flashed. He fell into contemplation. Let me think. After a moment, his eyes lit up. Was it because she was always with Alice? Did she feel Alice is more talented than her because of that? Alice's source flame is the top god art in the entire universe after all. However, Lu Li has god art too. Alice's source flame isn't completely awakened. The difference should be huge. Luze thought for a while, and he still could not figure it out, so he gave up thinking. He would just ask her when he had the chance. He smiled at Fuxia. Don't worry, mother. Leave it to me. Fuxia smiled and touched Luze's face. Go, boy. Then, she went downstairs. Luze followed too. He planned to go check out Lu Li's and Alice's cultivation. Luze came before the training grounds and opened the door. Inside, Luze saw there was a huge pale egg in the center. Luze had seen this before. This was Uncle Merlin's expansive dimension. He used to be severely beaten up in there for an entire month. Thinking about this matter, Luze felt sad. But in that month, his power skyrocketed. Without Merlin's teachings, his life would have been in danger on the 25th planet. He stared at the big egg. The big egg slowly turned into pale flames and was sucked into a region. There stood a golden-haired handsome middle-aged man. His palm sucked in all the flames. This man was Merlin. As the egg disappeared, Lu Li and Alice appeared. Seeing Luze, their eyes lit up. Subsequently, Lu Li stayed calm while Alice showed an angelic smile and ran up to Luze, saying excitedly, "Senior schoolmate, you didn't even tell me you were coming back. I could have prepared food for you. Have you eaten yet?" Luze smiled and nodded. Mother already cooked for me." When she heard his reply, Alice smiled. Auntie always wanted to learn cooking, so she could surprise senior schoolmate. Her cooking is amazing now. Luze smiled. She complimented that you taught her well. Alice looked down in embarrassment. I was doing what I should. Merlin held his chest. Ouch, my heart hurts. My cute daughter is leaving me. He needed to teach Luze, this kid, a good lesson. Luze felt an evil gaze directed at him, and he immediately knew where it was from. It must be this Uncle Merlin. When Lu Li saw Luze chatting so happily with Alice, she went up and grabbed Luze's hand. Brother, welcome back. Luze. Alice. Luze looked at Lu Li's gentle smile in disbelief. No way. My sister isn't this clingy. What is she thinking? Is she trying to set him up? Alice's eyes flashed. She felt a little unsatisfied. She hadn't even held hands with Luze yet. Lu Li soon released his hands and smiled. Have you seen Mom and Dad yet? They miss you a lot. Luze nodded and then looked at the two. How are your cultivation? Merlin said pridefully, they are both abstruse martial state level 2. At the same time, they are also perfect spirit bodies. Their combat powers are near core martial state. He smiled. With my teachings, their powers after a year will definitely surpass yours at that time. Luze looked at the two in surprise. That's very strong indeed. It had only been 2 months. There was still a year left. Their powers at the graduation trials should be able to reach aperture opening state. Perhaps, those two will be like Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha. They will become the strongest 2 female young dukes of the new generation. By then, they would definitely shock the entire federation. Alice then smiled at Luze. How about it, senior schoolmate? I'm not weak anymore. On the other hand, Luze looked firmly at him. I will catch up to you. Luze smiled. You two were much stronger than me at that time. The stronger they were, the happier Luze will be. However, it was unlikely that the two could surpass him. After all, they got their orbs from him. Merlin smiled at him. It was time to beat this kid up. He said seriously, cough. Catch up ends here. Kid, I haven't seen you for 2 months. Let me test your power. Luze immediately looked at Merlin with vigilance. Experience told him this old man wanted to beat him up. What a joke! Was he going to fall for it so easily this time? He smiled. Uncle Merlin, you know, I just finished a mission and had an extremely intense fight. I was planning to get a good rest. Merlin wasn't surprised at all with his answer. He nodded and said with regret, I was planning to personally cook spirit food for you if your power was up to my standard. You know, I taught Alice. She's very talented, but she lacks some experience. Merlin shook his head and planned to leave. But now, what a pity, Luze. He looked at Merlin in disbelief. Such a cruel heart. Enticing him with food? He coughed and said, Uncle Merlin is my first teacher. Now that I'm back, of course, I need to let my teacher know my progress. Although I'm very tired now, for Teacher Merlin, I can still fight. Merlin looked at Luze worriedly. Really? You don't have to force yourself. Luze shook his head. I am willing. Then, he tested. The specific conditions are. If it was too high, he would act that he was heavily injured. Luze, Alice. Luze sighed. Stupid Luze, he was beyond help. Alice's eyes lit up. It seemed food had a greater influence on Luze than she had imagined. She had some bold ideas. Merlin smiled. Aperture opening state with 400 apertures and I'll cook you a dish. Aperture opening state with 500 apertures and I'll cook you an entire table. He felt no matter how talented this kid was, even with a month of Dao Enlightenment Room cultivation, there was no way he would reach aperture opening state with 500 apertures. Using a dish to get a chance to bash this kid up. This was hella worth it. Merlin felt great. Luze's eyes lit up too. Aperture opening state with 500 apertures and he would get a table of spirit food? This was too good. He quickly controlled his face and maintained a serious expression, trying hard not to laugh. Then, he acted like he was distraught. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and nodded at Merlin. In that case, Uncle Merlin must not use power greater than aperture opening state with 500 apertures. Merlin was extremely happy, seeing that Luze fell for the bait. He still looked at Luze with a worried expression. Are you sure you don't need to rest? He showed extreme concern for his student. Merlin sneered. He read some acting books. Luze nodded firmly. Don't worry. Teacher, I can do it. Merlin sighed. You're so obstinate. In that case, let's begin. Luze and Alice. Idiots. Chapter 296. Let's turn off the lights. Luze agreed to Merlin's terms. Soon after, white flames surged out as the space distorted, forming a few kilometers of large space. At the same time, a transparent barrier appeared where Lu and Alice were. When everything was ready, Merlin smiled. "Come, let me see your latest improvement." He was extremely happy. He hadn't beaten this kid for a long time. He missed that feeling. Luze smiled as well. "Okay. I will let you see what the speed of the wind is like." Purple and green lights flashed in Luze's eyes. Wings of wind and lightning. Subsequently, Luze's wings flapped, and he disappeared. He then reappeared behind Merlin. He held his right fist as a black light wrapped around it, releasing terrifying power. The air even became twisted. Star crippling punch. Luze twisted his waist and punched toward the back of Merlin. The dark ray flashed with a metallic color. Rumble. Lightning roars left some cracks on the entire small dimension. Merlin. Feeling this powerful wave, Merlin became dazed. What was this? That was wings of wind and lightning and star crippling. Punch? These two divine arts were considered high-level divine arts. How was it so easily learned? Even with 1 month in the Dao Enlightenment Room, it couldn't be this fast. And, the kid's power was clearly beyond 500 apertures of aperture opening state. Without hesitation, white flames flashed as he opened his right hand. The flame turned to meet the black fist force. Thud. In a terrifying clash, deep black color and white flames filled the entire space. Lu and Alice were protected by the barrier. Thus, they didn't feel any powerful chi. Even though they had reached the abstruse martial state, they still couldn't see the battle. Lu bit her lips. Luze was already this powerful? She had worked so hard in cultivation, but she felt she was further and further behind. Meanwhile, Alice looked with admiration. Senior schoolmate is so strong. She never doubted her talent. If she completely awoke her god art, she would not be weaker than Luze. She never thought about being unable to catch up to Luze. Alice just purely felt happy for Luze's improvement. After one clash, Luze and Merlin separated. Seeing he didn't get an advantage from his attack, Luze was planning to attack once more when Merlin quickly said, "Wait." Luze looked at Merlin, feeling confused. "What? Uncle Merlin, is the test finished now?" Merlin's face stiffened for a moment before he said, "Wait, let me get this right, something was definitely quite wrong with the situation." He tested, that was the wings of wind and lightning and star crippling punch, right? Luze nodded. "Yeah, is there a problem?" Merlin. The problem was huge. Merlin asked again, cough, "Z, you've mastered wings of lightning and wings of the wind, right?" I've perfected those too, so I could go learn wings of wind and lightning." Then, Luze frowned. "However, the most advanced speed type of divine art seems to be just the wings of wind and lightning." Merlin. Did this kid mean that wings of wind and lightning couldn't satisfy him? As a high-level official of the Federation, he knew about Ying Ying too and wasn't surprised Luze had the academic credits to buy divine arts. Even he would take a long time to learn divine art. Although he pretty much learned all the available divine arts, he still remembered how tough it was. Yet, this kid learned too this quickly? He didn't know that Luze learned Green Jade /2. Merlin looked at Luze's stupid face. This kid didn't seem like a smart person. Luze took a step back in vigilance. "Uncle Merlin, please have some self-respect." Lu and Alice were a bit confused. However, they knew that Luze definitely did something to shock Merlin. Luze tentatively asked, "Uncle Merlin, did I pass your test?" "The reward?" Merlin replied, "You passed." He was a star-level being. Naturally, he wasn't going to go back on his words. But thinking about how he was going to cook for the man stealing his daughter, Merlin felt bad. Thus, he planned to beat Luze up again. This kid was getting too cocky. He needs education. At this moment, Alice said, "Dad, since it's done, can we leave?" Merlin. He looked at Alice's vigilant eyes, and his mouth spasmed. His daughter was too smart and knew him too well. He put away his god art and glared at Luze before showing a gentle smile at Alice. "Let's go back." Alice waved her hand to Luze. "Senior schoolmate, I'm going back first." Then, she left the training grounds with Merlin. Only Luze and Lu remained. The atmosphere turned silent. Luze thought of what his mom had said and looked at Lu with a puzzled expression. Did she feel pressured? When Luze looked over, Lu gazed back and smiled gently. "Why are you looking at me like this, brother? Are you trying to do something to me while there is no one in the training grounds?" Luze. He rolled his eyes. "Don't think too much. I just feel you're not in the best mood, so I'm curious." Lu felt dazed for a moment before she answered, "Luze, we haven't sparred for a long time. Can you spar with me?" Luze remembered that they used to be sparring partners. She used to take care of him when she was stronger. Then, he looked strangely at her. Did she feel pressured because he became so much stronger? No way. He nodded. "Let me see how strong Li is." "Now." Lu agreed and smiled. "Then, let's turn off the lights first." "Hey! What has sparring got to do with turning off the lights?" Lu smiled brighter after seeing the shock on Luze's face. She said softly, "My god art is darkness god art. I'm the strongest in the dark. If you want to see my power, then it's better to turn off the lights." After a moment, she said with surprise, "Was brother thinking about something strange? How was that possible?" To prove himself, he turned off the lights. Only a sliver of starlight shone through the window. Chapter 297. You have me here. In the dark training grounds, Luze and Lu stood opposite each other. Luze smiled at Lu. "Okay, Li, let's begin." Despite the area being very dark, it didn't affect martial artists of Luze's caliber at all. Even without mental force, he could even see in the dark with just his eyes. At this moment, Lu smiled. "Brother, I'm going to attack then." Afterward, Lu's figure suddenly disappeared. Luze felt a little bit surprised. Even with his current eyes, he couldn't see where Lu went. Interesting. This darkness god art was quite powerful. Suddenly, a white palm appeared in the darkness. It was shrouded in black mist and headed toward Luze's back. Luze turned around and tapped on her palm, saying, "Li, you still revealed your chi." Humph. Then, the darkness grew darker. Even the starlight was covered. Luze looked around and felt this was interesting. Her god art wasn't bad indeed. At this time, dark mist brimming with darkness headed toward Luze's ligaments. He tapped his feet and dodged with abstruse martial state power and speed. The darkness seemed to have become Luze's enemy. He felt like he was sinking in the mud every time he moved. From time to time, there were dark mists that turned to arrows and attacked Luze. Lu also launched an attack against Luze in the dark. However, Luze's combat techniques weren't bad. He dodged Lu's attack casually and said, "Li, is this your level?" When Lu saw Luze's smirking face, she bit her lips. Her eyes grew even darker, and a few black figures formed, attacking Luze at the same time. Clones? Interesting, but the chi was too chaotic, and they were much weaker than the main body. Despite so, Luze could tell that Lu worked hard on the usage of darkness god art. Luze patted the clones away and blocked Lu's attack. "Your improvement is quite big. You've been working really hard this time, right? You are much stronger than I am when I did the graduation trials. Lu Li grinned. After a few hundred attacks, Lu Li collapsed on the ground panting. Luze looked at the drenched Lu Li and sat next to her. He didn't say anything. The darkness receded and starlight shone through the area once again. The sound of Lu Li's heavy breathing became very distinct in the dark silent training grounds. Moments later, Luze smiled. During this time, Mom and Dad have been very worried. Be careful not to overwork yourself and make them worry. Lu Li felt a bit stunned due to his words. She pouted her lips. I'm fine. I'm just working hard on cultivation. My talent isn't good. I have to work hard. Luze. Even without his orbs, her talent was already much stronger than most people. Now that she had awakened a god art and had his red orbs, she was definitely a prodigy among prodigies. Did her heart not ache when she said such things? He glanced at her pulsating chest. There was probably too much fat stored there, so she can't feel her conscience. With his hands on his head, Luze lay down next to Lu Li. He smiled. Don't worry, you have me here. You won't be weaker than anyone else. As soon as he said this, Lu Li couldn't resist laughing. The moment she laughed, Lu Li restrained herself. Luze. He looked at Lu Li in confusion. Seeing the expression on her face, he was planning to speak when Lu Li interrupted. I didn't laugh. You heard it incorrectly. You're not allowed to ask, or I will tell Dad what you said to me. Luze. What did he say? Anyways, it was best that he didn't ask. Otherwise, Dad would probably break his leg. Wait. With Dad's current power, he probably can't break his leg even if he let him. This was great. Lu Li thought of something and said, where is that doll? Luze took out the panda plushie he hung around his chest. It's still fine. Do you really want to switch? He protected this even on the battlefield on the 25th planet. Who knows what she would do if she knew this doll was broken? Lu Li didn't answer. She took Luze's doll and then took out hers from her robes. Take it. Luze took it and became dazed. There seemed to be sweat on it. He glanced at her strangely. She's not wearing this on her body, right? Luze wore it under Lu Li's gaze. Seeing this, Lu Li showed a happy expression. She then looked at her doll. The blood was gone. It looked exactly the same when she gave it to Luze. He protected it well. Lu Li happily wore the doll. Okay, let's go back, or Dad would be worried. Luze just realized it now. With their dad's personality, he really would think he was doing something to Lu Li. The two walked outside. Back at home, Luze cleaned himself and went to his room. The next morning, Luze opened his eyes and heard Alice's energetic voice. Li, we're going to class. Luze couldn't resist laughing. The version of Alice who cried last time felt like a dream. Indeed, it was more suitable for her to smile. He came to Lu Li's room and knocked. Can I come in? Lu Li was changing her clothes while Alice rolled around on the bed, smiling as she watched. Alice was just about to talk when Lu Li said, Wait, I'm changing clothes. Moments later, the door opened, and Alice looked at Luze with a bright smile. Good morning, senior schoolmate. Luze smiled. Good morning, Alice. Lu Li then groaned. What are you doing here so early in the morning? She was startled by the knock on the door. Luze replied with a smile, to give you guys the light orbs. I'm about to go back to school. Alice was shocked. This soon? Lu Li also looked at him. Luze nodded. Then, Luze gave several red orbs, which had accumulated up to aperture opening state, to them and told them what level of energy they were. Alice smiled at Luze. After a while, my mother will be able to wake up. This is all thanks to you, senior schoolmate. Lu narrowed her eyes. She forgot to ask what was the relationship between Luze and that short-haired senior schoolmate. She hadn't even solved Alice yet, and there was another enemy already. Luze scratched his head. Alice, you've always been cooking so much delicious food for me. I am very grateful to you. It's great if Anta can recover. Alice smiled. I will always cook for senior schoolmate. Then, she waved her hand to Luze. Senior schoolmate, we're going to school then. Lu smiled gently at Luze and left the room. Luze touched his chin. Alice's words seemed like a confession of love. Was that true? Chapter 298. Why can you touch Ying Ying? Lu and Alice went to school while Lu Wen and Fuxia went to work. Naturally, Luze went back to his room to cultivate. At lunchtime, he went downstairs and saw that Merlin had prepared a table of spirit food. Luze's eyes lit up. This was amazing. When Merlin saw Luze come downstairs, he said stiffly, "Come, this is mortal evolution level spirit food. I've dealt with it. It's suitable for you now." Seeing Merlin's face, Luze felt it was funny. Clearly, Uncle Merlin didn't want to cook for him, but he had to. It must have felt pretty bad. But even so, Luze still felt touched. He smiled at him. "Thank you, Uncle Merlin." With stiffness in his voice, Merlin replied, "No need to thank me." Next time, he would raise the bar for the kid. He didn't believe he would lose every time. After lunch, Merlin looked at Luze and said, "Kid, you're getting strong quite fast, but you also need to build a solid foundation. Be careful when you participate in missions." After Luze heard his words, he nodded. Don't worry, I will." "Thank you for worrying." Merlin sneered. "I'm worried that if you die, something will happen to Alice." Luze smiled. Alice's condition was very good now. With all the light orbs he left, even if she couldn't completely awaken, it would be hard for her to end up in danger. Merlin stood up. "Pack your own things, I'm going first." Then, he left and went out of the room. Luze looked at the empty plates and cleaned them up. Subsequently, he received Lin Ling's message. Lin Ling's flying ship had set off. It would soon arrive on planet Lanzhong. Then, the two would go back to school together. Luze stretched out first before leaving through the door. It would probably be holidays before he can come back here. Luze recalled the terror of being surrounded by people at the security checks, so he took out his face mask and wore it. At the space station, Luze met up with Lin Ling. She also wore a face mask. Luze laughed. She clearly forgot to wear a mask yesterday. The two bought the tickets to the Dawn system and soon made it onto the ship. The two went into the room, which was similar to last time. Once inside, Lin Ling felt relieved and took off her mask. Luze said with a smile, "You went off yesterday without wearing a mask too." Lin Ling seemed to have remembered something annoying. "Humph. There were guys saying things about me behind my back. Did they really think I can't hear it?" Luze raised a brow. She was pretty and the strongest female prodigy among the new students. It would be normal for people to like her. But clearly, she taught the person a lesson. Luze smiled. "It seems we need to remember next time." Lin Ling nodded and sat on the bed. Her eyes rolled, and she joked, "Did that little junior schoolmate cook for you again?" In response, Luze rolled his eyes. "If you're so curious, why didn't you come with me?" Lin Ling stopped talking at this point. Luze then asked, "Is Elder Lin happy with your progress?" Lin Ling said pridefully, "Of course, look at who I am." "Haha, you still can't beat me." Luze. Lin Ling glared at Luze. She didn't know what drug this guy fed his grandpa. When she went back, he even asked why she didn't bring this guy back to their home. Why would she do that? Seeing that he seemed to be the cause of Lin Ling's anger, Luze smiled. Okay, I'll stop. Cultivate. MHM. 4 days later, Luze and Lin Ling went back to school. This time they spent a total of 8 days for the mission. This was quite long. The mission verification had long been finished. Everyone got 2 million academic credits into their account. Currently, Luze's academic credits accumulated 12 million. They didn't go straight back to the dorms. Instead, they stopped at Nangongjing's home first. Ying was still sleeping there, and they were worried about her. Luze knocked on the door. The door opened immediately, and Luze and Lin Ling walked in. The inside of the house was filled with wine bottles and scattered clothes. It was as though a hurricane visited the room. Nangongjing wore casual clothes and sat on the couch with a wine bottle. Her pretty face still had some redness. Kai Uyuhesha sat on the side too. After seeing the two come in, Nangongjing grinned. "You're both back." Then, she showed a smile. "You two have been alone for that many days, and yet, you two didn't do it." She shook her head at Luze. "Luze." He immediately retorted, "Haha, you're already 30, and you're still being rushed to get married. Do you have the right to talk about me?" Before Luze could finish, the alcoholic appeared in front of his face. The smell of wine mixed with a light body fragrance entered his nose, and then, he felt a familiar pain on his forehead. Luze. He then covered his painful forehead. "A man argues but doesn't fight. You're cheating." "Ha!" Nangongjing said pridefully, "I'm a woman." Luze looked at Nangongjing in disbelief. What? You're actually a woman?" "Nangongjing, Lin Ling." Nangongjing's smile disappeared. Meanwhile, Lin Ling left this troubled land. At this moment, Luze's body became stiff. He wanted to beat himself up. Why did he speak the truth? He felt his neck being locked, and then, severe pain emerged on his forehead. "Arg! Teacher Nangong, I'm sorry." Luze was going to remember this. Nangongjing let go of Luze satisfyingly and then smiled at the other two. "You two don't need to worry. Ying is fine, let's go have a look at her first." Luze used regeneration god art to recover the lump on his forehead and went upstairs with Lin Ling. Ying was lying nicely on the bed. Her little body emanated faint starlight, which filled the dark room. Ying's 2 hands were clenched into fists and sticking out a bit from the blanket. She still had drool on the side of her mouth. Her chi seemed to contain this warm feeling. On the side, the three were surrounded by starlight. Their moods even felt calm. Lin Ling smiled softly. "She seems fine." Nangongjing grinned. "I told you it was fine. We just don't know much about the star spirit race. We don't know when this sleep would end. Would it be like 2,000 years ago?" Luze and Lin Ling smiled helplessly. Subsequently, Luze looked at Ying's round face and couldn't resist poking it. Ying immediately shrugged her neck. Seeing this, Lin Ling glared at Luze. "What are you doing? You're bullying her when she's asleep." Nangongjing's shocked voice could be heard at this time. "How can this be? How come you can touch Ying?" Luze and Lin Ling. They saw how Nangongjing looked at Luze in disbelief. Luze then asked in confusion, "Why, can't you guys touch her?" "We can't. When Ying just fell asleep, we could still touch her. However, after the appearance of the starlight, we couldn't anymore." Lin Ling pointed her finger out and attempted to touch Ying's face. What shocked Luze and Lin Ling was that Lin Ling's finger passed through Ying as though there was nothing. Now, even Lin Ling looked at Luze in shock. Chapter 299 This kid is not bad. When Luze saw the shocked expressions of Nangongjing and Lin Ling, he blinked innocently. I just touched her like normally. Nangongjing and Lin Ling exchanged glances with each other. Then, Nangongjing said, try it again. Luze nodded and reached out his hands to pinch Ying Ying's round face. He smiled. It still feels so good. Nangongjing and Lin Ling glared at Luze. Ying Ying was still sleeping, how can you pinch her like that? Luze felt two malicious glances and immediately took his hand back. Cough. It seems only I can touch her. The two suppressed their urges to beat someone up and then frowned at Luze. They were envious. How come only Luze could touch Ying Ying? The four of them were taking care of Ying Ying together. This didn't sound right, but it felt like the kid liked the father more. Mother would naturally feel more jealous. Luze saw how unhappy the two became, but he was also helpless. He had a guess. It was probably because he had been using red orbs to cultivate. When Ying Ying first saw him, she said he smelled good. Thinking about this, Luze had a bold idea. Could he try feeding the red orbs to Ying Ying? Would she wake up faster that way? He didn't want Ying Ying to be sleeping all the time too. Although this little guy would definitely fight over food with him once she was awake, the human race would be over if they encountered a crisis above the level of cosmic system state and Ying Ying was still asleep. Seeing Luze deep in contemplation, the two girls asked, "What's wrong? Did you think of something?" If Luze had a way, could they touch Ying Ying too? Luze glanced at the two. They were rather trustworthy to him. Lin Ling had always been fighting alongside him. They had been through life and death together. On the other hand, Nangongjing had a bad temper and was an alcoholic, but she had been very genuine with him and helped him a lot. Thinking about this, Luze said with a serious face, "This probably has something to do with my god art. If I tell you, you have to keep it confidential. This is very important." Upon seeing the serious look on Luze, who had always been playful, the two girls glanced at each other. The atmosphere turned silent. Then, Nangongjing said, "If you're willing to say it, I would never leak it out." Lin Ling also said, "Me too." Luze couldn't resist smiling. I trust you guys. This actually has something to do with the first god art I awakened. My first god art can create energy. This energy is rather special and can be used for cultivation. Probably, I have been improving quickly because I've been using this energy to cultivate. After looking at Luze, the realization dawned on the two girls. No wonder your cultivation speed is that fast. So that's what your god art does. The high-level officials of Federation had long guessed that Luze's god art was related to cultivation but didn't know the specific type. Nangongjing frowned. This energy level shouldn't be low, right? Ying Ying's race is one of the pinnacle races in the universe. Subsequently, she looked strangely at Luze. Surely your god art isn't one of the pinnacle god arts of the universe, right? Up until now, I've only heard of one pinnacle god art. She was referring to Alice's source flame. However, she didn't successfully awaken it. Lin Ling bit her lips. This guy possibly had awakened a pinnacle god art? At this point, even if she had her great-grandpa's origin energy, she might not be able to catch up to this guy. Nangongjing and Lin Ling looked at Luze with a complicated expression. They didn't realize this guy's god art was that much stronger than theirs. This was probably the strongest god art in the human race? Nangongjing said seriously, "How many people know about this?" Luze smiled. "Only people you know. Uncle Merlin, Alice, and my sister." Alice. Nangongjing's eyes widened at his reply. Could it be? Nangongjing knew Alice needed energy to awaken her god art. Her own father left the Milky Way galaxy to find energy for Alice and still hadn't come back. If Luze could get high-level energy. Her eyes were red with excitement. She had always considered Alice as her own sister. She was very worried about her. Alice had gone through so much hardship due to the source flame. Yet, this kid solved it. Lin Ling frowned. What are you guys talking about? I don't understand. Luze smiled. You will know in the future. For now, he won't tell her about Alice. Lin Ling. She felt she was left out. Nangongjing rubbed Lin Ling's hair and said, we're not purposely hiding this from you. It concerns other people. If you want to know, ask Elder Lin. He knows. Lin Ling nodded. Then, Nangongjing said, should we tell the old man about your god art? If your god art is a top grade one, the entire human race would treat you as a treasure. She was actually a bit dubious. With her knowledge of the old man, he might really force her to marry Luze and give birth to a child. Not just the old man, quite some people, particularly the high levels, would think this. Some god arts were innate, and some were learned. There was a certain chance that it would be passed down to children. If it wasn't that Alice's god art hadn't awakened yet and her situation was dangerous, they would probably give her a fiancé too. She personally didn't like this type of marriage, but Luze's god art was so important. If something happened to Luze, it would be a huge loss for the human race. Luze scratched his head. I know. But if he said it, he would have no freedom. He would probably have a star-state bodyguard following him everywhere. He smiled. But let's not say it first. Nangongjing's eyes lit up. Really? Luze. He looked strangely at her. Why are you so happy? Lin Ling looked strangely at Nangongjing too. She grew up with Elder Lin outside and didn't know what would happen if Luze disclosed this. However, Nangongjing knew that with Lin Ling's dad's nature, Lin Ling also had a high chance of being tied up to give birth. However, Elder Lin would probably protect her. Nangongjing coughed. Nothing. I think it's better that you decide this, but I definitely won't tell anyone. Accordingly, she changed the subject. You're saying you used your own energy, that's why you can touch Ying Ying. Luze nodded. I want to try if I can feed Ying Ying. That way, she might wake up faster. Lin Ling frowned at his words. How do you know she won't sleep more deeply instead? Luze's body froze. There really might be such a possibility. The three fell silent. Moments later, Luze smiled awkwardly. Even if she sleeps deeply, it should be to better accept the heritage. How about I take one out and test how Ying Ying would react first? Nangongjing looked at Luze. This won't affect your own cultivation, right? Luze shook his head. I know what I'm doing. I'm stronger now, so I can produce more energy than before. I have some extra. The two nodded when they heard him. Then, try it out. Luze took out a core martial state orb. Although he gave all his savings to Lu Li and Alice, he built up some more on the flying ship. Chapter 300. This doesn't seem too right? Luze's red orb dyed the entire room with a red hue. Lin Ling and Nangongjing looked curiously at it. The color of the red core martial state orb was still a bit faint. It emitted red light and a trace of heat. The two looked at it for a while and sensed it. They could only feel pure energy but didn't sense anything extraordinary. Perhaps, the effect would only manifest after using it. Luze said he had limited supply, so the two didn't ask to try about it. After the red orb appeared, there was a sliver of ripple in the starlight around Ying Ying. Nangongjing and Lin Ling rejoiced. Ying Ying is reacting to this. Luze looked at Ying Ying. He discovered there was more drool at the corner of her mouth. He then carefully sent the orb closer to Ying Ying's starlight. As soon as the starlight touched the orb, it completely enveloped it. Then, the red orb slowly sunk into the starlight and into Ying Ying's body. Ying Ying moved her lips as though she ate something delicious. After witnessing this, Lin Ling said happily, this energy really does seem useful to Ying Ying. Nangongjing patted Luze's shoulder. Not bad, kid. I'll count this as merit. If you want anything, just tell me. I'll promise to get it for you. Luze felt relieved and grinned. You said this, so you can't regret it in the future. What a joke. Am I the type to regret? Nangongjing looked at Luze unhappily. Luze nodded. He would come for his wish when he had an interesting idea. Then, Luze took out a stronger core martial state red orb. Lin Ling and Nangongjing's eyes flashed. You're not giving your own cultivation energy to Ying, right? Luze smiled. I still have some here. There might be more in the future. I can give you guys some too. Their cultivation levels were not lower than his. He didn't have many orbs left. When he becomes stronger and could obtain more orbs, he could give them some. That should be enough to perfect their weaknesses in the previous states. Luze had a bold idea. Would he be able to create large sums of prodigies for the human race? This would involve long discussions as it was too big of a scale. Nangongjing smiled. We'll talk about this in the future. She understood how precious this type of energy was. It could even awaken Alice's god art. Even if she sold herself, she wouldn't be able to afford it. She didn't like to owe people too. But she was very curious about what special effects this energy had. Even though she kept a calm face, she wasn't calm on the inside at all. Lin Ling felt the same too. The two girls glanced at each other and saw this in each other's eyes. Luze fed Ying another red orb. After she digested it, her face appeared merrier. Seeing this, the three couldn't resist laughing. It felt like they were feeding a kid. Nangongjing saw that nothing changed except that Ying looked happier, so she said painfully, "Okay, that's enough. Feed her if you have more in the future." This was a treasure. Ying's appetite was too big. Luze felt it was funny to see their expressions, but he said nothing and stopped feeding Ying. Nangongjing stretched out and smiled at Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, thank you for dinner." "Lin Ling." She looked at Nangongjing in disbelief. "Sister Jing, you changed. You only drank before." "Haha, sometimes it's good to have food along with the wine. I learned this from Luze." Nangongjing pushed the responsibility to Luze. "Luze." He looked dazedly at Nangongjing and then felt an evil glare from Lin Ling. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. What could he even do? Then, the three went downstairs. After dinner, the sky outside the window gradually dimmed. It was evening already. Luze was sent to wash the dishes. Lin Ling cooked and the alcoholic provided the food, so he could only throw the dishes in the dishwasher. Afterward, Luze looked at Nangongjing drinking casually on the couch and said, "Teacher Nangong, we'll go back first. Ying can stay here." Nangongjing nodded. Then, she said, "By the way, if you can skip the class in the morning, then do it. Come to my place and cultivate, I'll teach you guys personally." Luze. Lin Ling. Luze wondered if Nangongjing forgot that she was a teacher. He nodded firmly, "Okay." He was forced to skip class. He was innocent. It was very beneficial to them that Nangongjing taught them personally. There was no reason to refuse her. Subsequently, Luze and Lin Ling left and returned to their dorms. Luze sat back in his room and entered the pocket hunting dimension. During this time, since he was able to kill the blue bird boss and middle-level beasts continued to appear, Luze managed to harvest a lot every time he entered. Inside the dimension, he appeared in the grassy plains. Immediately, a powerful chi swept past in the sky. He looked up and saw a beautiful blue bird flying above him. He grinned. "Great!" A prey presented itself as soon as he came in. "Don't leave, let's play a game." Luze used his wings of wind and lightning and chased after it. After sensing his chi, the blue bird boss suddenly turned around and looked at Luze coldly. Re. However, this bird didn't fight Luze immediately like the other birds. Instead, it cried out a call. Luze looked at this bird in confusion. Was this bird begging for mercy? So it had keen eyes. He felt happy. Now, he was considered a boss too. However, as a merciless jungler, he was still going to kill it. At this moment, violent beast roars could be heard from the distance. Luze frowned, and his face became serious. He looked around vigilantly. This didn't seem right. This was the first time he saw these many powerful beasts roaring together. What happened? He glanced at the bird he almost caught up to. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He would have to fight it first and then fly away after. Now, Luze was confident he could blast this bird's head by using Star Crippling Punch twice. Purple and green lights flashed in his eyes as he chased after the bird. He yelled, "Die!" His right fist surged with black fist force as he attacked the back of the bird. Star Crippling Punch. Feeling a lethal threat, a blue light flashed around the blue bird boss. A huge blue whirlwind greeted the fist force. Rumble. There was a deafening explosion produced by the clash. At the same time, the aftermath swept away the surrounding tens of kilometers. Chaotic fluctuations became apparent in the air as the grass on the entire soil was uprooted. Fist force tore through the whirlwind. Although it became much weaker, it still struck toward the back of the bird. Luze didn't stop. His body flashed, approaching the boss's neck, and he punched once more. Rumble. The fist force tore apart the defenses of the boss, leaving a huge bloody hole on the enemy's back. Blood gushed out from it. The severe pain made the bird wail, and its chi weakened a bit. At this moment, it felt a deathly chi from Luze's fist. This made the bird's eyes go red. This two-legged animal was pushing it. It resisted the huge pain, proceeding to gather a violent powerful wind at its peak and greet Luze's fist.